Chapter 8:27. Imo Wushang, you're not admitting defeat? Ling Xiao looked at Imo Wushang and asked coldly. There's only a Imo Wushang who dies standing, not Imo Wushang who admits defeat. Scram. Ling Xiao didn't waste any more words with Imo Wushang. He kicked Imo Wushang's face and sent his huge body flying out of the arena. Many people were stunned by this scene. After all, he looked as delicate as a baby in front of Imo Wushang. Thinking about the scene of a baby kicking an adult into the air, it was indeed quite strange. Imo Wushang collapsed outside the arena. The head judge had no choice but to announce Ling Xiao's victory. At the same time, Ling Xiao absorbed Imo Wushang's luck and began to condense his ninth cauldron. He was now second only to Hai Myung Ko and had surpassed by Qinjiao. At that moment, the spectator stands were completely silent. They had thought that it would be an even match, with Imo Wushang having the upper hand. But in the end, it had become Ling Xiao's performance. In front of him, Imo Wushang was as weak as a 3-year-old child. This Ling Xiao is too scary. I can still understand the movement technique at the end because it's fast and mysterious. But what's going on at the beginning? Why didn't the inextinguishable dark flame attack him? I think he said something about celestial energy. 12 golden lotus arts. Yes. It's the celestial energy produced after cultivating the 12 golden lotus arts. It's said that after cultivating this internal cultivation technique, whether it's true yuan or heavenly yuan, it will be completely transformed into celestial energy. It's extremely powerful. That's an ability that only a god can have. Isn't Master Lotus a god? No human has ever been able to successfully cultivate the martial arts that he created. Most people would give up after cultivating to the first or second level, while a portion of people died tragically because of cultivating this martial arts. But what's this Ling Xiao? He's a human. Why isn't he dead? Why is he so strong? It's not time yet. Didn't you hear what he said? Right now, he's only at the 5th level. The further he cultivates, the more dangerous it gets. The more he cultivates, the easier it will be for problems to arise. Sigh. I thought he could surpass the Holy Sun. Who knew that it was just a flash in the pan? Forget it. He can't surpass the Holy Sun. As long as he can reach the level of the Qin Bishue, it's enough. Who knows what will happen next? That's right. He might lose if he meets Qinjiao. At the end of the day, Ling Xiao still didn't have much of a fan base. Although he had relied on his own strength to rise up and attract a group of fans, there were still more people who didn't think highly of him, even if he defeated Mo's son. However, there were still Bai Qinjiao, Qin Bishue, and Hongli, who had obviously undergone a transformation. He Wushang's Lin. He might not even a single win. Soon, the 14th round ended. After resting for 2 hours, the 15th round began. The closer it was to the end, the more the audience was focused on it. The matches after the 10th place became a rest period. Many of the audience even used this time to go to the toilet. In the first few matches, the ones that really caught their attention were the battles between Fire Demon Ancestor and Hong Samadhi, and Hongli and Imo Wushang. After all, Fire Demon Ancestor's cultivation had reached the advanced stage of One-Line Sky. Against Hong Samadhi, he won easily without much effort. His luck naturally increased as well. The battle between Hongli and Imo Wushang was exceptionally exciting. Just as Bai Qinjiao said, Hongli was like a carp that had jumped through the dragon's gate. She had completely transformed into an enhanced version of Bai Qinjiao. Bai Qinjiao alone was enough to fight against Imo Wushang, not to mention the enhanced version of Bai Qinjiao. In the end, Imo Wushang lost to Hongli after 200 moves. This was a huge blow to Imo Wushang. Losing to Hai Myung Ko and Qin Bishue was nothing. However, losing to Ling Xiao and then to Hongli was something he simply could not accept. As a result, the upper echelons of the Heavenly King sect did not look too good. After these 2 matches, the most anticipated match was the one between Long Chen and Hong Samadhi. Although Long Chen was favored, the only one of the 6 young masters of the sacred dynasty that he had defeated was Lu Taiyin. It was very difficult for him to win. Although Hong Samadhi had lost a few matches in a row, he was actually stronger than Lu Taiyin. However, he lost this match very easily. After understanding Ling Xiao's words, Long Chun cleverly disguised the power of his golden dragon as the power of his martial soul. With this, his strength had increased tremendously. It was reasonable for him to defeat Hong Samadhi. The next match will be Ling Xiao against Bai Qinjiao. The head judge seemed to be excited. He seemed to think that Bai Qinjiao could pose a threat to Ling Xiao. In the VIP seats, the sect leader of Heavenly King Sect, Si Kongzun, and Shang Di smiled. Ling Xiao, this dark horse, really gave them a headache. Someone had to be able to teach him a lesson. Otherwise, who knew where this fellow's tail would end up sticking out? The audience was in an uproar. Although Bai Qinjiao lost to Qin Bishue, it was because Qin Bishue had broken through to the celestial realm. If not, Qin Bishue would be the one to lose in the end. Therefore, the audience thought highly of Bai Qinjiao. As for Ling Xiao, it was needless to say. This dark horse had already defeated Jian Wuji, Hong Samadhi, and Imo Wushang, these three young masters. It seemed that the reputation of the 6 young masters would be completely destroyed by Ling Xiao today. Of course, to Ling Xiao, this battle was more important than the audience thought. He was a human, and Bai Qinjiao was from the Sea Clan. She was a martial artist belonging to the Storm Legion. The Sea Clan had never given up on destroying the human race. It had been like this since ancient times. The true Demon Emperor had almost completed this task. Now that the Storm Legion was attacking, Bai Qinjiao would undoubtedly become the front line of the Sea Clan. Therefore, he could not lose to Bai Qinjiao. Losing to a foreign race made him feel worse than losing to Hai Mian-ko. Before the battle, can you answer a question for me? Ling Xiao asked calmly. Of course. Bai Qinjiao did not refuse. What I want to ask is, if the human race and the Sea Clan go to war one day, what will your choice be? Ling Xiao felt that this question was very important. You actually know about the Sea Clan. As expected, you are not simple. Bai Qinjiao frowned and said coldly, although I admire you, as a human, I am a pawn of the Storm Legion. I must prioritize the Sea Clan. I will not show mercy to humans. Understood. Ling Xiao nodded and said, I also admire you. Your talent is not very good, but you can rely on your own efforts to master the blue water domain. However, in the face of righteousness, there is no room for carelessness. Come, let me see your righteousness. Bai Qinjiao took a deep breath. Since the opponent already knew her identity as a member of the Sea Clan, she could completely let go. In the previous battle, she was afraid that the opponent would discover her identity. There were some moves that she did not use. Chapter 828. On the completely repaired fighting ring, a man and a woman stood 100 meters apart from each other. On the left was Ling Xiao, who was still dressed in green and looked very ordinary. However, the person under the green robe was not ordinary. He, who had defeated 3 young masters in a row, had become the most anticipated opponent to defeat Hai Mian-ko. On the other side, Bai Qinjiao was dressed in white, like a lotus flower that had just emerged from the water. She slowly pulled out a sword from her storage ring. It was a slender and flexible sword. It was an immortal-grade artifact of the water attribute, and it was inlaid with the heart of the ocean. Bai Qinjiao had never used a sword in the previous battles. Even Hongli did not know that she could use a sword. Among so many opponents, only you are worthy of my sword. Bai Qinjiao showed a beautiful smile that she had never shown before. Oh, you flatter me. Qin Bishue defeated you. Ling Xiao said lightly. He suppressed me with his cultivation in the last stage. Even if I used my sword, it was useless. The gap in cultivation is still difficult to make up for, especially between the transcendent realm and the celestial realm. The gap is too big. Bai Qinjiao shook her head and said, Is that so? Ling Xiao smiled. In any case, he didn't need to use his cultivation to suppress Bai Qinjiao. That would be too boring, and he wouldn't be able to gain anything. Yes. After taking a deep breath, Bai Qinjiao stopped talking. Her bright eyes stared at Ling Xiao. All the opportunities were locked on Ling Xiao. To be honest, compared to the domineering and murderous Qin Bishue, Ling Xiao not only gave her more pressure, but also made him more difficult for her to figure out. She did not know whether Ling Xiao or Qin Bishue was stronger, but she knew one thing very well. Qin Bishue's strength was transparent, and it could be seen at a glance. However, Ling Xiao's strength had always been hazy. No one knew how strong he was. Humans' fear of the unknown came from the bottom of their hearts. It was not something that could be easily shaken off. Jade Water Sword Technique, Fury of Water. The Jade Water Sword technique originated from the Jade Water domain. Only after cultivating to a certain level would one be able to comprehend it. Therefore, Bai Qianjiao's swordsmanship was unique. In the Jade Water Divine Palace, apart from the Palace Master, there was probably no one else who could use it. Bai Qianjiao's body was as slow as water, but in Ling Xiao's eyes, it was as fast as lightning. In an instant, the distance between the two of them was reduced to less than 10 meters. Bai Qianjiao's sword finally stabbed out for the first time. Wrapped in a strange sword intent, the entire air instantly became turbulent. It was as if a raging sea had been stirred up with monstrous waves. As for the ray of light in the turbulent waves, it was the terrifying sword light. She had borrowed the power of the sea to greatly increase the artistic conception and power of the swordsmanship. Below the stage, Hong Li's eyes lit up. She thought that Ling Xiao was really powerful. He had actually forced her senior sister to use her true unique skill. Not only that, but everything about Bai Qianjiao seemed to have improved further. It was as if all of these had descended on her in order to defeat Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's face was still indifferent. There was no sword in his hand. The sword in his heart had already taken shape. His fingertips emitted an astonishing aura. A chi sword suddenly emitted a dazzling light, like a flashing viper shooting out of a dark cave. As if it had been calculated, it accurately stabbed Bai Qianjiao's sword. In terms of seeing through weaknesses, Ling Xiao was much better than Bai Qianjiao. Whether it was the power of the sea or the sword intent, it could not change Ling Xiao's strong will and flexible skills. The world of mountains and rivers was eternal. Even if it fell, it could be reborn. It seemed to be an existence that was more eternal than heaven and earth. Clang! The chi sword collided with the treasure sword. The powerful divine essence burst out with astonishing sparks, as bright as the stars in the night. Buzz! Ah! It hurts, my ears hurt. In the audience, a Heaven Pulse martial artist suddenly held his ears and exclaimed. At this time, his ears seemed to have been cut by a sharp blade. That kind of pain really caused him to be endlessly terrified. Me too, what's going on? It should be the sword intent. It's definitely the effect of the sword intent. Both of them use swords, and the sword intent is very strong. Even if there is a protective array, it still makes people feel uncomfortable. Humph, those who are not strong enough should stay away. Don't be deaf and blind. A celestial realm martial artist snorted coldly. Although it seemed that he was not affected at all, in fact, he was not. His ears were fine, but his body trembled violently. It was as if a terrifying chill had rushed into his body, causing him to feel cold all over. Both of them are skill-based swordsmen. Every strike they make is focused on concentrating their energy into a single point to achieve the most powerful attack. This is the so-called unconventional way of swordsmanship. People who use swords often pursue the pinnacle of attacks. The one who spoke was a Grotto Heaven Realm judge. He was also a sword user, so he naturally knew best. Humph, I didn't expect this shameless kid to have some skills. The head judge snorted coldly, his eyes filled with complexity. He guessed that the Sage Emperor had said something bad about Ling Xiao in front of him. Otherwise, why would he suddenly hate Ling Xiao so much when he was looking forward to it? While the crowd was discussing animatedly, the battle on the martial arts stage had already entered the exciting stage of exchanging blows. Ding 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 ding. Sword light came and went. The sword wind danced like thunder. On the stage, ear-piercing sounds of collisions constantly rang out. The terrifying sound and power overflowed, causing cracks to appear on the protective wall. As for the stage, it was once again covered in scars. This martial arts stage is really no good. In the next competition, I must use better materials and set up a stronger array. Otherwise, the martial arts stage will be destroyed as soon as the competition starts. How can I continue then? Of course, the tournament could continue. Anyway, the area of the stage was fixed. There was no stage to stand on, so the two of them could fight in midair. As long as one reached the level of a Heaven Pulse Realm martial artist, even if they could not fly, they could still float in midair for a period of time. Jade Water Sword Technique, Song of Water. Her continuous attacks were easily resolved by Ling Xiao. Bai Qianjiao frowned even more. She had no choice but to retreat suddenly and change her move. The sword technique that was originally angry suddenly became cheerful. However, in this cheerfulness, there was a terrifying killing intent. It was like the song of a sword. Rings after rings of sword light appeared in the air, weaving into a battle melody. Then, all of them pounced on Ling Xiao. Boom! The sword light that intertwined with the song was completely destroyed. It was completely destroyed by a huge sword that was condensed with black and gold flames. Ling Xiao finally used the Hell Dragon Sword. After destroying Bai Qianjiao's attack, the Hell Dragon Sword shot towards Bai Qianjiao with unstoppable momentum. Ling Xiao's counterattack had finally begun. Previously, he had only defended and not counterattacked because he wanted to gain some experience from Bai Qianjiao's sword technique. However, he could not keep defending passively. There had to be a winner. Chapter 829. The Hell Dragon Sword, condensed with 40% heaven elemental energy, carried the power of thunder and lightning and rushed towards Bai Qianjiao with a roar. How can he be so strong? Bai Qianjiao's face turned pale. Run! Because she was a sword expert, she knew clearly that she couldn't block Ling Xiao's attack. Even if she used her full strength, it would be useless. Too fast, too strong. It was as if the ancient Hell Dragon had come back to life. She would have nightmares during the day. 60% sword intent. Lone peak kill. While using the Jade Water Realm, Bai Qianjiao retreated desperately. Her slippery body technique increased in speed. In the audience, many people didn't understand why Bai Qianjiao retreated. But the powerful people knew that if they didn't retreat, they would be defeated. Pucci. In the end, she couldn't dodge Ling Xiao's attack. Bai Qianjiao's shoulder was sliced off a layer of flesh that was 3 inches thick. Even her bones were cut open. Ling Xiao stopped and smiled. You are indeed powerful. If it were someone else, they wouldn't be able to see the power of my attack. They would definitely choose to meet force with force. The result would be very tragic. Perhaps you are worthy of my sword. A sword appeared in his hand. It was the Overflow Rain Sword. Every sword corresponded to a type of celestial energy. When using the same martial skill, it would produce a completely different effect. Ling Xiao chose the Overflow Rain Sword because it was the most powerful for the Sword Soul Doppelganger of the Shadow Sword technique. Bai Qianjiao's body technique was very powerful. Especially after using the Jade Water Realm, it was very difficult to attack her. But if the Sword Soul Doppelganger's power increased, Ling Xiao would be able to encircle Bai Qianjiao. At that time, no matter how good her body technique was, it would be meaningless. Bai Qianjiao frowned. The injury on her shoulder was recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. He was indeed not human. Humans did not have such a powerful talent, unless they cultivated some special martial arts or reached a certain level of cultivation. Bai Qianjiao had not used any martial arts earlier, and her cultivation had not even broken through to the celestial realm. So, the only explanation was that she had a talent for self-healing. Is this your sword technique? Terrifying indeed. But if that's all you've got, you won't be able to defeat me. Bai Qianjiao looked at Ling Xiao. Although she was shocked by Ling Xiao's terrifying attack, it was not enough to make her despair. Ling Xiao smiled and said, Is that so? Your ability had better match your confidence. Otherwise, Jin Wuji, Hong Samadhi, and Imo Wushang would be your role models. Come on, don't hold back. Show me what you've got. Otherwise, you won't have any chance to show it. Ling Xiao was naturally not afraid of Bai Qianjiao. His failure to defeat Bai Qianjiao with the Hell Dragon Sword was indeed unexpected, but that was because he had suppressed his cultivation and did not use his sword. Next, with the Overflow Rain Sword in hand, the battle had just begun. Jade Water Sword Technique, Mirror of Water. Bai Qianjiao's injuries had mostly recovered in a short period of time, although many martial artists suspected that she was not human. So what if she was not human? Back then, the human king's goal was for all races to live in harmony and coexist peacefully. It was not strange for some humans to awaken their ancestral bloodline. At this moment, Bai Qianjiao had already launched another attack. The power of this sword was clearly stronger than the previous two moves. Within the mirror-like jade water domain, countless sharp sword chi actually appeared and shot out crazily. Heavenly Pulse Chi Sword. Sunrise Sword Radiance. The sun was high in the sky, and the sword radiance was like golden sunlight shooting down. No matter how many sword radiances Bai Qianjiao had, they were all blocked by the sun-like sword radiance and destroyed. Standing there, Ling Xiao held the Overflow Rain Sword in his right hand and the Heavenly Pulse Chi Sword in his left hand. He was like a god, causing countless female disciples to scream in shock. Crackle. No matter what technique, no matter what trick. In short, in the face of great power, everything became meaningless. Perhaps this mirror of water could threaten many people. Even the Qin Bishue might not be able to block it easily. But it was useless against Ling Xiao. Bai Qianjiao seemed to understand this as well, which was why, after releasing the mirror of water, she actually used the water flow as a cover to unleash an astonishing movement technique, stabbing towards Ling Xiao's throat. Ding! The sound of metal clashing rang out. Bai Qianjiao's sword was easily blocked by Ling Xiao's Overflow Rain Sword. Not only that, the Overflow Rain Sword in Ling Xiao's hand shook slightly. It slid past Bai Qianjiao's sword and attacked Bai Qianjiao's slender hand. Bai Qianjiao's expression changed. Ling Xiao was indeed as difficult to deal with and as unpredictable as she had imagined. She could not understand Ling Xiao's thoughts and attack methods at all. Every time she felt that she could hurt him, she realized that she was the one in danger. Bai Qianjiao retreated rapidly again. I'm tired of it. Your moves are beautiful, but they are meaningless to me. So let's end this battle. As she retreated, Ling Xiao's ghostly voice sounded in Bai Qianjiao's ears. Then, she saw a sword flash past. Her protective heavenly essence energy was completely shattered, and she fell to the ground uncontrollably. Bang! Bai Qianjiao spat out a mouthful of blood when she landed. Only then did she realize that she had landed outside the arena. Ling Xiao said it was over, and it was over. She did not have any chance to turn the situation around. I've lost, and I accept my loss wholeheartedly. Qin Bishue is definitely not your match, and neither is Hai Miang Ko. It seems like you, the dark horse, will be the dark horse to the end today. Bai Qianjiao's words were very loud and clear. There was not a single person present who was unable to hear them. You flatter me. Ling Xiao only smiled faintly. After absorbing Bai Qianjiao's luck, his luck was infinitely close to Hai Miang Kos. He was very close to the ninth cauldron's complete formation. However, because of Bai Qianjiao's words, the audience was in chaos. What? Bai Qianjiao said that Ling Xiao is more powerful than Qin Bishue and Hai Miang Ko? How is that possible? Qin Bishue has been promoted to the Celestial Being Realm, and the Holy Sun, Hai Miang Ko, is at the early stage of Yin and Yang Heaven. Ling Xiao can't make up for this advantage in cultivation. Is Ling Xiao's cultivation also in the Celestial Being Realm? That's impossible. So far, you've seen that all his moves and attacks are at the level of a Celestial Being Realm martial artist. If he's in the Celestial Being Realm, would he need to spend so much effort? It's hard to say. Ling Xiao has now defeated 4 childs. The remaining 2 are Hai Miang Ko and Lu Taiyin. There's no doubt about his strength. TSK, Lu Taiyin is definitely no match for Ling Xiao. Doesn't that mean that 5 of the 6 childs of the Sacred Dynasty have been defeated by him? This guy is really dark. I don't know if he can be so dark that he can even defeat the Holy Sun. In the eyes of the audience, Ling Xiao had created a real miracle today. Chapter 830. Among the 20 geniuses, only the Holy Sun Hai Miang Ko, Qin Bishue, Hong Li, and Lu Taiyin had yet to fight with Ling Xiao. Lu Taiyin was definitely not a match for Ling Xiao. At that time, Ling Xiao would be the miraculous existence who defeated the 5 young masters of the Sacred Dynasty by himself. Even if he lost to Hai Miang Ko, Qin Bishue, or even Hong Li, it wouldn't be a big deal. Because he had already proven himself, he would definitely be one of the 6 young masters of the Sacred Dynasty. The Palace Master of the Aquamarine Divine Palace didn't look too good. She couldn't accept losing to a human. If she had lost to the Holy Sun Hai Miang Ko, she would have let it go. Even if she had lost to Qin Bishue, a warrior who had advanced to the celestial realm, she could barely suppress her anger. However, losing to Ling Xiao, an opponent of the same realm, was something she really couldn't bear. When we go back, throw Bai Qinjiao into the cold pool. If she can't break through to the celestial realm, she can't come out. And Hongli, if you can't defeat Ling Xiao, you can accompany your senior sister Bai Qinjiao. After all, the palace master of the Aquamarine Divine Palace couldn't deal with Ling Xiao personally, so she could only warn Hongli to defeat Ling Xiao in the next battle. In this way, she might be able to save some face for the Aquamarine Divine Palace. Hey, this kid is really strong. The next battle is going to be interesting. But Bai Qinjiao actually said that this kid is stronger than me? What a joke. Qin Bixue was originally interested in Ling Xiao. Now that she saw the battle between Ling Xiao and Bai Qinjiao, her interest was greatly piqued. You'd better not lose before I fight you. Otherwise, I'll be too disappointed. The battle between Ling Xiao and Bai Qinjiao was the highlight of the 15 rounds. In the following battle, the audience kept discussing this battle. Of course, this was also because the battle between the Holy Sun, Hai Myung Ko, and Fire Devil Venerable was too boring. That fella, Fire Demon Supremacy, actually chose to admit defeat. The battle that the audience had been looking forward to ended without a conclusion. After the 15th round ended, all the martial artists had a meal and rested for a relatively long time. Then, the 16th round officially began. The first match was particularly interesting. The two opponents were Mo Wushang and Long Chun. In this battle, many people had thought that Long Chun wouldn't be young noble Missouri Wushang's match. It was estimated that he would be able to end the battle within 10 moves. After all, even though Mo Wushang had lost to Hai Myung Ko, Ling Xiao, and Qin Bixue, he had never lost to anyone else, and it didn't seem to be particularly difficult to win. However, after the battle started, Long Chen's performance was extremely shocking. A golden dragon materialized behind him, and its terrifying combat prowess and defensive prowess gave the Qin Bixue a headache, not to mention ending the battle within 10 moves. The two fought for 200 moves. In the end, neither Mo Wushang nor Long Chun could hurt each other, and the head judge declared it a draw. It couldn't be helped. Mo Wushang's illusions were too powerful, and Long Chen's defensive prowess combined with Dragon's aura allowed him to completely ignore Mo Wushang's illusions. In Ling Xiao's opinion, if the two of them wanted to end the battle, it would take at least 500 moves. Mo Wushang was probably better than Long Chen. After all, he was a veteran and had much more experience than Long Chen. It was a pity that the prodigy battle required a victor to be decided within 300 moves. Because of this, it could only be considered a draw. After all, if the battle went on for too long, the audience would get tired. In the following battles, the two people who received the most attention were naturally Ling Xiao and Hai Myung Ko. It was a pity that Ling Xiao's opponent was Lu Taiyin. Although his opponent didn't admit defeat, Ling Xiao easily won with his Hell Dragon Sword. Without any suspense, he had achieved the legend of defeating 5 of the 6 young masters of the Sacred Dynasty. This story would probably spread throughout the entire Heavenly Dragon continent sooner or later. Hai Myung Ko's opponent was Bai Qinjiao. This was a battle between two strong opponents. After the battle between Bai Qinjiao and Ling Xiao, not only did her Jade Water Sword technique improve, but her cultivation also finally broke through the shackles and broke through to the one-line sky early stage. These geniuses had already reached the limit of the transcendent realm, and all they needed was an opportunity. Although Bai Qinjiao lost to Ling Xiao, she also benefited a lot. But even so, she still didn't have a chance of winning against Hai Myung Ko. In the battle arena, Bai Qinjiao could be considered to have given it her all. She didn't choose to admit defeat like Fire Demon Commander. Instead, she wanted to fully display her Jade Water Sword technique. She had to leave a scar on Hai Myung Ko's body. However, the battle didn't develop in the direction she wanted. The only reason was that Hai Myung Ko was too strong. No matter what sword technique Bai Qinjiao used, Hai Myung Ko always only had one punch, and it was the most ordinary divine ancestor's long fist. The terrifying power directly deformed the protective wall of the battle arena. If the protective wall hadn't been strengthened by the chief judge and the others, it would have been completely destroyed. Just how powerful is this attack? Even the defensive wall can't withstand it. In the stands, countless people were exclaiming in their hearts. The previous attacks of those people merely broke through the martial arts platform, but this defensive wall is much tougher than the martial arts platform. It's close to the defense of a martial arts practitioner at the peak of the yin and yang heavenly peak. Yet it was actually deformed. Why do I feel like there's no hope? Yeah, the Holy Sun is so much stronger than the others. They're not even on the same level. Even Ling Xiao is not worth mentioning in front of her. I feel the same way. Every time the Holy Sun attacks, I feel like I'm in despair. This is definitely not the full strength of the Holy Sun. How can her martial skill be only a broken gold-grade martial skill like Divine Ancestor's Long Fist? That's right. If she attacks with all her strength, I'm afraid my protective wall will be destroyed. Not only were the audience surprised, but all the young dancers except Ling Xiao were also shocked. The disciples of the Heavenly King sect were very proud. With such a senior sister, they would have many more opportunities. After all, as long as Hai Myung-keo obtained the luck of the 9 cauldrons, the luck of the Heavenly King sect would be greatly improved. As long as one was a disciple of the Heavenly King sect, he would be able to benefit from it. It's time to end it, by Qinjiao. Although you're powerful, you're still far from me. Hai Myung-keo and Bai Qinjiao fought for a few rounds. It was like playing a game. The last punch ended the battle. Bai Qinjiao was beaten until she couldn't stand up. She had to admit defeat. It started with a punch. It ended with a punch. It was so domineering that it was amazing. This was the Holy Sun, considered the strongest of the young generation. Alas, I'm no match for you. Bai Qinjiao sighed and said, but even if you can defeat me, you might not be able to defeat Ling Xiao. You'll never know how terrifying he is until you fight him. What a joke. Hai Myung-keo sneered and said, Ling Xiao is nothing. Chapter 831. Hai Myung-keo sneered and said, then watch carefully how I defeat him. To tell you the truth, my goal is no longer on the Heavenly Dragon continent. I want to become the Chosen One and leave the Heavenly Dragon continent for the more powerful Divine Phoenix continent. I want to learn better martial arts and spar with stronger geniuses. That way, I can grow faster. She wasn't spouting nonsense. Among the 13 continents in the mystic world, the Heavenly Dragon continent was not only the weakest in terms of strength, but it also had the worst cultivation conditions. Hai Myung-keo felt that there was nothing on this continent that she wanted. Naturally, she wanted to go to the more powerful Divine Phoenix continent. Is that so? Then I look forward to the pinnacle battle between you and Ling Xiao. Bai Qinjiao didn't say anything else. In fact, she didn't know if Ling Xiao or Hai Myung-keo was stronger. Both of them gave her the feeling that they were undefeatable and mysterious. Pinnacle battle? You think too highly of him. Don't worry, I'll make sure this battle ends quickly. Hai Myung-keo's words were full of disdain and confidence. Bai Qinjiao didn't say anything else. She just smiled and walked down the stage. After absorbing Bai Qinjiao's luck, Hai Myung-keo's 9th cauldron was 90% condensed. She was only 10% away from perfection. After Hai Myung-keo and Bai Qinjiao's battle ended, the Qin Bishue encountered the Flame Demon Ancestor. This time, the Flame Demon Ancestor didn't admit defeat. However, in front of the Qin Bishue's powerful strength, he was forced to retreat and finally lost. Damn it! How can these young people be so strong? Looks like I have to take action personally. In the audience stands, Empyrean Demon Flame was horrified. When he admitted defeat previously, it could only be said that he was following his own plan. However, this time, he had lost to the Qin Bishue. He was very unhappy. However, there was no point in being unhappy. A loss was a loss. In the end, he had still underestimated the strength of a top genius. The 16 rounds of competition ended quickly. After the break, the 17th round began. The first match was between Ling Xiao and Hong Li. I want to avenge senior sister. As soon as Hong Li got on the stage, she did not say anything. She immediately launched an astonishing attack in an attempt to defeat Ling Xiao for her senior sister, Bai Qinjiao. For a moment, he seemed to have suppressed Ling Xiao. However, It was a pity that this advantage only lasted for less than 10 moves before he was sent flying out of the stage by Ling Xiao's sudden burst of sword light. Although you have indeed become stronger than before, you are still nothing in front of me. After defeating Hong Li, Ling Xiao's luck had reached 70% of the 9th cauldrons. He was really close to catching up to Hai Myung KO. However, perhaps because Ling Xiao's previous performance was too shocking, this time, defeating Hong Li did not cause too much of a stir. Only the palace lord of the Aquamarine Sacred Palace was so angry that his face was ashen. If we want to rule over the human race, such a genius must be eliminated. After Ling Xiao easily defeated Hong Li, Long Chun faced the Qin Bishue. It could be said that this was the strongest opponent Long Chun had faced after Ling Xiao. After all, he had forfeited his battle with Hai Myung KO. Although Long Chen worked very hard, after 100 moves, the Qin Bishue relied on the advantage of the cultivation of the celestial realm to completely defeat this troublesome guy. After that, it was Mo Wushang against Bai Qianjiao. Mo Wushang lost to Hai Myung KO, Ling Xiao, and the Qin Bishue. Bai Qianjiao also lost to these 3 people. Thus, the battle between the two of them had attracted the attention of many people. However, Bai Qianjiao's cultivation had broken through after her battle with Ling Xiao. In terms of cultivation, she was much stronger than Mo Wushang. Therefore, in this battle, although Mo Wushang's demonic eye was indeed powerful, he was able to last nearly 200 moves in front of a celestial realm opponent. However, in the end, he was defeated. In the last match of the 17th round, Hai Myung KO faced Hong Li. There was no suspense in this battle. Hai Myung KO's strength made Hong Li feel suffocated. Perhaps because Ling Xiao defeated Hong Li in 10 moves, Hai Myung KO defeated Hong Li in 3 moves. She wanted to show that she was stronger than Ling Xiao. Although she said that she didn't care about Ling Xiao, she couldn't help but take Ling Xiao's strength seriously. Sigh, now it seems that Ling Xiao is no match for Holy Sun. It can be seen from the result of their battle with Hong Li. The next round will either be Ling Xiao against Holy Sun or Ling Xiao against Qin Bishue. Anyway, there are only 2 rounds left. We'll soon know who's stronger and who's weaker. I think it will be difficult for Ling Xiao to defeat Qin Bishue. Yeah, Qin Bishue only lost to Holy Sun once and won all the other matches. Even against a dark horse like Fire Devil Supremacy, it wasn't difficult for her to win. She's a true genius. After the break, the 18th round officially began. This was the second last round of the competition. The final round of the martial arts festival was getting closer and closer. At present, Hai Myung KO ranked first in terms of points and luck. Ling Xiao ranked second. Qin Bishue ranked third. After that, Bai Qianjiao, Mo Wushang, and Long Chan ranked third. Unfortunately, it seemed that Lan Yu had no hope of becoming one of the 6 young masters. However, she had a high chance of ranking in the top 10. This had already exceeded her original expectations. This round of the competition hadn't started yet, but the audience was already boiling. This was because the battle for the top 3 would be decided in this round. Ling Xiao only had 2 opponents left. One was Qin Bishue, and the other was Hai Myung KO. No matter who he faced, it would be a classic battle. It was exciting. While the audience was in full swing, the competition went on in an orderly manner. Long Chen defeated Hong Li and secured his spot as one of the 6 young masters. Mo Wushang and Bai Qianjiao also defeated their opponents and secured their spots. Lan Yu also defeated her opponent. Her opponent was Dao Wuming from the Heavenly King sect. Dao Wuming was no longer as arrogant as he was at the beginning. Right now, he couldn't even defeat Lan Yu, let alone Ling Xiao. His face was so ugly that it was unbearable. Next, Ling Xiao versus Qin Bishue. As the head judge's voice rang out, the audience burst into cheers. Because the audience liked this arrangement. If Ling Xiao encountered the Holy Sun, Hai Myung KO, too early, it wouldn't be good. At this point in the competition, the 6 young masters had basically been decided. However, the second and third place were still unclear. This was because Ling Xiao hadn't met Qin Bishue yet. As for the first place, most people thought that it belonged to Hai Myung KO. No one could take it away. Of course, there was another reason why people were looking forward to this battle. Many people wanted to know if Ling Xiao was qualified to challenge the Holy Sun. If he defeated Qin Bixue, it would be interesting. However, if he lost to Qin Bixue, there would be no suspense. After all, Qin Bixue lost to Han Myung-ko. If he couldn't even defeat Qin Bixue, how could he defeat the Holy Sun, Han Myung-ko? Chapter 832. The Qin Bixue obviously attached great importance to this battle. He unsheathed his blood saber and turned into a red light that swept onto the stage. His eyes were filled with an incomparably strong fighting spirit. This kind of fighting spirit was very similar to the one he had when he fought the Holy Sun. Ling Xiao still walked slowly onto the stage, as if this battle was insignificant to him. Ling Xiao didn't seem to feel anything in the face of the Qin Bixue's soaring killing intent and terrifying saber intent. His face was as indifferent as ever. He was dressed in a green robe, and his black hair was fluttering in the wind. He looked like an immortal that came from the horizon. He was calm and unfathomable. I didn't expect that a small Yuehua school would have such a character like you. What a surprise. The Qin Bixue's killing intent was getting stronger and stronger, and his saber intent was getting stronger and stronger. He stood there like a demonic blade covered in blood, causing people to shudder. You're not bad either, Ling Xiao said lightly. Ha ha ha, you're crazy. It's a pity that I, the Qin Bixue, hate arrogant people like you the most. You're not qualified to challenge the Holy Sun. Let me completely destroy your will in this battle. The Qin Bixue laughed loudly. Ling Xiao rubbed his ears and said, Don't be so loud. It's too noisy. Since you're so willing to be Han Myung-ko's dog, you'll have to defeat me first. Facing the Qin Bixue, Ling Xiao directly unsheathed his sword. The Qin Bixue was very strong, and his cultivation was already at the early stage of the one-line sky realm. If Ling Xiao didn't want to expose his cultivation and wanted to defeat him with the strength of a heavenly pulse warrior, he had to unsheath his sword. Otherwise, it would be difficult to deal with him. This time, Ling Xiao used the Fury Wind Sword. The Qin Bixue was very fast. The Fury Wind Sword and Wind Celestial Phenomenon pursued the same extreme speed. It was just right to deal with the Qin Bixue. Blood Blade Sutra. Massacre in all directions. Qin Bixue did not waste any more time. He channeled his heavenly essence force and slashed down with his blood saber. 4 terrifying blood saber chi shot towards Ling Xiao. In the void, a sword light flashed like an inconspicuous meteor. It turned out that Ling Xiao had attacked almost at the same time. As Ling Xiao's strength increased, the power of the Fury Wind Sword skill, Fury Wind Shuttle, also increased substantially. The terrifying shuttle directly penetrated the bloody saber chi of the Qin Bixue, shattering and disintegrating them. The air was filled with the thick smell of blood. His speed was faster than the Qin Bixue. After Ling Xiao stabbed out with his sword, he also rushed out. The sword light instantly approached the Qin Bixue. This sword actually transformed into 13 human-shaped sword chis. Behind Ling Xiao, the shadow of a sword demon had appeared out of nowhere. This was the advent of the sword demon. It was 10 times more terrifying than the raging wind shuttle. What's going on? Many people in the audience did not understand what was going on. Logically speaking, Qin Bixue's cultivation level was higher than Ling Xiao's, so he should have the upper hand. However, in reality, Ling Xiao had the complete upper hand in this battle. Ling Xiao's terrifying sword strike had already made Qin Bixue extremely uncomfortable. 1 human-shaped sword chi was already enough to make Qin Bixue vomit blood. 13 human-shaped sword chi was simply killing him. At this moment, Qin Bixue finally understood how terrifying Ling Xiao was. It was not that Bai Qinjiao was too weak, nor was it that Mo Wushang was too weak. It was that Ling Xiao was too terrifying. Every move he made had an unstoppable effect. This was the immense pressure brought about by the mountain river intent. Blood saber transformation. At this critical moment, Qin Bixue did not dare to hold back. The heavenly yuan energy in his body erupted like a volcano. His entire body was instantly covered by a ferocious armor. He had originally planned to defeat Ling Xiao without using the blood saber transformation. However, he had clearly miscalculated. Ling Xiao's strength had exceeded his expectations. Buzz. The human-shaped sword chi was blocked by the terrifying bloodlight. However, it was unable to completely block it. In the end, one of Ling Zhao's sword chi pierced Qin Bishue's body. Get lost. Qin Bishue let out a shocking roar. His hands turned into sharp blades and blasted out. This attack collided with Ling Zhao's raging wind sword's human-shaped sword chi. The human-shaped sword chi collapsed instantly. Ling Zhao's body gently bounced up and then flew back and landed on the ground. Looking at Qin Bishue, she was really in a sorry state. On her chest, there was a bloody wound. Even with the transformation of the blood blade, it couldn't stop Ling Zhao's sword from hitting its target. All it did was reduce the damage. Otherwise, Ling Zhao's sword would have pierced through Qin Bishue's chest. Fortunately, he had entered the blood saber transformation state in time. Otherwise, he would have been defeated by Ling Xiao in one move. He might even have been seriously injured. Countless spectators fell into a daze when they saw the scene on the stage. Am I hallucinating? Ling Xiao injured Qin Bishue in one move? You're right. That's the truth. Oh my god. Ling Xiao is just a heavenly pulse martial artist. He can actually challenge a celestial realm master? Only Mo Wushang and the Holy Sun can do this. What's more, those two were facing ordinary celestial realm martial artists. Ling Xiao is facing a peerless genius. Maybe we've all been wrong. Ling Xiao hasn't shown his full strength. All his previous battles were just for fun. Before, in everyone's mind, Ling Xiao was more mysterious and kept winning. In other aspects, including cultivation and aura, he seemed to be inferior to Qin Bishue. In this battle, Qin Bishue should be suppressing Ling Xiao. However, the battle had just begun, and Ling Xiao had let these people slap their own faces. One sword shocking the heavens. Everyone looked at him in a new light. Qin Bishue was like an injured king of beasts. His eyes were so red that they looked like they were about to bleed. He roared angrily, Ling Xiao, you Ahua schoolboy, puny transcendent realm martial artist, you've really pissed me off. Now, I'll let you know what it means to be a killing god and what it means to be afraid. Qin Bishue, who had entered the transformed state, was nearly twice as strong as before. Blood-red lightning began to roar all over his body. Then, these lightning bolts condensed into a huge saber of blood-red lightning. Blood Thunder Mad Dance. Die, Ling Xiao. After reaching the celestial realm, Qin Bishue entered the blood-red saber transformation state for the first time. It was also the first time he used the Blood Thunder Mad Dance in this state. The protective wall around the fighting ring began to distort and deform, as if it was being torn apart by some kind of force. The huge blood-red saber suddenly flew out and fell from mid-air with a terrifying momentum. Accompanied by the dancing blood-red lightning, it stabbed toward Ling Xiao, who was on the ground. I'm doomed to die if I face this move. Bai Qianjiao shook her head with a wry smile and said to Hongli next to her, I didn't expect Qin Bishue to be so powerful after reaching the celestial realm. This move should be able to hurt Hai Myung KO. Ling Xiao can't escape unscathed. Although Hongli didn't like Ling Xiao, she was right to praise Qin Bishue. Chapter 833. At this time, Qin Bishue was much stronger than when he faced Mo Wushang, Bai Qianjiao, and even Hai Myung KO. His strength had increased by at least 10 times. This was the huge difference between the transcendent realm and the celestial realm. However, Ling Zhao's expression didn't change in the slightest. He was still as indifferent as ever, as if he had turned a blind eye to Qin Bishue's strength. Qin Bishue shouted as he used his killing move, Ling Xiao, you're very strong, which I didn't expect. But now, you won't be able to touch a single hair of mine. I'm going to use this move to defeat you completely. Boom. The terrifying blood thunder bombarded the battle stage. The battle stage, which had been repaired again, couldn't withstand the attack of the violent thunder. Countless zigzagging cracks appeared on it, and there were still flashes of lightning inside. Puff. The protective wall was finally pierced through. The referees didn't dare to be negligent and repaired it again. It couldn't be helped. No one had expected that such a powerful and outstanding young cultivator would appear in this year's martial arts festival final. Although there was still a gap between him and Yushinue and Jifuling in the past. However, this level of strength was still shocking. Below the stage, countless young cultivators of the same age as Qin Bishue showed helpless and depressed expressions. They didn't expect Qin Bishue to be so terrifying after advancing to the celestial realm. He was like a demon king with the blood thunder wild saber. He really didn't use his full strength when he fought me. Long Chun smiled bitterly. He had lost to Qin Bishue before, but he didn't lose miserably. It should be said that they were evenly matched on the surface. However, from the looks of it, Qin Bishue had obviously concealed her true strength when she fought with him. Otherwise, she would have won within 10 moves. The domineering Qin Baixu floated in the air and looked down at Ling Xiao with a domineering smile. Ling Xiao, admit defeat. You have no chance against this move of mine. I, Qin Bishue, am the only one below the Holy Sun. You're right. You're the first person after the Holy Sun. Ling Xiao used Cloud Dragon Divine Travel to dodge the blood lightning bolts falling from the sky. He even had the time to chat with Qin Bishue. But I'm stronger than the Holy Sun. Hai Myung Ko is not as good as me. F***CK. Is there something wrong with Ling Xiao's head? Now that he's facing Qin Bishue, he seems to be at a disadvantage. How dare he say that he's stronger than the saint? I think so too. Unless he's still hiding his true strength, he will lose sooner or later. The situation in the ring was simple. Qin Bishue was launching a killer move, and Ling Xiao was desperately dodging and running away. It was no wonder that the audience doubted Ling Xiao's strength. Even the Yuehua school students, including Golden Light Celestial Master, Heavenly Eye Celestial Master, and Wang Han Tianzuan, were worried. At this point, Ling Xiao had already done enough. Even if he lost to a powerful opponent like Qin Bishue, it was not shameful. Their only hope was that Ling Xiao would not try to be brave and get himself seriously injured. That would not be worth it. However, Lan Yuer, Dai Yuling, and Long Hao were not worried at all. Instead, they were full of excitement, because they believed that Ling Xiao was much stronger than Qin Bishue. Humph, it seems that I have to enter the humanoid dragon form. Otherwise, I won't be a match for Qin Bishue. Ling Xiao curled his lips. While he was dodging, a clear dragon roar suddenly sounded. Then, a golden light pierced through the blood lightning. Ling Xiao, who was standing there, had entered the humanoid dragon form. Well, I'll use the 10th form. The strength of a heavenly pulse martial artist is still too far away from that of a celestial being. I can't be careless. Ling Xiao would never underestimate Qin Bishue, so he directly entered the 10th humanoid dragon form. A terrifying aura was released in an instant. It bounced back the dancing blood lightning and then shattered it. What? Qin Bishue was obviously shocked. He hurriedly retreated to avoid the bounced attacks. He was surprised because he did not expect that Ling Xiao would use the transformation at this time. He did not expect Ling Xiao to have such an ability. In the stands, the Blood Blade Sect's master was shocked. He stared at Ling Xiao, as if he wanted to see through this young man. Is this all you've got? Qin Bishue asked sharply after dodging Ling Xiao's counterattack. Well, you can say that. You can say that? The audience could not help but curse in their hearts. How powerful is this guy? What else is he hiding? Bastard, show me what you've got now. Otherwise, you won't have any more chances. Qin Bishue was extremely angry. Ling Xiao actually looked down on him and did not use all of his strength when fighting with him. He could not accept this. Actually, I was the one who wanted to say this to you. Ling Xiao, who had entered the 10th humanoid dragon form, clearly felt that Qin Bishue's aura was suppressed by him. Is this the majesty of the dragon clan? It's really terrifying. Arrogant. Qin Bishue no longer had anything to hide. He had displayed all of his strength, so his next attack could only be a repeat of the previous moves. Qin Bishue was getting closer and closer. Ling Xiao could not help but shake his head and say, I'm so disappointed. Since you don't have any other killing moves, I don't need to use more powerful moves to deal with you. Shadow Sword Technique. Sword Demon Descends. It was the same move, but the power was twice as strong. This was the effect of the humanoid dragon form. Qin Bishue could only watch helplessly as the 13 human-shaped sword cheese continuously collided against his body. Once, twice. Finally, on the 9th time, he finally spat out a mouthful of blood and flew backward like a kite with a broken string. Qin Bishue had lost before the 13 humanoid sword cheese were completely released. Everything happened so suddenly. Many of the audience felt that it was a bit surreal. Ling Xiao, who was being chased around by Qin Bishue, defeated Qin Bishue with one move. Ling Xiao won and absorbed Qin Bishue's luck. His 9th cauldron had also increased from 70% to 90%, which was exactly the same as Hai Myung Kos. Bastard! How dare you steal my luck? Qin Bishue roared madly at the stage and even wanted to rush up to the stage. If you dare come up, I'll kill you. Ling Xiao's cold voice sounded. He was not joking at all. Qin Bishue thought of Jian Wuji's death that night and felt a strong chill in his heart. He suddenly stopped after taking 2 steps and said to Ling Xiao, "Don't think that you can challenge the Holy Sun just because you defeated me. You're nothing in front of her." "Is that so? You don't have to worry about that. When I defeat him, you'll know who's stronger and who's weaker," Ling Xiao replied indifferently. Chapter 834. Ling Xiao had never been nice to a spineless guy like Qin Bishue. In fact, Qin Bishue's aptitude was not inferior to the Holy Sun. Even if he lost today, he still had a chance to surpass him in the future. However, this guy was completely willing to be the Holy Sun's dog. It was really disgusting. After Ling Xiao defeated Qin Bishue, the audience lost interest in the other matches. The only thing they wanted to see was the battle between Ling Xiao and the Holy Sun, Hai Myung Ko. As the 18th round of the competition was still going on, many people became restless. Until the last round began, the audience was still very anxious. However, the referees seemed to be deliberately against the audience and put the battle between Ling Xiao and Hai Myung Ko to the last match. Now, except for the 1st and 2nd place, the rest of the rankings were clear. Qin Bishue was 3rd. Bai Qinjiao was 4th. Imo Wushang was 5th. Long Chun was 6th. Together with Hai Myung Ko and Ling Xiao, they were the new 6 young masters of the sacred dynasty. Lan Yu was lucky to get 9th place. Although it was not easy, she was still in the top 10. This made the people of Yuehua School very excited. Celestial Master Golden Light could not help but cry. Ling Xiao should be 2nd. However, in this martial arts festival, our Yuehua School has been in the limelight. Ling Xiao is 2nd, Lan Yu is 9th, Dai Yuling is 24th, and Ling Xiao is 52nd. They have taken up 4 spots in the top 100. Celestial Master Heavenly Eye sighed. Yes, it would be great if Ling Xiao could defeat Hai Myung Ko. Wang Han Tianzuan was still a little ambitious. I'm afraid it'll be a bit difficult. You've all seen Hai Myung Ko's battle before. She's so powerful that she's completely above the others. It's simply wishful thinking to want to defeat her. Heavenly Empyrean Heavenly, I shook his head and smiled bitterly. Although I am very confident in Ling Xiao, it is indeed too difficult for him to defeat Hai Myung Ko. Golden Light Heavenly Master felt the same way. No matter how worried they were, there was only one battle left in the finals of the martial arts festival. On one side was Ling Xiao, and on the other was Hai Myung Ko. Ling Xiao was the biggest dark horse in this year's martial arts festival. He had defeated all his opponents and maintained a winning streak. His record was exactly the same as Hai Myung Ko's. His points were exactly the same, and even his luck was exactly the same. It was as if his strength could never be seen through, as if it was always hidden. Every battle would give people a surprise, an unexpected surprise. When people thought he couldn't win, he would show amazing and terrifying strength. Even Qin Bishue, who was at the one-line sky realm, was defeated by Ling Xiao. This was too surprising. As for the Holy Sun, Hai Myung Ko, there was no need for too much introduction. She had won 1st place in the last martial arts festival and was the head of the 6 childs of the sacred dynasty. No matter who she faced, she would easily win. Her cultivation had reached the early stage of yin and yang heaven, which made everyone look at her with new eyes. Before this battle, Your Highness Holy Sun, shouldn't you tell me about our bet first? Ling Xiao was not in a hurry to get on the stage. Anyway, the martial arts platform was still under heavy maintenance. Even if he wanted to get on the stage now, he couldn't. Bet? What bet? The audience was a little confused. Ling Xiao was just a disciple of the Yuehua school, while the Holy Son was going to inherit the throne of Holy Emperor. What kind of bet was there between them? Few people knew about it. After all, this bet was only between Ling Xiao and the Holy Son. Back in the Yuehua sect, not many people knew about it. Ling Xiao had to let more people know about it. Otherwise, if Hai Myung-ko refused to admit her loss, he wouldn't be able to say anything. I didn't expect you to admit your bet. I thought you were too scared to mention it. Hai Myung-ko sneered and then stood up from her seat. She said loudly, "My bet with Ling Xiao is very simple. If he loses, he will be interrogated by Holy Emperor in public, pay the price for killing a disciple of the swordsman sect, and become my slave for life." Ling Xiao continued, "If the Holy Son loses, the sacred dynasty will no longer interfere in the affairs of the swordsman sect, and the Holy Son will be my slave. Although I don't like this kind of maidservant, one more won't make a difference." What? When the contents of the bet were revealed, everyone present was shocked. This was too bold, wasn't it? Regardless of who won or lost, Ling Xiao dared to make such a bet with the Holy Son. He didn't take the royal family of the sacred dynasty and the Heavenly King sect seriously at all. In the audience stand, countless disciples of the Heavenly King sect looked angrily at the cyan-robed young man near the martial arts platform. They were still unfamiliar with Ling Xiao, but now that the martial arts festival had begun, they were no longer unfamiliar with him. He was the biggest dark horse of this year's martial arts festival. Who dared to look down on him? Of course, at the beginning of the competition, most people mentioned this name with disdain and mockery. What could a mere disciple of the Yuehua school, a disciple of a sect ranked at the bottom of the 12 sects, be capable of? He dared to provoke the core disciple of their sect, Dao Wuming. But now, they were no longer disdainful and mocking. Instead, they were angry and jealous. Who was the Holy Son? After it was announced that she was a girl, she was not only the unattainable Holy Son, but also the goddess in the hearts of countless disciples of the 12 sects. Usually, most disciples of the Heavenly King sect didn't have the chance to interact with the Holy Son, not only because of the Holy Son's arrogance and indifference. It was also because she was the noblest person on the Tianlong continent. But this girl, who they had difficulty interacting with, had now made a bet with Ling Xiao. If she lost, she would become Ling Xiao's servant. Just thinking about it made them jealous. Although this kind of jealousy was a little strange and abnormal. Because of this, almost all the disciples of the Heavenly King sect had a very bad impression of Ling Xiao. When talking about this person, they were extremely sarcastic and critical. It was as if they wouldn't give up until they made Ling Xiao worthless. They really didn't know if Ling Xiao had stolen their wives or slept with their daughters. Facing the disdain and anger of the disciples of the Heavenly King sect, Ling Xiao's face still had a calm and composed smile. Seeing this scene, the disciples of the other sects secretly gave Ling Xiao a thumbs up. Not only did Ling Xiao surpass all the difficulties to reach the end of the martial arts festival, but he also satisfied the blasphemy in their hearts towards the Holy Son. He's simply a role model for our generation. He even dared to flirt with the Holy Son. Amazing, amazing. In particular, some of the lechers in the sects seemed to have thought of something from the bet and laughed very strangely. Hai Myung-ko looked at Ling Xiao, who was not far away. She hated this person to the extreme. The bet has been announced to the world, and the battle stage has basically been repaired. Can we start the battle next? Hai Myung-ko said to Ling Xiao. Chapter 835. Hai Myung-ko only wanted to defeat Ling Xiao as soon as possible. Otherwise, she would feel uncomfortable just by looking at him. However, even though she was so angry that she wanted to curse, Hai Myung-ko still tried her best to make herself look better. Standing there, she was like a holy white lotus, noble and pure, not allowing anyone to taint her. Putting on an act. Strong on the outside, but weak on the inside. Sikong Xian, the vice sect master of the Heavenly King sect, coldly snorted. Even if you're putting on an act, it's still not easy to be so calm in front of so many people. Sikong Zun smiled faintly. Big brother, who are you siding with? Sikong Xian said unhappily. It doesn't matter who I'm siding with. What's important is that our Mingkong must not lose this battle. Sikong Zun said slowly, once she loses, not only will she lose face, but she will also lose luck and the glory of being the chosen one. This will be a huge blow to the royal family of the sacred dynasty and our heavenly king sect. Even the establishment of the Sky Dragon Institute will be affected. Then what should we do? Sikong Xian asked. Just in case, go and make some preparations. If Ling Xiao wins, don't let him walk out of here. I don't believe that the Moon Lady will risk her life for a mere young man. As long as he's dead, she should stop. Sikong Zun said coldly. That can't be, right? Can Ling Xiao win? Sikong Xian said disdainfully. Just go when I tell you to. Why are you wasting your breath? All right, I'll listen to you. You're the big brother and the sect master of the Heavenly King sect. Sikong Xian stood up and left. Ling Xiao, is there anything else? Why aren't you on the stage? The head judge stood up and frowned. The battle stage and array had been repaired. Hai Myungko had already stepped onto the stage, but Ling Xiao was still standing there, unwilling to move. This made him a little unhappy. There is indeed something else. Ling Xiao said slowly, the battle in the martial arts festival is too boring. What kind of battle is it if we can't kill each other? I want a battle with the Holy Sun. Life and death is up to fate. It wasn't because Ling was bloodthirsty, but because he was in a disadvantageous position and had to do this. Otherwise, if Ji Mingkong accidentally killed him, nothing would happen to her. The entire sacred dynasty and heavenly king sect would protect her, unless the Moon Lady's revenge. The holy dynasty to kill him. They, an even list. He would be listed as the public enemy of the dynasty, to the two, they, and to the two, to people, there were many people. The Saint dynasty still wanted to maintain their reputation, so they wouldn't go all out just for a saint. As long as they didn't do it openly, he would have a loophole to take advantage of. It would be safer. Everyone's eyes focused on Ling Xiao in an instant. They didn't expect Ling Xiao to say such a thing. Isn't this courting death? Your opponent is the Holy Sun, Hai Myungko. Do you think it's a nobody? How dare you propose a life and death battle? Golden Light, should we persuade Ling Xiao? It's too risky. Heavenly Eye frowned. Persuade him? Heavenly Master Golden Light smiled bitterly and shook his head. Can we persuade him? Heavenly Master Golden Light turned to look at the Moon Lady's expression. He found that the Moon Lady was not worried at all. Instead, she had a satisfied smile on her face. Damn! Heavenly Master Golden Light was speechless. He had planned to ask the Moon Lady to persuade Ling Xiao. He thought that Ling Xiao would listen to the Moon Lady. But who knew that the Moon Lady seemed to be in favor of this? Hai Myungko's eyes also flashed with a trace of surprise. However, she returned to normal after a while. Was he planning to go all out? She sneered and said calmly, I agree. Let's leave it to fate. Hearing Hai Myungko's words, the Sage Emperor in the VIP seats couldn't help but frown. Although Ling Xiao had cut through all obstacles and successfully made it to the end of the martial arts festival, he had surprised many people. However, he still felt that Ling Xiao was no match for Hai Myungko. After all, Hai Myungko was the target of the Heavenly King sect and the Sacred Dynasty. The Sage Emperor knew how powerful she was. Even so, the Sage Emperor still didn't want to announce the life and death battle in public, because if that was the case, Ling Xiao would be able to go all out. Who knew what kind of sinister move this brat would use? In the end, even if Hai Myungko won, it wouldn't be worth it if she was covered in injuries that couldn't be healed. But it was useless even if he didn't want to. Hai Myungko had already agreed. If he went back on his word, the royal family's dignity would be completely destroyed. The head judge snorted coldly and said, Kid, I didn't blame you when you pretended to be my good son, Ji-fearing son. Now that you've made such a request, do you really want to die? Head judge, I don't know who fed you such nonsense, but I don't know Ji-fearing. I've never pretended to be anyone's son. Ling Xiao instantly understood why the head judge suddenly hated him. It turned out that someone had fed him such nonsense. Was it the sage emperor? Or was it Hai Myung-keo? It didn't matter who it was. He explained and then jumped onto the battle stage. Seeking death? He didn't plan to die. He just wanted to save his own life. Although it looked like a life-and-death battle, it was actually the fairest battle. The purple flash sword appeared in his hand. This was Ling Zhao's strongest sword. It was the most suitable weapon to deal with Hai Myung-keo. The sword brought with it a thunderous sound. It sounded like a clap of thunder. Electric currents flickered on the sword. Ling Zhao's heavenly essence energy, which had been completely converted to electricity, emitted a blinding blue light that surrounded his body. Ling Zhao stared at Hai Myung-keo and said, "When you brought Chun Nanqing to Yuehua School to cause trouble for me, you probably didn't expect this day to come. It's time for us to end this." He didn't have a good impression of Hai Myung-keo. Ever since that meeting, Hai Myung-keo had been looking for people to deal with him. She wanted his life. Feng Yaorao, Army Breaker, Yaqin Xue, Jin Wuji, and the others had all tried to kill him. However, he had neutralized them one by one and fought back. After all, who would be able to maintain a heart without hatred after the other party had repeatedly tried to kill you? In any case, Ling Xiao couldn't do it. Perhaps Zhao Xi could do it in the past. After all, if one didn't have the temperament of a saint, they wouldn't be able to accept it. Hai Myung-keo gently touched the storage ring on her hand. The storage ring was made of beautiful gems. Not only was it spacious, but it was also very exquisite. A red light flickered and a slender sword appeared in her hand. This sword was about a foot longer than an ordinary sword. It was also very thin and gave off a strange feeling. Chapter 836. Under the sunlight, the thin sword in Hai Myung-keo's hand glowed with a strange light. It was obvious that it was not an ordinary item. At the very least, it was an immortal-grade artifact. Furthermore, it might have some special effects. Hai Myung-keo's pupils contracted slightly. Then, she laughed. "There's no point in saying anything now. Back then, I wanted to uphold justice for the Sword King sect. It was you who was stubborn. I wasn't in the wrong. The one who was in the wrong is you." Uphold justice? Ling Xiao really wanted to laugh. He was afraid that even Hai Myung-keo herself would not believe her words. "I've seen shameless people before. However, it's rare to see someone as shameless as you." Ling Zhao's face turned cold. The purple lightning sword in his hand glowed brighter and brighter. "Let's begin. There's nothing more to say to someone like you." Hai Myung-keo's eyes flashed with surprise as she felt the terrifying heavenly yuan energy gushing out of Ling Xiao's body. It seemed that this kid was not completely putting on an act. He was a heavenly pulse martial artist, but his heavenly yuan energy was close to 100%. This was something that ordinary heavenly pulse martial artists could not do. No wonder this kid could defeat the Qin Bishue. Unfortunately, he still has no chance against me. Her slender hand held the thin sword. The heavenly yuan energy condensed into a whirlwind that danced around the sword. The energy that leaked out constantly collided with the protective barrier and the stage. The stage that had been strictly renovated was still covered with ravines from the fierce, heavenly yuan energy. It was very ugly. Hai Myung-keo raised her sword and pointed it at Ling Xiao. The sharp edge of the sword was like a poisonous snake spitting out its tongue. It made people feel a terrifying threat. As the heavenly yuan energy continued to surge out of their bodies, their auras became stronger and stronger. The atmosphere of the entire competition venue became tense because of this. The air seemed to have frozen. Everyone seemed to have been immobilized. They could not speak. They did not even dare to move. Their gazes shot towards the martial arts arena in unison. They really wanted to know exactly what the outcome of this battle would be. Would Ling Xiao, the Dark Horse, completely defeat the 6 young masters of the Sacred Dynasty? Or would Hai Myung-keo protect her honor? On the stage, Ling Xiao took a deep breath. His eyes were filled with black and gold flames. "Ling Xiao, you must remember that your opponent is the Holy Sun, the heir of the Sacred Dynasty. You'd better." In the VIP seats, the Holy Emperor was still feeling uneasy. He was trying to convey his message to Ling Xiao. However, what made him angry was that Ling Xiao didn't wait for him to finish speaking. Under everyone's gaze, his feet moved. and his body turned into an afterimage. With extreme speed, he stabbed the sword in his hand towards Ji Mingkong. "What are you talking about? Let's fight." Ling Xiao threw these words at the sage emperor as the sword light flew away. Since they had already shed all pretenses, there was no need to be reserved. The anger in his chest would erupt today. He would show no mercy. It was as if he was a ferocious beast that had been waiting for a long time and was finally ready to hunt. How could Ling Xiao stop at this moment? Hai Myung-ko stared coldly at Ling Xiao, who was rushing over. There was a hint of disdain in her eyes. While he had the natural dragon soul, he also had the heavenly secret martial spirit, which had been passed down from generation to generation in the sacred dynasty. The heavenly secret martial spirit allowed a cultivator to fly in the transcendent realm. It also allowed them to use all kinds of terrifying killing moves. The natural dragon soul represented life force and the ability to recover without dying. The heavenly secret martial spirit gave her terrifying offensive and defensive abilities. Therefore, Hai Myung-ko was not afraid of Ling Xiao. It was not without reason that she disdained Ling Xiao. When Ling Xiao was less than 10 meters away from her, Hai Myung-ko finally moved. In that instant, a strange pavilion appeared behind her. There were countless strange inscriptions on the pavilion. This was the manifestation of the heavenly secret martial spirit. So, as the inscriptions on the pavilion emitted a soft light, Hai Myung-ko's speed reached an astonishing level. In the blink of an eye, she crossed 10 meters and passed by Ling Xiao. Because her speed was too fast, many people did not see the moment they passed by each other. The two had already engaged in an earth-shattering exchange. Hai Myung-ko's strange thin sword trembled slightly. The sharp heavenly yuan qi turned into sword qi and pierced towards Ling Xiao's throat. In that instant, Ling Xiao also made his move. The purple lightning sword flashed with a cold light and thunder crackled. It easily shattered Hai Myung-ko's sword qi. After destroying those strands of sword qi, Ling Xiao did not remain idle. His cold eyes flashed with intense killing intent. Then, he stabbed his sword towards Hai Myung-ko's back. The terrifying sword qi compressed the air to the point that it almost solidified. Many people even had the illusion that Hai Myung-ko's body had become distorted. Sensing the powerful sword qi behind her, Hai Myung-ko frowned. She seemed to be surprised. Whether it was Ling Xiao's reaction or judgment, he was much more outstanding than she had expected. She had seen Ling Xiao's previous battles with the others. She had a certain understanding of Ling Xiao. Although she said that she disdained Ling Xiao, she was still somewhat afraid of him. Therefore, she was actually very serious in this battle. However, this time, Ling Xiao's performance was better than any of the previous battles. While frowning, Hai Myung-ko's thin sword stabbed backwards and blocked Ling Xiao's purple lightning sword at an extremely strange angle. Clang! The sound of metal colliding rang out. However, the purple lightning sword was not stopped. The terrifying power of thunder and lightning, combined with the powerful destructive sword qi, gave Ling Xiao the upper hand at this moment. The thin sword was actually suppressed to the point that it almost broke. Hiss! Seeing this scene, the disciples of the Heavenly King sect all sucked in a breath of cold air. They definitely did not expect that the battle would start like this. Ling Xiao actually dared to fight the Holy Sun face to face. Hai Myung-ko was Hai Myung-ko after all. Although they were surprised, they did not panic. In that instant, a terrifying surge of heavenly essence energy condensed on the thin sword. The originally thin sword instantly became much wider. The terrifying power actually sent Ling Xiao and the purple lightning sword flying. Is that the Tianji sword? In the stands, someone recognized the sword in Hai Myung-ko's hand. It can't be wrong. She's using the Tianji sword that has been passed down for generations in the sacred dynasty. The sword principle she uses is the Tianji sword technique. Legend has it that the Tianji sword is a complete set of swords. It ranges from mortal-grade artifacts to legendary divine-grade, heavenly Dao artifacts. I wonder how many of them are still in the sacred dynasty. That's not the key point. The key point is that the Tianji sword technique is extremely difficult to cultivate. However, with each level, one can obtain a transformation of the Tianji martial spirit. The Tianji martial spirit has a total of 36 levels. Even with 36 transformations, only the human kings have succeeded in cultivating it. That's right. For the other members of the imperial family, being able to reach the first level before the age of 20 would already be a blessing to them. However, from the looks of it, His Highness the Holy Sun has already successfully mastered the third level's body transformation. Thus, his Tianji sword is able to change in size. Chapter 837. The Holy Sun is indeed the Holy Sun. This is just the beginning. Ling Xiao is really unlucky. Once the Tianji sword art is used, Ling Xiao will definitely be defeated. Ling Xiao had heard of the Tianji sword art and the Tianji martial soul. However, he didn't care. Although the Tianji martial soul was powerful, it was only rumored to be a substitute for the Mountain River martial soul. Its power was less than 1/10,000th of the Mountain River martial soul. At most, it could only reach the level of 12 immortal souls. It couldn't even reach the level of 9 dragon souls. The reason why such a martial soul was created was probably because the human king was worried that his descendants wouldn't be able to inherit the Mountain River martial soul. Therefore, he made it out of kindness. It was truly fortunate to have a good ancestor. This was not a lie. He didn't care, but the disciples of the Heavenly King sect and the disciples of the Sacred Dynasty were excited. Even Sikong Zun and Shang Di nodded proudly, praising Hai Myung-ko's performance. Looks like we worried too much. Shang Di laughed. That's right. Although the third level of the Tianji sword art is only equivalent to a precious jade grade martial art, if Ling Xiao doesn't have a backup plan, it will definitely be difficult for him to defend against it. Sikong Zun also nodded with a smile. Holding the purple flash sword, Ling Xiao's pupils were filled with countless golden inscriptions, constantly flashing. The Mountain River martial soul had already started to analyze the opponent's sword art. This was the first time Ling Xiao had encountered such a sword art. Therefore, he had to understand it before continuing the battle. Otherwise, it would be a thankless task. The Holy Sun is indeed the Holy Sun. You can even use a precious jade-grade martial art so casually. This is really admirable. Although that was what he said, Ling Xiao's face didn't have the slightest hint of admiration. He waved the purple flash sword in his hand again, and the sound of thunder continued to resound. Ling Xiao's entire body seemed to be wrapped in lightning. Whoosh! In that instant, a pair of golden dragon wings sprouted from his back, increasing his speed by more than 10 times. In the blink of an eye, he was right in front of Hai Myung-ko. Hai Myung-ko was very fast. This was an advantage in terms of cultivation. Ling Xiao had to use the golden dragon wings in his 10th dragon form to gain a slight advantage. Within the electric light of the purple flash sword, there were wisps of flames burning continuously. The flame was black gold in color and had the aura of hell. However, other than Ling Xiao, no one else knew about this. Others could not see it at all. Hai Myung-ko's frown deepened when she saw Ling Xiao speeding towards her. Ling Xiao's speed was so fast that it was beyond her expectations. It was not inferior to her speed when she was below the celestial realm. The frown only lasted for a moment. Then, Hai Myung-ko pierced her sword through the air. A strange ball of light formed at the tip of the sword. First transformation of the Tianji sword technique. Sword cannon. Ling Xiao did not know what a sword cannon was. However, judging from Hai Myung-ko's attack, the power of this attack was much stronger than ordinary sword chi. It gave people a feeling that they could not block it. It was quite terrifying. Whoosh! The ball of light condensed into the size of a fist and flew towards Ling Xiao. It actually spun violently in the air. Around this ball of light, it vaguely formed a spinning air blade. Even the air was cut apart, creating an absolute vacuum. Before this attack could even get close to Ling Xiao, it had already left countless ravines on the martial arts stage. This martial arts stage was built for nothing again. One of the judges laughed bitterly and helplessly. The terrifying sword cannon was blocked by Ling Xiao's purple lightning sword. It exploded in the air, forming a ball of light that was as dazzling as a miniature sun. Because he blocked this attack, Ling Xiao's rapidly moving figure clearly paused for a moment. He had no choice but to stop. At this moment, Hai Myung-ko's attack followed closely behind. Sacred Ancestors' long fist, unifying the mystic world. Amidst that clear and delicate shout, Hai Myung-ko actually held a sword in one hand and punched towards Ling Xiao with the other. Although the current Sacred Ancestors' long fist was not as good as it was in the past, when it was executed by Hai Myung-ko, it was still very powerful. If Ling Xiao was hit by this attack, he would definitely be injured. If he was injured in a battle with an opponent of equal strength, he would not be far from defeat. The fist energy enveloped the entire martial arts stage. It was as if the holy image of a human king had appeared in the void. The huge fist smashed down like a meteor, heading straight for Ling Xiao's head. Ling Xiao's face was still indifferent, but he could not help but feel surprised. The fact that Hai Myung-ko was able to execute a top-tier gold-grade martial art to such an extent was truly admirable. However, this kind of opponent was even more powerful. Ling Xiao stomped his foot, and an illusory array pattern appeared on the martial arts stage. Then, he gently stepped aside. The huge fist clearly could have hit him, but it missed. Even so, the terrifying power still made Ling Xiao's blood boil. His entire body felt uncomfortable, as if he had been hit by something. This was only the power that leaked out. If he had been hit head-on, it would have been even more uncomfortable. "You won't get a chance to breathe when fighting me." The cold voice rang out again. Sword cannon, Model 2. It was the same move, and even the sword cannon was the same. However, Ling Xiao could clearly feel that this so-called Model 2 was even more powerful than the previous attack. Its speed was also faster, and it even incorporated the wind attribute's cutting effect. Because he had grasped wind's celestial phenomenon, he was all too familiar with this. Good. This time, I really won't dodge. Although dodging could reduce the damage to the greatest extent, it still felt very uncomfortable. This was because the energy that leaked out still made Ling Xiao feel pain and discomfort. It was different if he took it head-on. As long as he had the same strength, or even stronger strength, then all the damage could be offset. At that moment, the purple lightning sword in Ling Xiao's hand exploded with energy, as if it had grown a lot in an instant. It released an extremely terrifying energy, causing many of the martial artists in the stands to be shocked. A black gold flame finally appeared outside the lightning, wrapping around the purple lightning sword. With an extremely powerful might, it ruthlessly stabbed into Hai Myung-ko's sword cannon. Boom! The moment the two energies collided, a terrifying explosion of energy erupted. The sound pierced through the heavens, and a blinding light burst out like a blazing sun, forcing many martial artists to close their eyes. Otherwise, they would probably go blind. Hai Myung-ko's eyes were also affected. However, this only lasted for a moment. But at this moment, a blue figure shot out from behind the light like a sharp arrow, ruthlessly stabbing into Hai Myung-ko's body. Hai Myung-ko's eyes were affected, but in the end, her cultivation was still high. In addition to the terrifying perception of her natural dragon soul, she instantly moved 10-some meters away, barely dodging Ling Xiao's savage attack. Bang! The blue figure wrapped in lightning pierced through the defensive wall, instantly causing countless cracks to appear on the defensive wall of the martial stage like an eggshell before it shattered. Chapter 838. F***CK. Can the two of you not destroy the defensive barrier? Are you trying to tire us old fogies to death? One of the older referees gritted his teeth in anger, but there was an excited look on his face. Although the battle between these kids was nothing in his eyes, it was completely different to have such a terrifying attack at such a young age. To be honest, although he was tired, he was still happy to hear that such an outstanding young hero had appeared in the heavenly dragon continent. Hai Myung-ko stopped and looked at the broken defensive barrier with an ugly expression. With her speed, Ling Xiao's attack would not be able to hit her. However, the problem was that if such a powerful attack really landed on her body, even with her defense, she would still be injured. With a cold snort, Hai Myung-ko's aura suddenly rose, and the heavenly yuan qi on her sword became more and more intense. But in the next moment, her pupils suddenly shrank. This was because Ling Xiao had suddenly appeared in front of her, only an inch away from her. Bastard! It's a doppelganger. Ling Zhao's doppelgangers were all physical. Every doppelganger of his was made with a treasure sword as the foundation, soul power, and the shadow form sword art. Because they were physical, it was difficult to distinguish them. Not to mention the fact that it was difficult to distinguish them with the naked eye. Even Imo Wushang's demonic eyes could not see through them. This was the terrifying thing about doppelgangers. As long as the doppelganger did not attack, there was no difference on the surface. In the audience, a few of the upper echelons of the Heavenly King sect stood up, afraid that Hai Myung-ko would be at a disadvantage. But Hai Myung-ko's performance was better than they had expected. With a shake of the thin sword in her hand, she drew circles. These circles were extremely sharp, and in the middle was a tough Heavenly Yuan wall, which was equivalent to the thickness of the Heavenly Yuan Qi protective barrier. It was almost impossible for Ling Zhao to penetrate all of these heavenly essence walls in an instant without getting injured. As she executed her moves, Hai Myung-ko quickly retreated. She knew that she was being suppressed and had to break free from Ling Zhao's attacks before she could counterattack. However, Ling Zhao was like a barbarian who was not afraid of death. Facing the sharp rings, he did not care at all and directly charged in. A black gold light appeared on the golden dragon wings, and his speed actually increased a little. The rings were completely shattered. Although they had alleviated Ling Zhao's attack, they had not been able to leave a single mark on Ling Zhao's body. I almost forgot. This brat's defense is even more terrifying than Long Chen's. In the stands, a martial artist slapped his forehead as he suddenly thought of something. Hai Myung-ko also noticed this, so she looked surprised. No matter how strong your defense is, it's meaningless under my sword. Hai Myung-ko snorted coldly. She was just about to raise her sword and counterattack, taking advantage of Ling Zhao's slowing speed to regain her advantage. However, at that moment, a dense chill came from behind her. That cold feeling seeped into her skin, causing her to involuntarily shiver. She did not turn back because Hai Myung-ko knew that it was too late. She had never thought that Ling Zhao could use the Sword Soul Doppelganger twice or thrice. Behind Hai Myung-ko, Ling Zhao's power had already reached the peak of the purple flash sword. The terrifying Heavenly Yuan Qi was like boiling water that was constantly trembling and boiling. Then, the ferocious sword stabbed solidly into Hai Myung-ko's back. Except for the fact that he did not use his Heaven Realm cultivation, Ling Zhao could be considered to have unleashed the full power of this sword. After the sword stabbed out, a loud sonic boom was produced in the air. Many of the martial artists near the stage were instantly deafened. Shadow Sword Technique, Second Form. Raging waves of 1,000 layers. Ling Zhao roared in his heart. The power on the purple flash sword surged crazily again. The Heavenly Yuan Qi around him turned into raging waves that surged towards Hai Myung-ko. Then, under everyone's shocked gaze, wave after wave crashed onto Hai Myung-ko's back. Hai Myung-ko did not have the chance to dodge at all. The frenzied power sent her flying like debris, like a flower that had been trampled by a wild bull. Weak, pathetic. Letting out a long sigh, Ling Zhao withdrew the purple flash sword. The other two Sword Soul Doppelgangers also returned to their original forms and merged into Ling Zhao's body. Rumble. The attack was still ongoing. The most terrifying thing about Ling Zhao's Shadow Sword technique was that it was a continuous and powerful attack. It would not stop until the attack was over. Even if you blocked the first wave of attack, you would still have to endure the next wave. An ordinary person would not be able to do so. Although Hai Myung-ko was not an ordinary person, she was still sent flying by the continuous attacks. She was about to fall off the stage. What? The Holy Sun was defeated? Countless people watched in disbelief as Ji Mingkong was sent flying and fell off the stage. Their faces were filled with shock and disbelief. This was the Holy Sun, the leader of the 6 young masters of the sacred dynasty. The person who was thought to be most likely to obtain the identity of the Chosen One was actually defeated so easily. However, those who were familiar with Hai Myung-ko were very calm. If Hai Myung-ko was defeated so easily, then she did not deserve to be the Holy Son of the sacred dynasty. She did not deserve to be the leader of the 6 young masters of the sacred dynasty. Everyone's eyes were on the stage. The speed at which Hai Myung-ko was being sent flying had slowed down. This meant that she was gradually disintegrating Ling Xiao's attacks. Even so, being sent flying by Ling Xiao was a disgrace to many of the Heavenly King sect members. Their disdain for Ling Xiao seemed to have turned into mockery for Hai Myung-ko. This little guy's attacks are not bad. The head judge snorted. He had mixed feelings about Ling Xiao. That's right. It's a pity that even though the attack is ferocious, it's still lacking in strength. With just an attack of this level, it's still insufficient to cause too much damage to the saint. The second level of the Tianji sword skill, Skydance technique, is truly not simple. Another judge stroked his beard and sighed. That's right. This holy son is indeed worthy of being called a holy son. His strength is so strong that it's rare to see someone at his age. I'm afraid he's the one closest to Yuxinyue. It seems that the Heavenly King sect and the Sacred Dynasty have really done their best to cultivate him. Another judge nodded and said, Ling Xiao's attack just now should be his strongest attack. If that's all he has, I'm afraid he will lose to the Holy Sun. That's not necessarily true. This kid seems to know that his attack won't work. He was just testing the waters. Look at his expression. He seems to be very calm. If he is not pretending, then he must be hiding something. But what kind of hiding method could achieve such an effect? Even the head judge could not see through it. Chapter 839. I'm not sure, but this kid has already surprised us many times. Even if he surprises us one more time, it's not worth being surprised. If that's the case, this will really be a fierce battle. I'm looking forward to seeing what these two little guys will do to surprise us. On the other side, Yunya looked at the old man beside her and asked, Uncle, have you found out anything about the investigation? The old man shook his head and said, It's difficult. We've been to Tianfeng City. As long as Ling Xiao is mentioned, everyone praises him. However, almost no one knows about his growth path. We only know that he joined the Yuehua school. What about the Yuehua school? Is there anything unusual? We don't know. Ever since Ling Xiao joined the Yuehua school, he has broken miraculous records time and time again, making people look at him in a new light. Moreover, this kid is extremely smart. He knows almost everything, including alchemy and formations. You said that he knows alchemy? Yunya frowned and asked. Yes, that's interesting. Yunya smiled slightly and seemed to have some doubts in her heart. Yunya, don't make wild guesses. How can he be the master behind the scenes? After all, he's too young. The old man seemed to know what Yunya was thinking and waved his hand. Who knows? Maybe we'll understand in the future. Yunya just smiled and didn't argue. At this time, there was a new change in the battle arena. With a delicate shout, Hai Myung-ko actually completely shattered Ling Xiao's attack and stood firmly on the stage. She was actually unharmed. Seeing this scene, some people were surprised, while others were obviously relieved. On the side of the Heavenly King sect, everyone relaxed. Ji Mingkong had actually changed her clothes at some point in time, and then she looked calmly at Ling Xiao, who had an indifferent expression, and said, You've really exceeded my expectations. You're the first person in this year's martial arts festival to be able to injure me. I have to admit that I underestimated you. I didn't underestimate you, but I think I overestimated you. Ling Xiao curled his lips and said, If it were me, I would never have let the opponent have his way with that attack. If the Holy Sun can't even tell the difference between his doppelganger and his real body, then he's doomed. Really? Unfortunately, you don't know that I intentionally let you hit me just now. There's no other reason than to test your strength. Hai Myung-ko said sarcastically, It doesn't matter whether you're telling the truth or not. So, are you going to use your true strength next? With that kind of performance just now, I don't believe it's the strength of a yin and yang celestial realm martial artist. Ling Xiao knew very well that Hai Myung-ko was also hiding her strength. She had been fighting against him with the strength of a celestial pulse warrior for half a day. Until she was hit by his attack, she had no choice but to use the strength of the yin and yang celestial realm. Because he had to use it, the attack just now was, in fact, very powerful. If Hai Myung-ko still dared to hide her strength, she would be courting death. You're right, so you won't have a chance next time. I not only represent the Heavenly King sect, but also the royal family of the Sacred Dynasty. Even if it's not for the bet between us, I have to win for the royal family's reputation and the fate of the Heavenly King's sect. Hai Myunkeo said, You mean you won't hide your strength? That's right. Hai Myunkeo's long dress and her black hair suddenly fluttered without any wind, as if they were blown up by something. It was a momentum that kept increasing. This aura originated from her true cultivation and her powerful heavenly origin energy. Ha ha ha, that's great. The Holy Sun has finally shown his true strength. With the cultivation of the yin and yang celestial realm, Ling Xiao will be defeated without a doubt. It was obvious that the disciples of the Heavenly King sect did not know how much strength Hai Myunkeo had used, but the huge difference in strength made them realize one thing. Hai Myunkeo was getting serious. The sun had already risen, and the blazing sunlight shone on the arena. Everyone felt a sticky feeling. It was not only because of the stuffy heat, but also because of the heavy atmosphere. In the direction of the Heavenly King sect, a group of senior members were discussing the battle in the arena. The current development made them very unhappy. Sect leader, it doesn't look like things are going well. The competition has just started, and the Holy Sun has already been forced to show his true strength. That Ling Xiao is not simple. The person who spoke was an inner sect elder of the Heavenly King's sect. His voice was filled with anxiety and unease. You're right, that Ling Xiao is not simple, but that's all there is to it. Sikong Zun shook his head and said, Everyone has seen Minkong's improvement over the years. Even our sect and His Majesty the Holy Emperor are shocked by her progress. It can be said that except for Ji Fuling and Yu Xinyue, no one can compare to her. Seems like I'm worrying too much. Ha ha ha, it's okay. There's no need to worry so much. Even if that Ling Xiao has hidden his strength, don't forget that Minkong has received special secret techniques from the Sacred Dynasty and the Heavenly King sect. Ling Xiao is destined to lose against Minkong from the beginning. At this time, the Holy Emperor laughed and said, To be honest, the reason why I'm unhappy is because I think the situation is not very good. That's right. Since Minkong has shown her true strength, this competition is not far from the end. Sikong Zun added. On the stage, Hai Myunkeo's aura finally stopped rising. It could be clearly felt that she had removed all her hidden strength and was ready to end the battle quickly. On the slender sword, a green light flickered, and there seemed to be a divine dragon circling and dancing. Behind her, the shadow of an immemorial nature dragon finally appeared. With the Tianji martial spirit and the nature dragon soul, Ji Minkong's dual martial spirits were absolutely domineering. This made Mo Wushang, Bai Qianjiao, and the others, who were still a little unconvinced, sigh. They couldn't catch up. Their aptitude was not as good as the Holy Sun's in the first place, and she had two martial souls, both of which were extremely rare in the mystic world. How could they catch up? Give up, there's no chance. They looked at Ling Xiao, trying to find a trace of despair on Ling Xiao's face. However, all they saw was an excited smile. Not bad, not bad. This strength is worthy of me being serious. Boom. With a faint smile, Ling Xiao's aura burst forth, and a thunderous sound rang out on the stage. Terrifying black and gold flames had already enveloped Ling Xiao's body. A layer of black and gold flame armor appeared on his body. This was not a martial skill, but the symbol of a celestial realm martial artist. It was called the Heaven Origin Battle Armor. Chapter 840. There were two obvious characteristics of ascending to the celestial realm. The first was that the celestial veins were fully formed, and one's true essence was completely converted into celestial essence. The second was that one could use their celestial essence battle armor. Everyone's celestial essence battle armor was different, depending on the celestial essence of each martial artist. Ling Xiao's celestial essence battle armor wasn't just the black gold infernal dragon flame battle armor. It could even be said that the wind, thunder, rain, lightning, mist, and lightning were all types of heavenly elephant battle armor. What? Again? The audience was shocked once again. So he's also a celestial realm martial artist. No wonder he's so calm and composed. He's not afraid at all when facing other opponents. Looking at Ling Xiao's burning celestial essence battle armor, if anyone still didn't understand Ling Xiao's strength, they didn't deserve to be called martial artists. Ha ha ha, this is a big surprise. On the Yuehua school's side, Golden Light Heavenly Master was stunned for a moment, then suddenly laughed out loud. He never dreamed that Ling Xiao had already ascended to the celestial realm. How long had it been? Although Ling Xiao's celestial essence battle armor was still in its embryonic form, once it was fully formed, there was no doubt that he was a celestial realm martial artist. Qin Bishue couldn't help but curse. How much does this kid look down on me? He didn't even use his celestial realm cultivation when he fought with me. I'm impressed. Bai Qianjiao shook her head and smiled bitterly. She thought that after ascending to the celestial realm, she would be on par with Ling Xiao. She didn't expect Ling Xiao to ascend to the celestial realm before her, and his cultivation was stronger than hers. Mid-stage one-line sky. Although he's not as good as the Holy Sun, it's not bad. But why do I feel that his aura doesn't lose to the Holy Sun's at all? What kind of martial soul does he have? It was no wonder people asked this. His cultivation was obviously not as good as the Holy Sun's Hai Myung-ko, but his aura didn't lose to the Holy Sun's at all. This was definitely the effect of his martial soul. This kid is not simple. Many of the patriarchs of the 12 sects looked at each other and smiled helplessly. If the Holy Sun was so outstanding, they could understand. After all, the Holy Sun had the support of the Heavenly King sect and the royal family of the Sacred Dynasty. It was equivalent to the entire Sky Dragon continent working for her. But what right did Ling Xiao have? Ling Xiao only had the support of Yuehua School. How much support could they give him? But he had actually also advanced to the celestial realm, and he had hidden it so deeply. The temperament of this child was truly terrifying. Kacha. The armrest of the chair was crushed by the sage emperor. Originally, he was calm and confident that his daughter would definitely defeat Ling Xiao. However, at this moment, he was clearly nervous. If one of them was a transcendent and the other a heaven realm cultivator, then the Holy Sun would undoubtedly win. But once they had both advanced to the celestial realm, the gap would not be that big. The outcome of the battle was really unpredictable. Xikong Zun's expression was not very good either. If he had known that Ling Xiao would be so outstanding, he would not have offended this kid for the sake of a mere Sword King sect. It would have been better to take this kid as a disciple and keep him by his side with some benefits. Unfortunately, it was too late now. What was done could not be undone. The Heavenly King sect and Ling Xiao were really like fire and water. Although he was not afraid of a mere Ling Xiao, he was not afraid of him. The problem was the terrifying potential hidden by this young man. If they could not kill this young man, then their Heavenly King sect would inevitably suffer a very serious threat in the future. One had to know that Ling Xiao did not have the support of such a huge force as the Heavenly King sect and the royal family of the Sacred Dynasty. Even so, this kid had grown so fast. Once this kid became the chosen one and gained the support of the entire Sky Dragon continent, who could stop his achievements? Wouldn't it be looking for trouble to make an enemy of such a person? Previously, Xikong Zun only treated Ling Xiao as an ordinary genius. He felt that it was impossible for him to surpass Hai Myung-ko, so he did not pay too much attention to him. However, it was only at this moment that he realized that this kid's potential was probably even more terrifying than Hai Myung-ko. He might even be on par with Ji Funing and Yu Xinyue back then. If he was given a few more years, how terrifying would he become? A Moon Maiden was already a headache. Fortunately, the Moon Maiden basically did not care about the affairs of the Jianghu. Therefore, the Moon Maiden basically did not care about the development of the Yuehua school. However, Ling Xiao was different. Ling Xiao was obviously not a passive person. If he reached the level of the Moon Maiden, the Yuehua school strength would definitely grow to a level comparable to the current Heavenly King sect, or even stronger. Thinking of these terrible consequences, Xikong Zun was both regretful and worried. Since he could not use Ling Xiao, he could only kill him. This time, he planned to do it himself. No matter what, he could not let Ling Xiao live. Brother Xikong, you're overthinking it. Even if this kid has great potential, he's still not a match for Ming Kong at the moment. The Holy Emperor had already recovered from his shock. When he saw Sikong Zun's constantly changing expression, he said, Mingkong can cultivate the superb martial arts techniques of the Holy Dynasty's royal family and your heavenly king sect. How can Ling Xiao compare? Perhaps. Let's wait and see. If Hai Myung-ko could defeat or even kill Ling Xiao, Sikong Zun would not need to do anything. Otherwise, he might face many obstacles, which would be very troublesome. However, at this moment, he was already feeling very uneasy and nervous. In the arena, Hai Myung-ko clearly showed a moment of shock and disbelief. However, she quickly concealed this expression, and a trace of calmness appeared on her face again. She had never taken Ling Xiao seriously. Even when she made the bet, she had only made it in a moment of anger. She had never thought that Ling Xiao would have the ability to challenge her. However, in such a short time, this kid had already advanced to the celestial realm. Although his cultivation was not as high as hers, he was much faster than her. After all, he had the help of the elixirs personally prepared and refined by Sun Shang and those powerful imperial physicians. Unforgivable. Hai Myung-ko's eyes revealed a strong hatred and murderous intent. If Ling Xiao did not die, she, as the Holy Sun, would have no face to speak of. Moreover, she had a strong sense of crisis. Even if Ling Xiao was not a match for her now, he would definitely become a huge threat to her in the future. She really could not hold back. Not at all. She took a deep breath. The air was cold, and Hai Myung-ko's heart turned cold. The slender sword in her hand was still flashing with green light as the power of the natural dragon soul continued to pour into it. Hai Myung-ko did not want to say anything. Right now, she just wanted to kill Ling Xiao and shut the mouths of those who thought that Ling Xiao was qualified to challenge her. Buzz. After a loud rumble, a set of emerald green armor appeared around her. This set of armor was covered in countless divine runes of life, giving off a feeling of exuberant vitality. This was Hai Myung-ko's Heaven Origin Battle Armor. Gen 112-110703-1255-3576231487-300400. Chapter 841. Hai Myung-ko's Heaven Origin Battle Armor was the Nature's Dragon Armor. Wearing it on her delicate and exquisite body, her perfect figure was displayed for everyone to see. Compared to Ling Xiao's Hell Dragon Armor, Hai Myung-ko's Heaven Origin Battle Armor was more elegant and noble, just like her status. Do I see a fairy? She's a dragon girl. Regardless of what it is, the holy disciple is simply too beautiful. In particular, after materializing her Heavenly Origin Battle Armor, she looks even more heroic. If Ling Xiao hurts my goddess, I'll fight him to the death. Countless martial artists in the audience were captivated by Hai Myung-ko's perfect figure. Apart from a few people who had their eyes on Ling Xiao, the rest of the people had probably become fans of the Holy Sun at this moment. Not only were their Heaven Origin battle armors completely different in color and design, but there was also a difference in strength and refinement due to the difference in their cultivation ranks. Hai Myung-ko's Heaven Origin Battle Armor was clearly more beautiful. Ling Xiao's Heaven Origin Battle Armor, on the other hand, was slightly cruder. Hai Myung-ko made her move as soon as her Heaven Origin Battle Armor was formed. She wanted nothing more than to kill this annoying bastard before her and not give him any chance to retaliate. Her petite body suddenly burst forward, transforming into a streak of dazzling green light. Under the watchful eyes of countless pairs of eyes, she began her counterattack. Ling Xiao had been suppressing her all this while, but now, she was about to end the battle. The two of them were about 70 to 80 meters apart, but with Hai Myung-ko's speed, this distance could be covered in the blink of an eye. With a flash of green light, Hai Myung-ko crossed dozens of meters and entered Ling Xiao's attack range. The thin sword in her hand pierced through the air like a venomous dragon. With a clear and proud dragon's roar, it pierced towards Ling Xiao's throat from an extremely tricky angle. Ling Xiao didn't dodge or evade Hai Myung-ko's attack. The purple lightning sword in his hand flashed, and with the terrifying speed and strength of a celestial realm cultivator, it collided with the emerald green sword. Another dragon's roar rang out, but this time, The dragon on the purple lightning sword was black and gold. Boom! The two weapons clashed, and it was as if two divine dragons were clashing between heaven and earth. Clouds in the sky, faintly discernible two clouds could be seen. On one side were black-gold burning clouds, and on the other side were emerald-green clouds. This wasn't just a battle heavens. It can't be wrong. Ling Xiao's martial spirit is the Hell Dragon Soul. Hell Dragon's Dragon Soul. Zun suddenly dragon, S's. He had felt that something was amiss. How could a normal black dragon martial soul withstand the power of a natural dragon soul? There was only one explanation. Ling Xiao's martial soul wasn't a black dragon martial soul, but a hell dragon soul. What? The sage emperor was also shocked. How could there be two types of immemorial dragon souls on the heavenly dragon continent? Nothing is impossible. The heavenly dragon continent's guardian beast has always been the heavenly dragon. So it's absolutely possible that there are more immemorial dragon souls here. Sikong Zun said resolutely, but why did this brat get it? What did he do to deserve it? Regardless of the shock below the stage, the battle between the two on the stage continued. Heavenly King's Scripture, Sword of Slaughter. Hai Myungko wasn't surprised that Ling Xiao had blocked her attack. If Ling Xiao couldn't even block this attack, then he was too useless. She had already prepared a follow-up attack. Her slender sword suddenly changed its style. She displayed her most powerful sword skill. It was a set of sword techniques from the Heavenly King Sect's Heavenly King Scripture. The void suddenly turned pitch black as she thrust her sword forward. It was as if the two figures had disappeared from the stage, but outside the stage, the sky was still clear. In the darkness, several streaks of sharp sword chi attacked Ling Xiao from different angles. The sword chi was in the shape of a strange dragon. It was only the length of a thumb, but there were hundreds of streaks. What was even more frightening was that these streaks of sword chi didn't make the slightest sound as they flew. It was as if demons were quietly approaching. He couldn't see. His hearing was also useless. If it were someone else, they would probably have to take this attack head-on. What a powerful sword technique! Ling Xiao praised from the bottom of his heart. Although the Heavenly King Sect scripture of Heavenly King Scripture was of the same level as the other scriptures of the 12 sects, when it was used by Hai Myungko, who was at the early stage of Yin-Yang Heaven, it was extremely shocking in terms of power and speed. Ling Xiao could sense the position of each streak of sword chi through his Mountain River martial soul's analytical ability. However, it was almost impossible to completely avoid them at such a close distance. Since he couldn't avoid them, he would block them. In the blink of an eye, Ling Xiao had only thought of this for a moment. Suddenly, the Overflow Rain sword appeared in his left hand. Rotting Sword Rain. Although this was a skill that came with the Overflow Rain sword, its power naturally couldn't be mentioned in the same breath as before with the increase of Ling Xiao's cultivation. It didn't matter if he couldn't see it. Anyway, the Rotting Sword Rain almost covered the entire stage. Hai Myungko's sword chi was pierced one after another, but they disappeared without a trace. However, in the process of blocking, there were still some gaps. 4 streaks of sword chi avoided the obstruction of the Rotting Sword Rain sword and pierced Ling Xiao's Tian Yuan battle armor. Dazzling sparks were produced, and there was an ear-piercing sound of metal rubbing against metal. Tisk, I'm still too slow. This was the first time Ling Xiao had such a feeling. He clearly knew where the attack was coming from and where it was aimed at, but he couldn't block it. Thankfully, his Tian Yuan battle armor was extremely powerful, and even though 4 small holes had been punctured, the 4 streaks of sword intent had been completely incinerated into nothingness. Hai Myungko's attack this time didn't cause any substantial effect. It could only be said that it hit Ling Xiao. It was probably because the other party pursued speed that it lost its power. Ling Xiao didn't consider such a complicated problem. Since he blocked the other party's attack and wasn't injured, it was time for him to counterattack. Hai Myungko wanted to use her cultivation to suppress him? Dream on. He put away the Overflow Rain sword and switched to the Fury Wind sword. Fury Wind Shuttle. This was a skill that was most suitable for surprise attacks. His body didn't move, but the sword chi had already pierced through the air. It glided across the inky black competition platform and reached Hai Myungko's heart in the blink of an eye. This skill couldn't be underestimated. It was an attack that was infused with wind phenomenon. It was extremely fast, and it was extremely lethal. In combination with wind phenomenon, as long as it struck Hai Myung KO, it would definitely be effective. Ling Xiao had no intention of holding back. Since Hai Myung KO wanted to kill him, then he wasn't going to hold back either. Hai Myung KO's brows furrowed as if she had sensed the sword chi hurtling toward her. She had initially planned to end this battle with a single attack, but it was a pity that she had failed on the verge of success. Instead, Ling Xiao had seized the opportunity to counterattack, and she was extremely frustrated. However, even though she was frustrated, she didn't dare to underestimate Ling Xiao's attack in the slightest. Her body drifted through the air, and the void dance technique made her body as soft and flexible as a willow catkin. On top of that, it was also quite resilient. Chapter 842. Hai Myung KO easily dodged the raging wind shuttle with her sky dance technique. The sword brushed past her chest and hit the defensive wall, creating a few more cracks. After dodging the attack, Hai Myung KO didn't stay idle. Taking advantage of the speed of her dodge, she stabbed her rapier at Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao didn't want to be suppressed by her, and she naturally didn't want to be suppressed by Ling Xiao either. Thus, the two of them fought back and forth, neither willing to stop. As long as they didn't defeat the other, it would be impossible for them to stop. She wanted to counterattack, and Ling Xiao naturally couldn't stay idle. The raging wind sword suddenly disappeared, and the thunder shadow sword appeared in his left hand. Thunder flash. A bolt of lightning suddenly flashed on the pitch-black battling platform. The thunder shadow sword in his left hand resonated with the purple lightning sword in his right hand, causing the power of the thunder flash to increase. In an instant, a large hole was opened in the darkness. Many of the anxious spectators in the auditorium finally got a clear view of the situation. Even though it was only for a moment, they had a general idea in their hearts. Ling Xiao and the Holy Sun were actually evenly matched. The sudden thunderclap directly sent Ji Mingkong, who was pouncing forward, flying several steps away. However, with Hai Myung KO's strength and the defense of the natural dragon armor, this attack didn't do anything other than interrupt Hai Myung KO's attack. Both of them were experts. In a battle between experts, it was very difficult to determine the victor because their skills and cultivation were very close. However, Ling Xiao didn't expect the thunder flash to be effective. He only wanted to suppress Hai Myung KO and prevent Hai Myung KO from using her moves. The moment he pushed back Hai Myung KO, Ling Xiao rushed forward and launched a series of attacks. His powerful attacks made Hai Myung KO spin like a gust of wind, not giving her any chance to catch her breath. At this moment, Hai Myung KO also understood that Ling Xiao would not be affected by the loss of his vision and hearing. Therefore, she decided not to waste her heavenly essence energy. She removed the darkness on the stage and focused on blocking Ling Xiao's continuous attacks. Ling Xiao was best at swordsmanship. Whether it was close-range combat or mid-range combat, he had his own specialties. Therefore, he had no disadvantage in terms of attack range. This was something Hai Myung KO could not compare to. The sound of metal clashing could be heard on the martial arts stage. Ling Xiao's figure was almost invisible. Only a series of flickering shadows could be seen. Hai Myung KO was also constantly blocking the attacks. Her speed was raised to the maximum. On the spectator's stand, the martial artist with weaker eyesight could only see two afterimages entangled with each other. There was nothing else. Of course, the continuous cracks that appeared on the stage and the protective barrier made the spectators, who couldn't see the fight between the two, nervous. The battle between the two had reached its climax. It was like the moment when water boiled. The white steam that gushed out was the heavenly essence energy that the two of them were releasing. The green light and the black and gold light intertwined, and their speed increased again. In the sky, the images of the two divine dragons were also fighting. Further up, two clouds of different colors were fighting for territory. Looking at all this, the disciples of the 12 sects were all stunned. Were these still martial artists below the age of 20? Shouldn't a battle of this level be at the level of an inner sect elder? There was no need to mention the Holy Sun. In their hearts, the Holy Sun was invincible and number one among the younger generation. But what was going on with Ling Xiao? They had thought that he was a dark horse, but in the end, he was a big boss. At this point, those who had said that Ling Xiao was overestimating himself by challenging Hai Myung-ko were embarrassed. Compared to Ling Xiao, they were even worse than trash. Damn it! Qin Bishue was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. However, he had to admit that Ling Xiao was the only one who was not at a disadvantage when facing the Holy Sun, Hai Myung-ko. The difference between him and Ling Xiao was not just a little bit. One had to know that Ling Xiao had defeated him with the cultivation of a heavenly pulse martial artist. Is he still a human? Hong Li was also dumbfounded. She had originally planned to cultivate for a while after returning to the Blue Water Sacred Palace, and then come out to find trouble with Ling Xiao. However, it now seemed that she was simply too naive and ridiculous. With the time she had, Ling Xiao would only become stronger than her. Mom, that is Sister Yuling's senior brother. No wonder Sister Yuling is unwilling to leave Yuehua School and go back with us. Dai Yaoling had already talked to Dai Yuling privately about returning to the Spiritual Medicine Mountain Villa. Unfortunately, Dai Yuling had not agreed. She had a good life in Yuehua School. Her master, Lan Yuer, was there to protect her. Ling Xiao was there, and she also had a cute junior brother, Long Hao. She could not just leave like this. At this moment, Dai Yuling only had eyes for the battle on the field. Many people were so nervous that they even forgot to breathe because of the stalemate. Fortunately, they were all powerful martialists. Even if they did not breathe for a while, they would not die. If it had been an ordinary person, they would have probably suffocated. Although many people had hoped that Ling Xiao could challenge Hai Myung-ko, they had not expected Ling Xiao to be so fierce. He was actually evenly matched with Hai Myung-ko. No, he was not evenly matched. Instead, he was steadily suppressing Hai Myung-ko with every move. Was this for real? Were their eyes playing tricks on them? Naturally, the ordinary martialists in the spectator seats were not the only ones who were nervous and in disbelief. After Hai Myung-ko had used all kinds of ultimate techniques but was unable to gain the slightest advantage, Si Kongzun and Shang Di's expressions had clearly turned gloomier. Hai Myung-ko had even used the Divine Emperor Scripture, the Natural Dragon Soul, and the Tianji Martial Soul. However, she still could not hurt Ling Xiao at all. This was really too unbelievable. One had to know that if Hai Myung-ko attacked an opponent like this normally, even if the opponent's cultivation was a whole realm higher than Hai Myung-ko's and had reached the 3 talents heaven realm, they would still not be able to withstand it. However, Ling Xiao did not feel any pressure at all in the face of such an attack. He took it all. What was even more frightening was that he was actually unharmed. If no one had seen today's battle, no one would have believed Ling Xiao if he told them that. Bang! Suddenly, a loud sound came from the battle stage. The two figures suddenly separated and retreated more than 10 steps before coming to a stop. Both of them had nimble movements, so they did not fall. However, when they appeared in front of the crowd, many people were stunned. Good heavens! This battle was really tragic. The battle had been too fast for them to see clearly. Now that they had stopped, they realized that the two of them were really in a sorry state. Gen 112-110-703-1255-3576-10-1487322000. Chapter 843. Dozens of small holes had appeared on Ling Xiao's Hell Dragon armor. Faint traces of blood could even be seen. Although it was only a superficial wound, it meant that he hadn't completely withstood Hai Myung-ko's attacks. Lottie's was normal. After all, Hai Myung-ko was also a genius. Furthermore, her cultivation was higher than Ling Xiao's. Coupled with her natural dragon soul and Tianji martial soul, she shouldn't be any weaker than Ling Xiao. However, many people frowned when they saw Hai Myung-ko. Hai Myung-ko didn't look any better than Ling Xiao. In fact, she looked even worse. Her originally neat hair had been shaved to different lengths. There were many cuts on her natural dragon armor. It looked as if it had been picked up from the trash. What was even more unbelievable was that there was a wound on Hai Myung-ko's shoulder that was so deep that her bones could be seen. Her injuries were actually much more serious than Ling Xiao's. However, The natural dragon soul's recovery ability was simply too terrifying. This kind of injury was completely healed in just a short period of time. It seemed that the two of them had both been at a disadvantage and had taken advantage of each other in the previous battle. However, Ling Xiao was still a level higher in terms of skill. This was completely unacceptable to the Heavenly King's Gate. Even if Ling Xiao could fight Hai Myung Ko until now, Ling Xiao should have been the one who was more seriously injured and looked more miserable. Why did it seem like the opposite was true? However, the atmosphere in the arena was so heavy that everyone wanted to say something, but no one dared to. It was as if anyone who spoke would be condemned for eternity. This kind of oppressive feeling was extremely unbearable. Gotcha! A loud sound came from the protective wall. Finally, the oppressive atmosphere was broken. Everyone gasped for breath. The referees silently went to repair the protective wall. It wasn't a big deal if the stage was broken. However, if the protective wall was broken, the spectators nearby would probably suffer. Even the ordinary citizens of the holy city would be at a disadvantage. After a long while, Hai Myung Ko took a deep breath and looked at Ling Xiao with a complicated expression. She stabbed the thin sword in her hand directly into the martial arts stage, and then made a strange hand seal with her hands. This scene made the Heavenly King's Gate members nervous. Minkong, is that necessary? Sikong Zun even shouted loudly. Of course, he knew what Hai Myung Ko was going to do. The next move was extremely powerful, but it was also a move that would hurt her own body. Ji Minkong would only choose to use this move when he was helpless against the enemy. I have to use it. Ji Minkong shook her head helplessly. She didn't want to do this either, but the strength that Ling Xiao displayed left her with no choice. Sigh, I didn't expect Ling Xiao to be so powerful that he could force Minkong to this point. In the Heavenly King's Gate, a Grand Elder sighed. I didn't expect this little girl to meet her match. She used to look down on other young people. Yunya was also a little surprised. As Hai Myung Ko's aunt, Yunya knew Hai Myung Ko's temper very well. She had even chatted with this little girl before. Every time the little girl talked about other young people, she had a look of disdain. She said that it was enough to have the holy son in the world and that other young people were not worthy. But now, Ling Xiao forced her to this point. I'm a little worried. Dai Yuling grabbed Lan Yu's hand and felt her body trembling. Even she could feel how terrifying Hai Myung Ko's next move was. Don't worry, it'll be fine. Don't you know Ling Xiao? He hasn't used up all his trump cards yet. Lan Yu was actually very worried. However, as Dai Yuling's master, she couldn't show her worry at this time. Brother Ling will definitely win. Long Chun looked at the stage and thought of the scene in the Land of Dragons when Ling Xiao transformed into the immemorial Golden Dragon. He knew very well that Ling Xiao's strength was far more than what he showed on the surface. He was much stronger than what he showed. I hope so. Long Hao had always been confident in Ling Xiao. However, he couldn't help but worry at this time. Heaven's Eye, can you see it? Heavenly Sovereign Golden Light turned around and asked. I can't help it. I can't see through these two little guys. On the stage, Ji Minkong was bathed in a green light as his heavenly essence energy was continuously channeled into the thin sword that was stabbed into the ground. His hair was fluttering in the air, and his clothes were also fluttering. The soles of her feet gradually floated up. She floated up without using the sky dance technique. It was completely driven by a powerful force. The thin sword flew up at the same time and pointed at Ling Xiao. Swoosh! The green light sword and Hai Myung Ko's expression became ferocious. The energy that enveloped her body seemed like it could explode at any time. Ling Xiao, it's the last move. It's time to determine who's stronger and who's weaker. If not for Ling Xiao, she, Hai Myung Ko, would be the true #1 genius of the Sacred Dynasty. She would be the Holy Sun and the #1 among the 6 young masters of the Sacred Dynasty. She would be the chosen one. However, Ling Xiao appeared. Now, he stood in front of her and became the biggest obstacle to her ambition. She hated this person, but she had to defeat him. Is this your strongest move? It's really powerful. It seems that I have to be nervous. Ling Xiao took a deep breath and raised his hand. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The Raging Wind Sword, Thunder Shadow Sword, Overflowing Rain Sword, Purple Lightning Sword, and bewildering mist sword were all summoned. They revolved around his body and flickered with different colored lights. In the sky, the eye of the world had opened. Behind him was an unparalleled demonic sword. The eye of the world spewed out the energy of wind, rain, thunder, and lightning, which was constantly infused into the five swords. Yi Guxin's martial spirit behind his back exuded an intense slaughter sword intent, which was continuously channeled into the five swords. His power was growing, and he was constantly growing stronger. In the air, Hai Myung-ko's technique was slowly taking shape, and the green glow of her sword had reached its peak. It even enveloped Hai Myung-ko. This terrifying power caused Hai Myung-ko to tremble involuntarily. Even she couldn't control what kind of terrifying effect this move would bring. She only knew that this move was very powerful. She had only tried it once when she was a Heaven Vein martial artist. After entering the Heaven tier, she did not dare to try it again, because it was really too terrifying. She was worried that she would destroy everything in front of her if she couldn't control it. When the green glow on the sword reached its peak, a huge shadow appeared behind Hai Myung-ko. It was the founder of the Heavenly King sect, a fierce general under the Human King. Its strength was on par with the Moonlight Maiden. Heavenly King scripture, Jade Crush. Better to die in glory than to live in dishonor. Better to die in battle than to admit defeat. This was the personality of the founder of the Heavenly King sect. Therefore, in his Heavenly King scripture, this kind of life-risking attack would often appear. Chapter 844. No one doubted the power of this move. Because as Hai Myung-ko shouted, the terrifying energy fluctuations became uncontrollable. It was as if the entire stage and the protective barrier were about to explode. An emerald green longsword pierced down from the sky like a divine punishment from the heavens, shooting towards Ling Xiao. Sensing the terrifying energy in the sky, the referees poured even more energy into the defensive wall. At this time, they didn't dare to be careless, because the slightest mistake would cause the protective barrier to shatter and many spectators nearby would be killed. Even the royal family of the Sacred Dynasty couldn't bear this responsibility, unless they really wanted to become enemies with many of the 12 sects and countless other sections. On the stage, Ling Xiao was still calmly looking at the emerald green light that was expanding in his eyes. He didn't care about the reactions of the people around him. He was now focused on resisting Hai Myung-ko's brazen attack. If it really didn't work, it wouldn't matter even if he transformed into the immemorial golden dragon. Anyway, he would be exposed sooner or later, and the key was to survive. But there was no need for that now. Different celestial powers were rapidly condensing on the five swords, and they showed no signs of retreating in the face of the emerald green sword Qi. They were both immemorial dragon souls, but the immemorial hell dragon was even stronger than the immemorial nature dragon in terms of combat strength. After all, the immemorial nature dragon was best at recovery. The five swords kept spinning and condensing energy, and the distance between them was getting closer and closer. Gradually, they formed a connected ring and flew in front of Ling Xiao. When the different celestial powers came into contact with each other, strange energy fluctuations were produced, and many people were surprised. What is this kid trying to do? It's already not easy to control one type of celestial phenomenon. Could it be that he actually wants to fuse all 5 types of celestial phenomenon into one? Sikong Zun's expression was uncertain. In his heart, Ling Xiao was already a dead man. He had actually forced Hai Myung-ko to the point of risking her life to attack. This kid would definitely be a disaster if he was left alive. But if Hai Myung-ko's risking attack couldn't kill Ling Xiao, then he really couldn't accept it. Merging 5 celestial powers into one? He's just courting death. The flame deity, who was beside the palace master of the Jade Water Divine Palace, snorted. As a member of the Yuehua school, he knew very well that there had been a genius martial artist who had tried to merge 2 celestial powers into one, thinking that it would produce a stronger attack effect. But in the end, they had been devoured by the backlash of the 2 celestial powers. On the Yuehua school side, Heavenly Master Golden Light, Heavenly Master Heavenly Eye, and the others were also a little confused. They didn't know what Ling Xiao was trying to do, but they didn't dare to rashly stop him. If they affected Ling Xiao, then the gains wouldn't make up for the losses. Your Highness Moon Maiden, what is Ling Xiao trying to do? Lan Yu couldn't help but ask the Moon Maiden. Don't worry and just watch. When have you ever seen him do something he's not confident in? This move should be a new one. I guess he has already practiced it many times. The Moon Maiden said indifferently. Sure enough, she knew Ling Xiao the best. When Ling Xiao created this move, he was worried that it would backfire, so he let his martial soul avatar practice it hundreds of times in the mountain river world to solve the problems as much as possible. Although the current move wasn't absolutely perfect, there would still be some side effects, but it definitely wouldn't cause too much damage. 5 swords. The 5 celestial powers finally began to merge and change, and terrifying energy was constantly released from the ring. From time to time, there would be howling winds. From time to time, there would be thunder and lightning. From time to time, there would be torrential rain. From time to time, there would be heavy fog. Strange situations occurred one after another, causing everyone in the audience to be shocked. However, Ling Xiao's expression was as calm as usual, as if he wasn't displaying a terrifying move, but making pastries for his beloved woman. Boom, 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 boom. After 5 consecutive loud vibrations, Ling Xiao's hands quickly made various movements, and the 5 swords that were originally connected actually merged into one. A huge 5-colored sword. What the hell is that? 5 swords merged into one sword? Is this guy using an illusion? Sikong Xian, who was lying in ambush nearby, was watching the battle in boredom. Suddenly, he realized that the 5-colored light had condensed into a huge sword, and he couldn't help but be shocked and ask anxiously. It was a pity that the people around him weren't as strong as him, and their eyesight wasn't as good as his. If he couldn't see through it, they wouldn't be able to see through it either. The only answers he received were "I don't know" and "I don't know." On the other side, Shang Di and Sikong Zun looked at each other and saw the shock and worry in each other's eyes. Now that things had developed to this point, although they knew what move Hai Myung-ko was using, they couldn't determine what move Ling Xiao was using. This was a very dangerous situation. The judges closest to the battle stage could clearly sense that the huge sword contained an extremely terrifying power, and they couldn't help but increase the strength of the defensive wall. How did this kid do it with such powerful power? His territories are simply one after another, and it's too much for the eyes to take in. The head judge revealed a helpless smile. As an Yin-Yang realm expert, he was finding it harder and harder to see through Ling Xiao. After cultivating for so many years, this was the first time. He even felt that this kid's talent might be even more terrifying than Ji Furing and Yu Xuanyue's. It shouldn't be possible. The head judge shook his head, somewhat unwilling to believe it. After letting out a long breath, Ling Xiao raised his right hand, and the huge 5-colored sword soared into the sky and shot toward the dark green light. Shadow Sword Technique, 3rd move, Heavenly Punishment Sword. Although this move was far from complete, as his 12 golden lotus arts had only been cultivated to the 5th level, just the fusion of the power of 5 heavenly phenomena was enough to make countless cultivators tremble in fear. As soon as Ling Xiao finished speaking, the huge 5-colored sword seemed to understand his words. It actually released 5 different types of light, and its speed suddenly increased by quite a bit. In fact, Hai Myung-ko's attack and Ling Xiao's attack were released almost at the same time. Under the gaze of everyone in the holy city, the huge 5-colored sword collided with the dark green light. It was as if a huge meteorite had collided, and in an instant, the entire battle stage began to shake. Even the residents at the edge of the holy city could feel the slight tremors. And this was only the beginning of the stalemate. Boom! After a moment of stalemate, the terrifying power finally produced a huge explosion. The roar resounded throughout the holy city. It was as loud as an earthquake, and in addition to the colorful lights in the sky, it was as if immortals were fighting, causing countless warriors to tremble in fear. Chapter 845. After the loud explosion, a crazy amount of energy shot out in all directions. It was as if the end of the world had suddenly arrived on the martial stage. Strong winds raged. Thunder and lightning flashed. Torrential rain poured down. Poisonous fog filled the air. The roar of a dragon could be heard from time to time, and the ground was constantly shaking. Oh no! The martial stage is sinking. The martial stage was originally built in midair, so it was reasonable to say that it shouldn't sink. However, the impact of Ling Xiao and Hai Myung-ko's collision was too powerful, and the protective wall had condensed the energy into a single point, preventing it from spreading out. This made the attack even more terrifying. The martial stage sank, and so did the entire martial stage. From afar, it looked as if a giant void ship had lost control and was crashing down. Below the martial stage was the sacred dynasty's sacrificial altar. There was a reason why the martial arts ceremony was arranged here. Although the martial stage wouldn't kill anyone because there was no one below, destroying the sacred dynasty's sacrificial altar was a great sin. Sikong sneered imperceptibly. He was still looking for an excuse to teach Ling Xiao a lesson, but he didn't expect an excuse to come knocking on his door so quickly. Since the martial stage was being ravaged, Hai Myung-ko, who was inside the martial stage, was naturally the first to bear the brunt. The crazy energy pounced on her like a madman, completely enveloping her. Boom, poochie, crack. Loud sounds rang out one after another. First, they crashed into the martial stage, accelerating its sinking. Then, they crashed into the protective wall, causing the referees in charge of the protective wall to smile bitterly. They were Grotto Heaven Realm martial artists, but the attacks of these two brats actually made them feel a sense of fear. It would be a little embarrassing if word got out. In fact, they couldn't be blamed. Although Ling Xiao and Hai Myung-ko were only Heaven Realm martial artists, their attacks had a special effect after colliding. The terrifying power that erupted from their attacks could even injure Grotto Heaven Realm martial artists. This was the terrifying part of the superposition of energy. Of course, this kind of energy could not be controlled. As long as a Grotto Heaven Realm expert was not a fool, they should be able to dodge or defend against it. The golden dragon wings on Ling Xiao's back unfurled, and he wore a grim expression on his face. This was because even he did not expect the collision of the two attacks to be so powerful. The energy waves that spread out did not even distinguish between friend and foe. They attacked randomly, and even he became the target of the attack. Fortunately, he could fly. He had also mastered the art of refining formations. The defensive wall was formed by a magic array. Ling Xiao flapped his golden dragon wings and flew near the defensive wall. He only held a piece of alchemy stone in his hand, and a part of the defensive wall actually separated and wrapped around his entire body. The huge impact slammed into the defensive wall. With the judges blocking it for him, he had no problem at all. He didn't even need to use any of his heavenly essence energy. F***CK. Isn't this brat too crafty? He can actually do this? One of the referees was dumbfounded and smiled bitterly. This doesn't seem to be against the rules. He didn't leave the range of the stage and used his own ability. Another judge smiled bitterly and said, "See? This is the benefit of being knowledgeable. If the Holy Sun also knew about formations, he wouldn't be in such a sorry state this time." The head judge sighed deeply. At this point, even he had to admire Ling Xiao. It was a pity that he was not his grandson. Otherwise, the sacred dynasty would have a true successor. I've always been curious. This brat is only a celestial realm warrior. How can he fly? In the stands, Qin Bishue, who was falling along with the stage, gritted his teeth and asked, "It should be some kind of martial art. This kind of thing is very rare. I didn't expect him to get it. In comparison, the Holy Sun's sky dancing technique is much worse." The Bloodblade sect's sect master was very knowledgeable, and he answered Qin Bishua's question. While they were still surprised, the Heavenly King's sect side panicked. "Sect master, it seems that the situation is not good. Not only can Ling Xiao fly, but he also knows how to refine formations. It seems that he can use the protective wall to protect himself. If this is the case, Mingkong will be at a disadvantage. I'm afraid this battle is over." An elder of the Heavenly King's sect lamented, as if he had lost his parents. "Yes, sect master. The situation is completely different from what we expected. This Ling Xiao has exceeded our expectations by a lot. Moreover, I think this brat hasn't done his best." Another elder of the Heavenly King sect said loudly, "Stop arguing. If anything happens to the Holy Son, I'll make this brat pay with his life." The Holy Emperor was really angry. He only had one outstanding son, who was either addicted to wine and women or was an incompetent woman. Although the Holy Son was also a woman, she was more outstanding than many men. If something happened to the Holy Son, he would kill Ling Xiao even if he had to risk universal condemnation. He didn't believe that anyone would dare to become enemies with the royal family of the sacred dynasty because of Ling Xiao. Sikong Zun frowned and said, "Don't worry, Holy Emperor. Mingkong won't be defeated so easily. Moreover, this is the sacred city. How can we allow a mere Yuehua school's disciple to defeat the Holy Son? Who will win or lose will be decided by us, right?" "Brother Sikong, are you saying that you want to intervene?" the Holy Emperor asked doubtfully. "Let's wait and see. The battle isn't over yet. There's no hurry." Sikong Zun didn't confirm or deny. Instead, he suddenly looked at the arena. The energy explosion in the sky lasted for a while before it gradually subsided. A figure fell from the sky like an object that had lost control. It was stiff and didn't react at all. "Oh no, it looks like the Holy Son was knocked out by the energy just now. If she doesn't have the protection of her heavenly Yuan force, she will be in big trouble if she is thrown from this height." The people of the Heavenly King sect shouted anxiously. Whoosh! A figure suddenly jumped out and caught Hai Myungkeo in the air. It was Ling Xiao. A victorious smile appeared on his face. Hai Myungkeo, who seemed to be unconscious, suddenly threw out a palm in an attempt to send Ling Xiao flying. However, her palm was soft and without any strength at all. Ling Xiao grabbed her lily-white hand, and his cold voice resounded on the martial arts stage. All the martial artists present heard it clearly. "Ji Mingkong, you disappoint me too much. To be honest, I haven't had enough fun yet, and you've already lost." Although he was interested in the Heaven's Chosen One, his biggest goal in coming to the martial arts festival was to defeat the saint and kick this arrogant woman down from her dazzling throne. Hai Myungkeo's body was trembling. She was lying in the arms of the person she hated the most and listening to his humiliating words, but she couldn't do anything about it. Even without the impact just now, just the aftereffects of using Jade Crush was enough to make her extremely weak. Chapter 846. In this battle, Hai Myungkeo had really lost. Novel, Lazi, and she had lost completely. No matter how unwilling she was, she couldn't change anything. "Just kill me," Hai Myungkeo shouted weakly. "I'd rather die than be your slave." "Hee hee, don't worry, I'm not interested in making you my slave. But from now on, you'd better not interfere in my affairs. Otherwise, I'll definitely kill you." Ling Xiao smiled disdainfully. He grabbed Hai Myungkeo's neck and continued, "But even if I don't kill you, I'll still have to collect some interest. I'll kindly accept your immemorial nature dragon martial soul." "Ling Xiao, how dare you?" A thunderous voice came from the Sage Emperor's mouth. "If you touch her, I'll definitely exterminate your entire clan." With a sneer and ridicule, Ling Xiao looked at the Sage Emperor with contempt. At this point, he was completely disappointed in the Sage Emperor. "Your Majesty, are you being childish? Or ignorant? Is there any meaning in saying such things at this point?" With that, Ling Xiao pulled the immemorial nature dragon martial soul out of Hai Myungkeo's body and trapped it in the mountain river world. Perhaps because the immemorial nature dragon had followed Hai Myungkeo for too long, it was still very loyal to Hai Myungkeo. So after it arrived in the mountain river world, it became very violent and tried to do something inside. But could it do it? The mountain river world was Ling Xiao's territory. Dragon Slayer, beat him until he's convinced. The immemorial Hell Dragon King's name was Dragon Slayer, which was also the name of Ling Xiao's Hell Dragon Soul. In the Mountain River world, he was much stronger than the immemorial Nature Dragon King. Just the Mountain River world will alone was enough to make the immemorial Nature Dragon suffer. Ignoring the battle in the Mountain River world, Ling Xiao kicked Hai Myungkeo away, showing no mercy at all. Hai Myungkeo fell to the ground at an accelerated speed. However, she was awake at the moment, so she probably wouldn't die. At this moment, although the world was still rumbling, the spectator stands were completely silent. Everyone looked at the stage in horror, at Hai Myung-ko. He looked at the Holy Son, who was originally arrogant and proud. Their faces were filled with disbelief. This was especially true for the people from the Heavenly King sect and the Sacred Dynasty's royal family. They wanted nothing more than to dig out their own eyes and replace them with another pair because they felt that they had seen wrongly. It was impossible for such a thing to happen. Hai Myung-ko, the most outstanding genius of the entire Tianlong continent's younger generation. At the age of 12, she had already defeated all the young martial artists under the age of 20 on the Tianlong continent and obtained the honor of being the number one among the Sacred Dynasty's 6 young masters. At the age of 14, she had successfully entered the celestial realm, becoming the most outstanding young person after Yu Xinyue and Ji Fuling. Now, she was 15 years old and 16 years old, but she was already a celestial realm martial artist in the Enyang celestial realm. Even in the entire Tianlong continent, this kind of cultivation speed was ranked in the top 3 aptitudes in the past 10,000 years. However, he was such an outstanding genius. The Holy Son, who was praised to the heavens by everyone, was defeated by a martial artist who was born a beggar. Even after this little beggar entered the 12 sects, he entered the Yuehua school, which was ranked last among the 12 sects. Many people couldn't accept this fact. This was because the majority of the people had treated Ji Mingkong as an invincible goddess in their hearts. However, such a goddess had actually lost to a nobody. However, if they put aside their prejudice and thought about it carefully, many people suddenly realized that in front of Ling Xiao, any genius would feel inferior. According to reliable information, Ling Xiao was only a martial artist at the lowest level of the martial vein realm a year ago. They didn't even know that there was a transcendent realm in this world. But now, he had changed and become a celestial realm master, which was above the transcendent realm. This was really too unbelievable. It felt like his promotion was like a legend. He's only 15 years old. Such a calm and strong person, except for his slightly immature face, really couldn't be associated with a 15-year-old. One had to know that most young martial artists at the age of 15 were only in the 7th or 8th layer of the transcendent realm. The more powerful ones were at most half-step heavenly venerables. Although Ling Xiao wasn't the youngest in this martial arts festival, he was definitely the youngest among the 20 geniuses, and also the strongest. Thinking of this, Qin Bishue, by Qin Jiao, and Mo Wushang, and the others who had fought with Ling Xiao couldn't help but swallow their saliva, and a look of horror appeared on their faces. Even the sect masters of the various sects were shocked by this. He showed such amazing potential at such a young age. How amazing would he be in the future? What a pity. Sikong Zun shook his head slightly, and his expression was very complicated. If he had paid more attention to Ling Xiao back then, perhaps such an outstanding disciple wouldn't have fallen into the hands of those good-for-nothings from the Yuehua school. Now, not only could he not accept Ling Xiao as his disciple, but he also had to become fire and water with Ling Xiao. Damn it! Why did I choose Ming Tian back then, and not him? The flame deity was even more upset. Back then, he had sent a disciple to Master Bai Yun to snatch Ming Tian back. He thought that was enough to anger Master Bai Yun to death. Moreover, he had spent a lot of effort on Ming Tian. However, now he suddenly realized that he was really blind. If he had chosen Ling Xiao back then, what would have happened? I'm completely convinced. This kid is gradually catching up with us old guys. On the Yuehua school side, Heavenly Venerable Golden Light shook his head and smiled bitterly. In the past, he only thought that Ling Xiao had potential and was smart enough, and that it might be beneficial to let his disciple follow him. However, now he suddenly realized that he seemed to have underestimated this kid. His progress is completely different from that of Hai Myung-ko. Every time he fights, it's a matter of life and death. Many times, he might even lose his life. It's really not easy for him to persevere until now. Heavenly Venerable Heavenly, I nodded. In the past, he had some prejudice against Ling Xiao, thinking that Ling Xiao was too decisive in killing. But now that he thought about it, if Ling Xiao had been an indecisive person, he would have died a long time ago without leaving even his bones behind. When I saved this kid from Mo Yin, I knew that he had a promising future. However, I'm still shocked that he could defeat the Holy Sun in front of so many people. Wang Han Tianzuan's cold eyes were also filled with incomparable surprise. Guys, can we stop sighing? Senior brother Ling just contradicted the Holy Emperor and crippled the Holy Sun in front of everyone. I'm afraid he's in danger. Long Hao scratched his head anxiously. Don't be afraid. As long as I'm here, no one can hurt him unless I die. The Moon Maiden's cold voice sounded, and her eyes were filled with incomparable determination. You guys should leave while it's still chaotic. If a fight breaks out later, I won't have time to protect you. Chapter 847. Lan Yuer, take the disciples of Yuehua school and leave first. The rest of us will stay behind with the Moon Maiden. Even if we die here, it's worth it to protect Ling Xiao and the Moon Maiden. Heavenly Master Golden Light said. That's right. Heavenly Master Heavenly Eyes nodded. I'm afraid that's the best way. Wang Han Tianzuan said calmly as if she was not too worried about dying. The Moon Maiden did not object. Although these people were not as strong as her, they were still experts among the celestial realm martial artists. If she could not free herself, she would have to rely on these people to save Ling Xiao. I'm not leaving. Lan Yu shook her head. If you don't leave, I'll kill you first. The Moon Maiden was not good with words. She could only use the most direct method to solve the problem. Lan Yu was stunned for a moment before she understood what the Moon Maiden meant. She would only die if she stayed. Rather than being killed by others, she would rather die in the hands of her own people. She gritted her teeth and took a deep breath. Then, she tearfully asked the disciples of Yuehua school to leave. She was now the eldest senior sister. If she did not leave, then Dai Yuling, Long Hao, and the others would not leave. Although Dai Yuling and Long Hao wanted to stay, they knew very well that it was useless to stay. They would only be a burden. Therefore, they quietly left with Lan Yu, and the other two elders. Boom! The arena finally fell to the ground. At this time, only the Moon Maiden, Heavenly Master Golden Light, Heavenly Master Heavenly Eyes, and Wang Han Tianzuan were left in the Yuehua school. The others controlled the Moonlight treasure ship and returned to the Yuehua school. Wu Xiang did not use this treasure when he left earlier. Anyway, his cultivation was high enough that it would not be a problem for him to return to the Yuehua school. At this time, the Heavenly King sect and the Sacred Dynasty's royal family had already started to stir. Ling Zhao's crimes were too many. First, he ignored the Holy Emperor's words. Second, he defeated the Holy Sun, Hai Myung Ko. Destroying the battle arena was the third. As for the other crimes, he could list out as many as he wanted. But these three were the most important. Of course, if he wanted to find fault, the third reason was more acceptable. The other two reasons were a bit unreasonable. Hateful little bastard, if I don't kill him, I won't be able to quell my anger. The Saint Emperor was truly infuriated. A huge hole had appeared in the ground beneath his feet from his fury. His face was livid, angry, and embarrassed. Ling Xiao actually dared to not give him face in front of so many people, saying that he was childish and ignorant. How could he endure this? Your Majesty, what do you think we should do next? The Holy Sun has been defeated. Although he is still alive, he has been deprived of his immemorial natural dragon martial spirit. His strength must be much weaker than before. Sikong Zun was a sly old fox. It was better to leave the matter of offending the world to the Holy Emperor. He did not want to appear so early. The sage emperor's face was gloomy, as if he was still assessing his losses. Hai Myung Ko represented the Heavenly King sect and the Sacred Dynasty's royal family. At the same time, she also represented the Sky Dragon Institute. Today's defeat would undoubtedly cause the Heavenly King sect and the Sacred Dynasty's royal family to lose face. More importantly, how could the Sky Dragon Institute continue to exist under such circumstances? As the Sage Emperor, other than the safety of his daughter, he had to consider everything else. No matter what, he had to regain his face. However, with so many people present, if he did not have a reasonable excuse to cause trouble for Ling Xiao, even if he succeeded in the end, the Sacred Dynasty's royal family would lose even more face. His position as the Sage Emperor might even be replaced by someone else. The head judge could pass the position of Sage Emperor to him, so he had the ability to take it away. He could not afford to make a mistake at this time. Judges, the outcome of this battle should have been decided. Are you not going to announce the result? Just as the Sage Emperor was thinking hard about how to cause trouble for Ling Xiao, Ling Xiao's voice rang out. You win. This time, there was no suspense at all. Not only did Hai Myung-ko fall out of the stage, but she also did not have the strength to continue fighting. Even if the head judge wanted to protect Hai Myung-ko, there was nothing he could do. As the head judge announced the result, the abundant luck behind Hai Myung-ko flew directly into Ling Xiao's body. Wong. A loud sound reverberated between heaven and earth. The 9 cauldrons behind Ling Xiao were finally completed. But this was not the end. After the 9 cauldrons condensed, a huge figure appeared behind Ling Xiao. He was dressed in martial attire and looked valiant and mighty. He looked like a war god from outside the mystic world. It's the human king. It's actually the human king. Your Majesty, the human king. All the cultivators knelt down, including the Sage Emperor and Sikong Zun. They did not dare to be negligent. At this moment, Ling Xiao represented the will of the human king. They did not dare to offend him in the slightest. The human king's figure slowly opened his eyes. There was a gentle gaze in his eyes. Just this gaze alone seemed to be able to heal the wounds in everyone's hearts. Although his gaze was gentle, it was also majestic. Even the 4 Yin-Yang realm cultivators present did not dare to challenge his majesty. I never expected that someone would actually be able to condense the luck of the 9 cauldrons. The human king's figure opened his mouth and spoke. His voice was as loud as thunder. Since that is the case, it means that this person has the qualifications to enter the 9 cauldrons illusion. I will help him activate it. After saying this, the human king's figure waved his hand gently. The entire holy city suddenly shook once more. In the sky, it was both bright and dark. It looked even more frightening than the previous collision between Ling Xiao and Hai Myung-ko. In the next moment, 9 greenish-yellow lights shot out from the ground. They were actually 9 giant cauldrons. The giant cauldrons floated in the air and began to rotate. The sky and earth changed color. As the terrifying winds and clouds surged, it was as if a hole had been torn in the sky. A pitch-black crack appeared in the sky. Everyone in the holy city knelt on the ground and prayed, afraid that this would be the end of the world. After doing this, the human king's figure suddenly disappeared. Others might not have felt anything, but Ling Xiao could clearly feel that there was an external force in his body. This energy could not merge into his body, but it could protect him for the time being. It seemed that the human king had also expected that a heaven-blessed young genius would be envied by others. Thus, he had to protect this young genius and not let him die prematurely. At this moment, even Ling Xiao, who had always been calm in the face of change, felt a little shocked. His heart couldn't help but beat faster. Not to mention the others. When they saw the black hole-like existence surrounded by the 9 cauldrons in the sky, they were all terrified. I never thought that the legend of the 9 cauldrons illusion was actually true. His Majesty the Human King really put a lot of thought into this. Yes, it has been more than 100,000 years. His Majesty the Human King actually predicted that such a day would come. Chapter 848. It's a pity that Ling Xiao seems to be the only one who can enter the 9 cauldrons illusory realm. Not necessarily. The 9 cauldrons illusory realm is right there. If you have the guts, follow me and try. A 10 Directions Heaven Realm martial artist broke through the air and attempted to enter the 9 cauldrons illusory realm. Bang! However, he had just reached the entrance when his entire body exploded and turned into a bloody mist. Damn, it seems like only Ling Xiao is qualified to enter the 9 cauldrons illusory realm. The appearance of a living example made those who were itching to make a move put away their greed. What a joke. A 10 Directions Heaven Realm martial artist was blasted into a bloody mist. Most of the martial artists here had not reached that realm. As for Grotto Heaven Realm and Yin-Yang Realm martial artists, it was impossible for them to try. It was not easy to reach such a cultivation level. If they really died, it would be a huge loss. Sister Yuanu, Wait a moment. I will be back soon. Ling Xiao looked up at the mysterious illusory realm like a black hole and felt a little excited. Although he did not know what was inside, this was definitely an opportunity. As his cultivation continued to grow stronger, he would need more and more heaven and earth treasures. He did not need martial arts manuals now, but treasures were definitely not lacking. Of course, it would be good if he had a divine weapon. After speaking, he opened his golden dragon wings and flew toward the mysterious illusory realm without hesitation. He did not believe that the human king would set up such a trap to kill him because it was not necessary. Moreover, he could clearly feel that the remnant power of the human king in his body was protecting him and could be used at any time. Whoosh! At this moment, a figure blocked Ling Xiao's flight path. Now that the human king's phantom was gone, the martial artists who were trembling in fear just now dared to move. Little bastard, not only did you poison the holy sun, but you also destroyed the sacred dynasty's altar that has stood for hundreds of thousands of years. Do you think you can leave so easily? The person who stopped Ling Xiao was Xikong Xian. The person who spoke was also Xikong Xian. Hearing this, Ling Xiao frowned slightly. He had considered the shamelessness of the King clan, but he had not expected them to be this shameless. Over at the Yuehua school, the Moon Maiden's expression turned serious. She stared at Xikong Xian. If Xikong Xian dared to make a move on Ling Xiao, she definitely wouldn't stand by and watch. Heavenly Premier Golden Light and the others grew nervous as well. They had been worried that the Heavenly King sect or the royal family of the Sacred Dynasty would make a move against Ling Xiao. Unexpectedly, the other party would be so direct and shameless. They did not even care about their reputation. No wonder Ling Xiao defeated the Holy Sun. He drugged the Holy Sun. F***CK. This shameless guy. I knew it. How could a mere Yuehua school produce such a genius? It's understandable that he defeated Qin Bishue, but defeating the Holy Sun is simply a joke. Many people in the audience believed Xikong Xian's words without a doubt. Regardless of whether it was true or not, they had already decided. However, some of the sect masters sneered disdainfully. Are you trying to fool a 3-year-old child? If you want to pick a fight, so be it. What do you mean by drugging? Is Haim Myung-ko an idiot? How could she not know that she was drugged? Humph. The Heavenly King sect is getting more and more shameless. No wonder the Sacred Dynasty is declining. The royal family has already fallen to such a state. No wonder. Ha ha ha, let's just watch the show. It has nothing to do with us anyway. It won't be easy for the Yuehua school to rise again. Some people despise the royal family of the Sacred Dynasty and the Heavenly King sect, while others were gloating and waiting to watch the show. Anyway, there were all kinds of people these days. Xikong Xian was a Grotto Heaven Realm expert. Although he wasn't a match for Wu Xiang or the Moon Lady, killing Ling Xiao was still a piece of cake for him. The heavenly Yuan Qi in his hands was ready, and he was ready to use his moves. If Ling Xiao tried to bypass him and enter the 9 Cauldrons illusory realm, he would definitely be ruthless. The martialists who were preparing to leave all looked over. To them, such a lively scene was hard to come by. Ling Xiao didn't move. He knew that he wasn't a match for Xikong Xian. If he rushed over recklessly, he would be courting death. He looked at Xikong Xian and sneered. It turns out that the Heavenly King sect's deputy sect master is so despicable and shameless. Seeing that your sect's top core disciple was defeated, you came to accuse others. You said that I drugged the Holy Sun. Do you have any evidence? You said that I destroyed the altar of the Sacred Dynasty. That's nonsense. If I'm guilty, do you think the human king will give me the chance to enter the 9 Cauldrons illusory realm? Humph. Let's not talk about the altar for now. I saw you drugging the Holy Sun with my own eyes. How can it be fake? Xikong Xian snorted coldly. This was completely shameless. What he meant was that if I said you drugged the Holy Sun, you drugged him. I'm the evidence. You don't even have a chance to refute. However, Ling Xiao didn't buy it. You're the deputy sect master of the Heavenly King sect, not the deputy sect master of the Yuehua school. Do you think I'll treat your bullshit as an imperial edict? I asked you to show me evidence, not bullshit. Are you ready to accept the punishment of the mystic world's law for slandering the Chosen One? Don't try to scare me. What punishment of the mystic world's law? Do you think you're the chosen one just because you say so? Xikongxian didn't know what he was relying on. It seemed that he was deliberately looking for trouble. Ling Xiao said coldly, "It seems that you're determined to deal with me today. Fine. I, Ling Xiao, may be insignificant, but I'm not afraid of power. No need to talk nonsense. Just say what you want." "Ha ha ha, what do I want?" Xikongxian laughed and said, "Don't you know that this is the holy city? If you commit a big crime here, you'll lose your head. Since you said you didn't drug the holy city, I won't slander you. How about this? You can stay in the Holy Dynasty's prison for a while. When we find out what happened, we'll see how to deal with you." Ling Zhao's face was gloomy. These people were really beating around the bush to deal with him. If he really went to prison, even if he wasn't guilty, he would become guilty. "That's impossible. My feet are on my body. I can go wherever I want unless you kill me." Ling Xiao was very glad that he was prepared to escape from the holy city. However, before he escaped, he had to go to the Nine Cauldrons illusion. "I won't go so far as to kill you. That would make it too easy for you. Where are the Heavenly King Sect's law enforcement team? Why aren't you taking down this traitor? This is a good opportunity for you to make a contribution." Xikongxian blocked Ling Xiao's path and didn't make a move. This was because he knew that Ling Xiao was cunning. If he personally made a move, it might cause a lot of trouble. It wouldn't be good to let this guy slip away. Following Xikongxian's order, more than a dozen figures suddenly rushed out from the Heavenly King sect. Other than a law enforcement elder who was in the Three Talents realm, there were also more than a dozen law enforcement disciples. Chapter 849. Mo Wushang and Dao Wuming were among the law enforcement disciples. It turned out that the Sky King sect's law enforcement disciples were the same as the Yuehua school. They were all carefully selected from the inner and core disciples. Not only were their cultivation levels high, but they were also very good at cooperating in battle. One law enforcement elder was enough to give Ling Xiao a hard time. Now that there were more than a dozen law enforcement disciples surrounding Ling Xiao, it was clear that they had shed all pretense of cordiality. "Get lost." Ling Xiao's face turned cold. Facing all kinds of attacks coming at him from all directions, he did not intend to hold back. He used the Rising Sun Sword Ray with his celestial realm cultivation. Dazzling golden light shot out in all directions. With a series of clanking sounds, the dozen or so law enforcement disciples flew out, but in the end, they also flew back. Bang, 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 one by one, they fell to the ground and could no longer move. They were lucky to be alive after being pierced by the golden energy sword. Mo Wushang, who was lying on the ground like a dead dog, looked at Ling Xiao in horror. He thought that he was not too far away from Ling Xiao and that he still had a chance to catch up. However, it seemed that it was just his own wishful thinking. Once Ling Xiao used his true strength, he would not stand a chance at all. Even the Celestial Realm Law Enforcement Elder took 2 to 3 steps back before he could steady himself. His expression was uncertain. Hee, don't joke about him drugging. To be able to cripple a dozen law enforcement disciples of the Sky King sect and even force the law enforcement elder back, is there a need to drug someone with such strength? That's right. Do you think we're stupid? But do you think the Sky King sect and Sacred Dynasty only want Ling Xiao dead? Don't be stupid. They must be after Ling Xiao's Infernal Dragon Soul and Nature Dragon Soul. Don't tell me you don't want them. Of course I do. But now that the Sky King sect and Sacred Dynasty have made their move, we can't possibly fight with them, right? Let's wait and see. Maybe there will be a chance. Everyone below the stage also had their own thoughts. After all, the 9 Dragon Souls were too eye-catching. Ling Xiao had actually obtained 2 Dragon Souls by himself. It was impossible for them not to covet it. Ling Xiao had crippled more than 10 law enforcement disciples in one move and repelled the Heavenly King sect's law enforcement elder. However, his expression did not look good. Xikongzun, as the sect master of the Heavenly King sect, don't hide at the back like a turtle. What is your Heavenly King sect trying to do? Do you really want to go against the Human King's orders? He roared in the direction of the Heavenly King sect. Xikongzun wanted to stay out of this? Don't even think about it. Even if I have to run away, I'll still pull out your fox's tail. Haha, little brother, there's no need to be angry. It's just that the Holy Sun has indeed been poisoned, and you are the biggest suspect. Therefore, you must accept the sacred dynasty's investigation. This is not something that I can decide alone. Sikong Zun was a hypocrite. His words were much more hypocritical than Sikong Xian's. Little brother, you can rest assured that even if you enter the heavenly prison, we will serve you well. We won't let you suffer. Bulsh *T. Why don't you go to the heavenly prison for a few days? Ling Xiao did not give any face to Sikong Zun. At this point, there was no use in being a coward. Sikong Zun was determined to deal with him. No matter what his attitude was, it would be the same. How dare you? How dare you speak to the sect master like that? The Heavenly King sect's law enforcement elder's expression changed and shouted loudly, I'm talking to the son of a turtle. As Ling Xiao spoke, he suddenly pounced forward and attacked the Heavenly King sect's law enforcement elder. A purple flash sword appeared in his hand. Humph, I was defeated by you just now because I underestimated you. With your strength, you are still no match for me. The Heavenly King sect's law enforcement elder snorted coldly. He was fully prepared for defense, but he did not intend to attack. It would be a lie to say that he was not guilty. However, what stunned him was that when Ling Xiao was less than a meter away from him, he suddenly changed direction and rushed toward the Nine Cauldrons illusory realm. Sikong Xian was also careless at this moment. He thought that Ling Xiao was going to fight the law enforcement elder head-on. In the end, he could only watch as Ling Xiao darted past him. By the time he wanted to catch him, it was already too late. However, he was too late. Someone could not hold back and made a move. A terrifying aura that was enough to suffocate Ling Xiao completely blocked his way. Ling Xiao hurriedly retreated and instantly retreated more than 100 meters. At that moment, he only wanted to distance himself from this person. Your Majesty! Many people cried out in surprise. In order to deal with Ling Xiao, even the Yinyang realm expert like the Heavenly King personally made a move. Wasn't he thinking too highly of Ling Xiao? The Heavenly King's attack did not succeed because someone had blocked his sure-kill attack. Looks like you're tired of being the Heavenly King. A cold voice echoed in the sky. A terrifying and cold aura instantly filled the entire arena. Among the broken walls, the fairy-like woman stood in mid-air as if she was not real. The Heavenly King's face instantly turned red. He had really lost all face today. Not only did Ling Xiao talk back to him, but he was also blocked by the Moon Lady. He did not even have the chance to teach Ling Xiao a lesson. Slap. A loud slap resounded through the world. The Moon Lady's fair hand had actually slapped the Heavenly King's high and mighty face. Hiss. The entire arena was filled with gasps. This was too exaggerated. In the current Tianlong continent, someone actually dared to slap the Heavenly King? Even the previous Heavenly King did not dare to do so. You. How dare you hit me? The Sage Emperor was also dumbfounded. If the Moon Lady's obstruction had already made him feel extremely humiliated, then this slap had completely stunned him. Slap. It was another resounding slap without any hesitation. Damn. Who is this woman? Why is she so fierce? She should be the Yuehua School's Moon Lady. I've long heard that this woman is extremely powerful and is a top-notch expert in the Yinyang realm. Seeing her today, it's indeed true. Strength is awesome. She even dares to hit the Heavenly King. She's too powerful. Some of the experts below the arena were gloating. The Heavenly King always felt that he was high and mighty and that no one in the world dared to do anything to him. Many people were unhappy with him. However, although most people were unhappy with him, they did not dare to make a move. They did not expect a valiant heroine to appear today and slap the Heavenly King twice in a row. Moon Lady, isn't this a little too much? Our ancestors were all subjects of the Human King. Don't you think it's inappropriate for you to slap the Human King's descendant today? In the VIP seats, Sikong Zun stood up and said with a frown, the Human King's decree is for Ling Xiao to enter the Nine Cauldrons illusory realm, but this unfilial son wants to kill Ling Xiao. He doesn't even take the Human King seriously. Now you want me to spare him on account of the Human King? The Moon Lady replied coldly. Since the Moon Lady is unwilling to show mercy, then I have no choice but to spar with you. Sikong Zun's expression did not look good. It had been a long time since he met someone who did not give him face. If you want to fight, then fight. Cut the crap. Anyone who dares to harm Ling Xiao will be killed without mercy. Chapter 850. Sikong Zun left the VIP seats with an ashen face and went to the Holy Emperor. 2 Enyang realm experts had joined forces just to deal with Ling Xiao. No one would believe such a bizarre thing even if they told it to others. The Moon Lady looked at the 2 people in front of her and asked Ling Xiao softly, "Are you okay?" "Don't worry, Sister Moon Lady. I'm fine. It's a pity that my cultivation is too low. I can't fight against the Enyang realm expert. Thank you for your hard work." Ling Xiao shook his head and smiled bitterly. "I said that I'll protect you until you can protect me." The Moon Lady smiled at Ling Xiao. Her smile seemed to be able to melt dozens of meters of ice in an instant. "I understand, but you don't have to fight with them. I've already thought of a plan to escape. You just need to delay them and let me enter the 9 Cauldrons illusion." The 9 Cauldrons illusion was both an opportunity and a way to escape. He had to enter it. He didn't want the Moon Lady to risk her life here. A wise man knew when to back down. Since he wasn't a match for them now, he could just slip away and come back for revenge in the future when he was stronger. After all, Ling Xiao's enemies wouldn't have an easy time. "Don't worry. As long as you're fine, it'll be easy for me to escape." The Moon Lady smiled. Although the Holy Emperor and Sikong Zun were terrifying when they joined forces, they couldn't stop the Moon Lady if she wanted to leave. Even if the Chief Judge joined forces, she wouldn't be afraid, let alone the 2 of them. At the Enyang realm, it was too difficult for a warrior to kill another warrior. Without an overwhelming advantage or a perfect plan, it was almost impossible. "Okay, in that case, I'll leave it to you, Sister Moon Lady. Also, let Heavenly Master Golden Light and the others leave. It's meaningless for them to stay." Ling Xiao glanced at the Yuehua school and found that Lan Yu, and the others had already left. However, Heavenly Master Golden Light, Heavenly Master Heavenly Eye, and Wang Han Tianzuan were still there. Understood. The Moon Maiden's words naturally carried more weight. She was more confident in persuading Heavenly Sovereign Golden Light and the others. The great battle had yet to begin, and the Heavenly King sect would not stop the 3 of them from leaving. After all, they were insignificant characters. Even though Heavenly Lord Golden Light and the others were feeling helpless in their hearts, they knew that there was nothing they could do even if they stayed behind. Even Sikong Xian could not deal with it, let alone Sikong Zun or the Sage Emperor. Moreover, since Ling Xiao had a plan to escape, they would only be a burden if they stayed. If they didn't leave now, they would really become a burden later. The 3 of them looked at each other and left one after another. As expected, the Heavenly King sect did not stop him. After all, their key target was Ling Xiao. As long as Ling Xiao didn't leave, everything would be fine. "Moon Maiden, I have no intention of becoming enemies with your Yuehua school. We didn't stop those 3 people. You saw it yourself. I hope that you won't ruin the relationship between the Yuehua school and the Heavenly King sect for an insignificant brat." In the end, Sikong Zun was still unwilling to make a move. Even if he joined forces with the Sage Emperor, they might not be a match for the Moon Maiden. Therefore, unless it was absolutely necessary, he really didn't want to fight the Moon Maiden. Nonsense. The Moon Maiden's cold voice completely interrupted Sikong Zun's delusions. "You attacking Ling Xiao is equivalent to attacking me. If you let him go, today's battle can be avoided. If this continues, we will have to come to an end." Hearing this, Sikong Zun frowned. The Sage Emperor said coldly, "Moon Maiden, you should know very well that Ling Xiao stole my daughter's natural dragon soul and even destroyed the sacred dynasty's ancestral temple. If he doesn't die, I won't be able to continue being the Sage Emperor. Countless citizens of the sacred dynasty will be bitterly disappointed." "What a glib tongue," the Moon Maiden said disdainfully. "If you want to steal the Hell Dragon Soul and Natural Dragon Soul, just say it directly. Don't beat around the bush." Speaking of citizens of the sacred dynasty, Ling Xiao is also one. Moreover, he is the most outstanding one among the younger generation. He is also the chosen one selected by the Martial Arts Festival. "You are the one who is truly disgraceful." It seems like there is no way to negotiate. Sikong Zun and the Sage Emperor looked at each other. They both knew that it was impossible to persuade the Moon Maiden. Therefore, they could only take action. Sikong Zun, don't worry about anything else. Stop Ling Xiao and don't let him enter the Nine Cauldrons illusory realm. If anything happens, you will be responsible. The rest of the disciples of the Heavenly King sect, do your best to capture Ling Xiao. Sikong Zun gave the order. He was prepared to do whatever it took. Do you want the Heavenly King sect to be destroyed? The Moon Maiden's cold voice sounded. It was as if a bucket of ice water had been poured over Sikong Zun's head. If the Moon Maiden was willing, none of the warriors below the Grotto Heaven realm would be able to survive. This was the terror of the Yin-Yang realm. You dare to massacre the sacred city, the Sage Emperor exclaimed. Why wouldn't I dare? If you dare to lay your hands on my people, I dare to massacre the sacred city. The Moon Maiden's words were cold, and there was no room for negotiation. Damn it, Sikong Zun, we can only rely on you. Do your best to capture Ling Xiao. Sikong Zun knew that it was meaningless to rely on their advantage in numbers. If they really pushed the Moon Maiden into a corner, she would definitely be willing to perish together with the sacred city. Don't worry, big brother. That kid can't escape from my grasp. Sikong Zun chuckled. Just now, he almost let Ling Xiao enter the Nine Cauldrons illusory realm. At this moment, he was gnashing his teeth in hatred. Heavenly Yuan force gushed out. He actually set up a protective barrier at the entrance of the Nine Cauldrons illusory realm. Although this protective barrier wasn't very strong, it was impossible for a Sky Realm warrior to break it. The Moon Maiden wanted to stop him, but she was stopped by the Sage Emperor and Sikong Zun. The three Yin-Yang realm experts fought. Although they didn't use their full strength, the crazy energy fluctuations still made the entire sacred city tremble. This wasn't the first time Ling Xiao saw a battle between Yin-Yang realm warriors. Therefore, he didn't enjoy it. Instead, he used his golden dragon wings and suddenly rushed towards the Nine Cauldrons illusory realm. You want to leave? Not so easy. Sikong Zun didn't need to guard the entrance. He began to chase after Ling Xiao. Although he couldn't fly, his movement technique was also excellent. In this small space, he didn't lose to Ling Xiao. In an instant, he arrived near Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao naturally didn't want to fight with him. Although he was confident, Ling Xiao also knew his own limits. He could fight a Sky Realm warrior with a cultivation base below the Three Talents Heaven Realm. If they were stronger, he wouldn't be able to fight. If it was a Grotto Heaven Realm warrior, he would definitely be defeated in one move. That was without a doubt. Unless his opponent made a mistake first. Then, he would still have a chance to launch a sneak attack. In the sky, there was a battle between three Yin-Yang realm experts. On the other side, there were two figures constantly chasing after each other. The figure behind was obviously faster, but the guy in front was unusually cunning. Every time he was about to be caught, he would always be able to escape at the last moment. It was as if the cunning little fish was competing with the fisherman. However, this fish seemed to be playing with the old fisherman until he was dizzy. Chapter 851. Heavenly King Cauldron. Suddenly, Sikong Xian roared. A huge bronze cauldron flew out from his palm and covered Ling Xiao. After the bronze cauldron flew out, it grew bigger. In an instant, it was 7 to 8 meters tall. It could definitely cover Ling Xiao completely. I didn't expect Sikong Xian to take out the Heavenly King Sect's treasure just to catch Ling Xiao. It should be a divine grade treasure, right? Yes, it's a divine grade treasure, the Heavenly King Cauldron. Once trapped, it's impossible to escape. The Moon Lady in the distance also noticed the situation. Her expression changed drastically as she tried to save Ling Xiao. However, the Sage Emperor and Sikong Zun were not to be trifled with. They held her back. Even if she wanted to save Luo Binghe, she couldn't do it. Everyone looked at Ling Xiao. If Ling Xiao was caught, the Moon Lady would have to hold back. The battle would end immediately. Humph, that brat deserves it. In the crowd, Mo Wushang snorted. He had suffered too much at the hands of Ling Xiao today. Therefore, when he saw that Ling Xiao was in danger, he became excited. It's probably going to end soon. No matter how powerful the Moon Maiden is, she won't be able to protect Ling Xiao alone. The Blood Blade sect leader shook his head. No one knew if he was relieved or sighing. Clang! The sound of the cauldron falling to the ground could be heard, and Ling Xiao was trapped inside. Ha ha ha, to think that you would have such a day. I'm going to eat you alive. Xikong Xian laughed heartily as the bronze cauldron took control of Ling Xiao. Not long ago, he had been humiliated in the true devil-forbidden area. Just now, he was humiliated again here. He was actually tricked by Ling Xiao. He couldn't take it lying down. Therefore, the moment he caught Ling Xiao, he was ready to put away the bronze cauldron. Suddenly, a crack appeared on the sturdy bronze cauldron. What's that? The sharp-eyed chief judge saw a seven-colored light. It was a butterfly. When everyone saw the thing that had bitten the cauldron, they couldn't help but be stunned. It was a very beautiful butterfly. It was very small, but it was constantly eating away at the divine artifact. What was even more frightening was that Xikong Xian had been caught off guard and hit in the chest by a beam of light shot out by the butterfly. Ah! A miserable shriek came from Xikong Xian's mouth. His body was like a deflated balloon, flying around in a strange trajectory in the sky. It was as if he was completely out of control. The heavenly elemental energy in his body was also crazily leaking out. This sudden turn of events gave everyone a shock. This included the Moon Lady, the Holy Emperor, and Xikong Zun, who were fighting fiercely. They all stopped fighting and looked over. The Moon Maiden knew Ling Xiao very well, but she was still a little confused. As for the others, they were completely dumbfounded. Their eyes and jaws almost fell to the ground at the same time. What was going on? A dignified Grotto Heaven Realm expert was actually sent flying by a martial artist who had just entered the Celestial Realm? No, it's not Ling Xiao. It's that butterfly. After all, there were still some clever people present. They quickly determined that it was the butterfly that had attacked Xikong Xian, and not Ling Xiao. Could this be a variant of Ling Xiao? Bullsh *T. How could there be such a variant? This should be a trump card that he has never used. What kind of ferocious pet is this? The people present more or less understood Ling Xiao after watching the finals of the martial arts festival. This kid had so many trump cards that it was too much for the eyes to take in. Who knew what kind of incredible means this guy would suddenly use? Brat, what did you do? On the ground, Xikong Xian, who had finally regained control of his body, was as irritable as thunder. Just a single attack from the butterfly had caused his heavenly elemental energy to leak out crazily. His current strength was at most equivalent to the ninth heaven of the celestial realm. Although he was still much stronger than Ling Xiao, there was no longer an insurmountable gap between them. At the very least, it was impossible for him to kill Ling Xiao in one move. In addition, once bitten, twice shy. At this moment, he was extremely fearful and did not dare to approach Ling Xiao at all. He could only roar with a gloomy face. To be honest, Ling Xiao was also surprised. He originally thought that he was really in trouble this time. Who knew that the butterfly in the mountain river world would actually run out of its own accord and bite the monarch cauldron to pieces and even injure Xikong Xian? This was simply a huge surprise. He had allowed the little butterfly to stay in his mountain river world and serve it well. It could be said that he had done his utmost benevolence. This little thing probably came out to repay his kindness. What a strange little fellow. It's a pity that I still don't know what you are. I'll call you a butterfly, but how can there be such a powerful butterfly in the world? In any case, thank you very much. Ling Xiao stretched his limbs and allowed the little butterfly to land on his hand. Then, he smiled at Xikong Xian and said, "Old thing, come again if you can. I want to see how much heavenly yuan energy you have left." Seeing that Ling Xiao was fine, the Moon Lady was naturally no longer worried. Instead, she attacked the Sage Emperor and Xikong Zun again. Previously, the two of them were holding her back. Now, she was holding them back to give Ling Xiao enough time to enter the Nine Cauldrons illusion. What the hell is that thing? Xikong Xian did not dare to approach Ling Xiao and only roared, "Xikong Xian, you piece of trash. What's so scary about a little butterfly? Capture Ling Xiao and that little thing should be useless." Xikong Zun roared in the middle of the battle. However, because of this roar, he was hit by the Moon Lady's palm and his chest almost caved in. This was the result of being distracted while fighting against an expert. This Sikong Zun really didn't take the Moon Maiden seriously. However, it was nothing for a Yin-Yang realm expert to have his chest caved in. He would recover after a while, but it would consume his Yin-Yang jade. After reaching the Yin-Yang realm, the heavenly veins in one's body would turn into Yin-Yang jade. This was a good item that could bring a warrior back to life. However, every bit of Yin-Yang jade consumed would be a little less. It might even cause one's cultivation to regress. If he only had 30% of his Yin-Yang jade left, his life would be in danger. Therefore, unless it was absolutely necessary, even a Yin-Yang realm warrior would not easily use Yin-Yang jade. However, Sikong Zun had no choice. Now that he was facing a powerful enemy, he could only rely on the Yin-Yang jade to recover. Brother Xian, don't be afraid. Just focus on Ling Xiao. Leave this little butterfly to me. The person who spoke was the imperial physician of the sacred dynasty's imperial family, Sun Shang, the heavenly lord of miraculous hands. Although heavenly sovereign miraculous hands Sun Shang had always been called a heavenly sovereign, in reality, his cultivation had already broken through to the Grotto Heaven realm. After all, as the most powerful alchemist in the Sky Dragon continent, even if his cultivation aptitude was slightly inferior, he had an endless supply of elixirs, so he was still faster than the average person. Alright. Although Sikong Xian did not understand why Sun Shang suddenly attacked, he was relieved that Sun Shang was here. Chapter 852. Little guy, after you finish eating this divine grade artifact, I promise to give you 10 more immortal grade artifacts so that you can eat your fill. Can you help me stop that Sun Shang? Sun Shang was already prepared to make a move. Novel. It didn't matter if the little butterfly came out or not. He would make a move when necessary. And now, because Sun Shang had his eyes on the little butterfly, he planned to make a move in advance. However, Ling Xiao believed that the little butterfly was definitely stronger than Sun Shang. That old guy dared to underestimate the little butterfly. He would definitely suffer a great loss. The little butterfly was overjoyed when it heard Ling Xiao's words. It seemed to like eating all kinds of divine weapons and treasures the most. 10 immortal grade artifacts were a delicacy to it. In addition, it had been residing in Ling Xiao's body, so it would be unreasonable if it didn't make a move. After all, it was just stopping one person. Whoosh! After a series of strange noises, under the shocked gazes of countless people, the small butterfly that was only slightly larger than a fingernail turned into a huge butterfly in the blink of an eye. When the butterfly spread its wings, it was more than 2 meters wide. With its enlarged body, a gentle flap of its wings could create a violent whirlwind. Flying in the air, one could clearly see the graceful body of the little butterfly between its wings. It wasn't an insect, but a beautiful woman with a graceful body and exquisite appearance. Don't be fooled by this beauty's appearance. With the completion of the transformation, an extremely terrifying and vigorous energy erupted from her body, forming an energy storm in the space around her, tearing apart countless air and elements. The beautiful woman flew in the air and looked down at Sun Shang on the ground. Her expression was extremely cute, but no one dared to underestimate her. Even Ling Xiao was a little surprised. He didn't expect the little thing to become so big. Sister Moon Maiden wouldn't be angry, would she? He secretly glanced at the Moon Maiden. He found that the Moon Maiden seemed to have become more ferocious in battle. Damn, this is an Azura battlefield. Sister Moon Maiden is really angry. Sigh. I didn't know this little guy could become so big. Ling Xiao helplessly smiled bitterly. From the day he obtained this little butterfly, he had always felt that this little fellow would never grow up, so he didn't think too much about it. However, from the looks of it today, his thoughts seemed to be a little off. Ha ha ha, Sun Shang, aren't you afraid that your lifespan will be shortened by making a move on such a beauty? In the crowd, a judge laughed loudly and shouted. Sun Shang's old face reddened, but he had no intention of stopping. He even cursed disdainfully in his heart, "Idiot, what do you know? You have no idea how valuable this thing is. As long as I can get my hands on it, Not only will I become the #1 alchemist on the heavenly dragon continent, but I will also become the #1 alchemist in the entire profound world. Sikong Xian, do your best. Don't fail miserably. You're a Grotto Heaven Realm expert. If you lose to a junior like Ling Xiao, your Heavenly King sect will be too ashamed to face others in the future. Many people were watching the show. At this time, it was time to mock Sikong Xian. Since they couldn't get the 2 dragon souls, they might as well take advantage of him with their words. Although these people's words were really unscrupulous, Sikong Xian knew in his heart that they weren't joking. Ling Xiao wasn't strong, but the problem was that he had too many trump cards. This time, a small butterfly had appeared. Who knew what kind of ghost would appear next time? Therefore, he had to be very careful. Ignoring the words of those people, Sikong Xian carefully walked towards Ling Xiao. In any case, as long as he kept an eye on Ling Xiao and didn't let this kid enter the 9 Cauldrons illusory realm, his mission would be completed. As for other things, he couldn't care less, nor did he want to care. He didn't have the ability to care. On the other side, the heavenly sovereign of miraculous hands, Sun Shang, took a deep breath and raised his head to look at the butterfly girl in the sky. He looked very cautious. Rashly attacking an unfamiliar target was an unwise move in itself. Therefore, Sun Shang had to be careful. Even if it was for his own greed, he didn't want to lose his life. Sun Shang stretched out his 2 arms. His arms were wrapped with green heavenly origin energy, which then became like old tree bark. Don't look down on this thing just because you think it's ugly. Sun Shang had relied on this strange old tree bark to defeat many experts of a higher realm than him. Hee. In the sky, the butterfly girl let out a sweet laugh, as if she was a carefree little girl. To be honest, Ling Xiao felt a lot of guilt for letting such a little girl fight, let alone Sun Shang, who was fighting with her. However, the battle had already begun. Sun Shang wouldn't show mercy, nor did he dare to show mercy. 2 powerful auras spread out from the butterfly girl and Sun Shang. Although they couldn't compare to the auras of the 3 Yin-Yang realm experts, they were still sharp and oppressive. Many warriors with weaker cultivations even felt their bodies convulse. They were so frightened by this powerful aura that they foamed at the mouth. Before this, no one would have thought that just dealing with Ling Xiao would not only incur the wrath of the Moon Maiden, but also provoke the wrath of the Moon Maiden. He had even provoked this strange butterfly girl. Just how many more surprises could this kid bring them? Of course, it might be a surprise for the onlookers, but it was a little depressing for the people from the Heavenly King's Gate. Seeing that Sikong Xian didn't make a move, Ling Xiao suddenly sped up and rushed in the direction of the 9 Cauldrons illusory realm. At this moment, among the warriors from the Heavenly King's Gate and the Sacred Dynasty's royal family, other than the head judge, the strongest was only at the Heaven Realm. Ling Xiao wasn't afraid. The little butterfly girl's appearance really helped him a lot. As long as the Moon Maiden defeated the Holy Emperor and Sikong Zun, this battle would end. He could also successfully enter the 9 Cauldrons illusory realm and escape. As for the future, let's talk about it later. Ling Xiao had plenty of ways to escape the pursuit of these people. Where do you think you're going? Although Sikong Xian was afraid of Ling Xiao, seeing that Ling Xiao was about to escape into the 9 Cauldrons illusory realm, he couldn't care less and chased after him. On the other side, the auras of the butterfly girl and Sun Shang had already risen to their limits. Their auras were terrifying, but they appeared extremely quiet. Ling Xiao knew that this was definitely the calm before the storm. The following battle might be more ferocious than he imagined. At a certain moment, one of the auras suddenly erupted. Sun Shang soared into the air, and 2 thick vines appeared in his hands. Terrifying energy condensed on the vines, making one wonder how terrifying its destructive power was. It tore through the sky as easily as tearing a piece of paper. At the same time, the butterfly girl also moved. The expression on her originally smiling face turned solemn. The 2 wings on her back flapped and suddenly erupted. The 7-colored light condensed into a beam of light that shot towards Sun Shang. Chapter 853. In the sky, 2 resplendent lights intersected and collided violently. Under the watchful eyes of countless people, a terrifying light that temporarily blinded them was produced. After that, a thunderous sound spread throughout the entire holy city, causing many timid cultivators to shudder involuntarily. Whether it was the butterfly lady or Sunshang, they both seemed to be good at mid-range and long-range attacks. The green vines and the rainbow light collided repeatedly, causing explosions to ring out. Both sides wanted to attack the other first, but were blocked by the other party's tenacious defense. For a moment, they were in a stalemate. Usually, such warriors were afraid of being attacked because their defense was not strong. Sunshang seemed to have noticed this as well, so a huge vine suddenly appeared behind him. The vines split into tens of thousands of thin vines that pierced towards the butterfly lady. The butterfly lady flapped her wings, and a huge protective wall that was identical to her wings completely blocked her behind. The vines constantly hit the protective wall, producing sounds like raindrops hitting the ground after a torrential downpour. Sunshang was surprised to find that the butterfly lady had many defensive methods, especially that protective shield. It was amazing. He had used almost all his strength, but he was unable to completely shatter the protective shield. In terms of strength, the butterfly lady was probably not weaker than any Grotto Heaven Realm warrior, but she was severely lacking in experience. Seeing this, Sunshang could not help but sneer. No matter how strong you are, if you lack experience, I have a way to deal with you. Bang! Suddenly, a huge spike shot out from the ground where the butterfly lady was. The spike was extremely fast as it pierced towards the butterfly lady. Furthermore, its position just happened to bypass the protective wall. Hua! What Sunshang did not expect was that the butterfly lady did not panic in the slightest in the face of this sneak attack. She only shook her body, causing rainbow powder to fall. The powder was quite terrifying. When it stuck to the vines, it actually caused the vines to turn around and attack Sunshang. Although its power would be greatly reduced, this kind of defensive method still shocked many people present. It could be seen that the butterfly lady was inexperienced, but she was not stupid. Her intelligence could make up for her lack of experience. She's really hard to deal with. Sunshang frowned. The reason why he took action was naturally because this butterfly girl was worth capturing. Secondly, it was because he had judged the butterfly lady's current strength and felt that he could subdue her with his own ability. If that's the case, don't blame me for being merciless. Sunshang had never thought of himself as a martial artist. Sometimes, martial artists had to abide by certain rules. For example, they had to try their best not to use special items like the Thunderbolt Fireball during battle. However, he had no such concerns. The reason why he didn't use it before was purely because he was afraid of killing the butterfly lady. After all, he wanted the butterfly lady alive, not a corpse. But now, it was different. He sensed how powerful the butterfly lady was and knew that even if he used that special method, he wouldn't be able to kill her. Therefore, he no longer had any misgivings. Boom! Sunshang threw out an emerald green pellet, which then exploded near the butterfly lady's body. The terrifying impact sent the butterfly lady's body flying. The skin of the critical area that was hit by the explosion ruptured, and blood flowed out of the skin. It was a ghastly sight. Ah! A shrill scream came from the butterfly lady's mouth. The lively and cute little girl's eyes flickered with blood-red hatred. The figure that was sent flying suddenly stopped and pounced at Sunshang at an unbelievable speed. The butterfly lady, who was originally only good at mid-range and long-range attacks, was now in close range. Even her appearance had a subtle change. She became more ferocious and even somewhat ferocious. Sharp nails grew on her hands. They were more than 3 inches long. It was obvious that they weren't simple. Sunshang was stunned by the sudden change in the situation. He didn't have time to dodge because the opponent was simply too fast. Helpless, he could only erect countless vines to form a vine shield to protect him. He had poured almost all of his strength into this shield, all for the sake of blocking this brazen attack. However, in the next moment, the shield was directly smashed into pieces. The glittering nails enlarged in his eyes. Poochie! In the nick of time, Sunshang managed to avoid being hit in his vitals, but his shoulder was directly pierced through. The bloody hole made people shudder. In the arena, countless people were dumbfounded. That was heavenly, venerable, miraculous hand Sunshang. There weren't many people in the Grotto Heaven realm who could injure him, and there were even fewer who could trample on Sun Shang like that. However, things didn't end there. Sun Shang, who was pierced through, was sent flying by a terrifying force. He directly penetrated 4 or 5 walls of the palace, causing human-shaped holes to appear on the walls. Is this still the delicate butterfly lady from before? The warriors who were watching the show swallowed their saliva, finding it unbelievable. The contrast between before and after was a little too big. Bang! After a series of explosions, Sun Shang, who was covered in blood, darted out from behind the wall. His gaze turned completely cold, but he was horrified. Only then did he realize that he had completely underestimated this strange butterfly. In the beginning, he only thought of it as a little monster that lacked combat experience. He thought that it would be easy to capture it with his own means. However, he ended up in such a sorry state. He had to resort to even more vicious means. If bombing didn't work, he would use poison. In any case, as an alchemist, Sun Shang was more familiar with poisons. His strongest poison was something that even Yin-Yang realm warriors had to be wary of. If he were to use it on this butterfly girl today, he would be a little reluctant to do so. After all, the materials needed to refine such a poison were very difficult to find. He only had a small drop, and it would be gone once he used it. It was originally for self-defense, but the butterfly lady had completely infuriated him, making him want to kill her. He turned his head to look to the other side. Ling Xiao and Xikong Xian were still playing hide-and-seek. As time passed, Xikong Xian's speed became slower and slower, but Ling Xiao's speed didn't slow down. He would occasionally attack the protective wall at the entrance of the Nine Cauldrons illusion realm before quickly retreating. Xikong Xian couldn't do anything to him. Originally, Xikong Xian could still rely on his Grotto Heaven realm cultivation to forcefully increase his speed, not giving Ling Xiao any chance to escape. However, after being attacked by the butterfly lady, his strength was greatly reduced, and he temporarily fell to the Heaven realm. This advantage was basically gone. Chapter 854. Ling Xiao's golden dragon wings were something that no one in the Heaven realm could catch up to. Many people might be able to kill Ling Xiao with a single slap, but they wouldn't be able to catch up to him. This was the huge benefit of Ling Xiao's golden dragon wings that he had painstakingly cultivated. What a piece of trash! Sun Shang couldn't help but curse when he saw this. He wanted Xikong Xian to help him deal with the butterfly girl, but he didn't expect that guy to not even be able to deal with Ling Xiao. He could only rely on himself now. However, poisoning the butterfly girl was definitely not an easy task. If things went wrong, he might even be poisoned himself. There was no antidote for this poison. If he was really poisoned, he would probably die. What do you guys think? What's the background of this little butterfly girl? It seems to be even stronger than Sun Shang. Although it hasn't reached the Yin-Yang realm, it seems to have great potential. The warriors who were watching the show were bored and became interested in the butterfly girl. I think I've seen something similar in an ancient book, but it shouldn't be like this. After a careful comparison, there's still a huge difference. Where did Ling Xiao get such a treasure? How many fortuitous encounters did this guy have? Even the sect masters of the 12 sects could only shake their heads and smile bitterly. This Ling Xiao felt that his luck was much stronger than the Holy Sun's. It was no wonder that he could defeat the Holy Sun, Hai Myung-ko, and become the champion of the martial arts festival. Just as the people below were discussing, the battle on the battlefield didn't stop. The Moon Lady's advantage was becoming more and more obvious. Not only could she completely suppress the Holy Emperor and Xikong Zun, but she also became stronger as the battle went on. This made Xikong Zun and the Holy Emperor feel a chill in their hearts. The reason they dared to attack Ling Xiao was that they didn't have to fear the Moon Lady if they worked together. They might as well kill the Moon Lady and get rid of a huge problem. However, the Moon Lady's strength was far beyond their expectations. Grand Holy Emperor, are you still not going to help? Do you want to see the foundation of the sacred dynasty destroyed in the hands of this woman? Shang Di's chest was hit by a palm strike, and his mind was shaken. He was really afraid of dying here, so he immediately asked the head judge for help. You guys brought this upon yourselves, so settle it yourselves. You want this old man to join hands with you to deal with a little girl? This old man feels ashamed. The head judge snorted coldly. Although he said that, he was still paying attention to the match. Even though he wouldn't team up with Shangdi and Sikong Zun to deal with the Moon Lady, he would definitely save Shangdi if he was in danger. After all, that was his heir and his own son. The Holy Emperor felt helpless. He could only use all his skills to block the Moon Lady's attacks with all his might along with Sikong Zun. Looking at Sun Shang's side, the Butterfly Lady's attack had begun again. Realizing that Sun Shang wasn't dead, the Butterfly Lady's eyes were still filled with rage. A rainbow-colored light flashed, and she approached him again. It seemed that they were no longer using mid-range and long-range attacks. Instead, they were madly engaging in close combat. I was just worried that you wouldn't come close to me. Sun Shang snorted coldly and retreated as he fought. As his hands danced, layers of vines and rocks appeared behind him to form a protective barrier. No one noticed that wisps of black gas were constantly emitting from the rocks. This old man had already started using poison. Not only could this method poison the Butterfly Lady, but it could also prevent him from being contaminated by the poison. It was truly brilliant. The Butterfly Lady was simply unstoppable. She broke through the layers of defenses, but she also inhaled the black poisonous gas. She continued to approach Sun Shang, but there didn't seem to be any signs of being poisoned. This made Sun Shang very anxious. No effect? How is that possible? That's a highly toxic poison that even a Yin-Yang realm expert would be wary of. Could it be that this guy has poison resistance? Sun Shang was only focused on retreating. His mind was filled with thoughts about the Butterfly Lady. He didn't realize that he was getting closer and closer to the location where Ling Xiao and Sikong Xian were fighting. Suddenly, Ling Xiao moved. He didn't notice the poison, but he felt that this was a good opportunity. Sikong Xian couldn't catch up to him. Sun Shang was a problem. As long as he took Sun Shang as a hostage, the Holy Emperor and Sikong Zun would definitely hold back. The reason was simple. Although Sun Shang wasn't a relative of the royal family, he was still very useful to the Sacred Dynasty's royal family. Once they lost the strongest alchemist in the Sky Dragon continent, the strength of the Sacred Dynasty's royal family would definitely plummet. What did they have to contend with the 12 sects? How could they lead those sects? 5 swords appeared. Ling Xiao planned to use the move he used against Hai Myung KO, because that was his strongest attack so far. What is Ling Xiao trying to do? Does he think he can cause harm to a Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist? Although Sun Shang didn't notice Ling Xiao, the spectating martial artists saw it very clearly. Ling Xiao made his move in front of everyone. If they couldn't see it, wouldn't they be blind? Almost everyone felt that Ling Xiao's actions were inexplicable. It was like a little lamb pouncing on a big bad wolf. He was simply sending himself to his death. Could it be that he thinks Sun Shang is fighting too hard, so he's deliberately sending himself to die? Someone even joked. Ling Xiao didn't care about these people's thoughts. He didn't have the time to care. If these people could see his actions, the Heavenly King's Gate naturally could too. Heavenly Venerable Sun, be careful behind you. Someone from the Heavenly King's Gate had already warned Sun Shang. Ling Xiao had to seize the opportunity. In that instant, the heavenly elemental energy in his body rose to the maximum. In addition, after the battle with Hai Myung KO, he hadn't changed back to his 10th human dragon form. Therefore, this attack could be considered his strongest attack before he transformed into the ancient golden dragon form. As the heavenly elemental energy continued to condense, the heavenly elemental energy in the heavenly vein began to boil like magma in a volcano. The light brought about by the power of the 5 treasured swords also reached its peak in an instant. A huge 5-colored sword appeared in the void. Shadow Sword Art, Divine Retribution Sword. Stinking brat, I can't beat the Butterfly Lady, but do you think I'll be afraid of your attack? In fact, Sun Shang had already noticed Ling Xiao's actions, but he didn't care at all. He was even prepared to attack the moment Ling Xiao approached him and subdue Ling Xiao. The Butterfly Lady finally showed symptoms and coughed out a trace of black blood. Ha ha ha, little butterfly, you're dead for sure now. You've been poisoned by this old man's poison. You won't have the chance to be arrogant anymore. Sun Shang laughed ecstatically. With a wave of his hand, a vine shield appeared behind him. He felt that this casual defense would be enough to block Ling Xiao's attack. After all, he was Sun Shang, a top expert in the Grotto Heaven realm. Ling Xiao was just a warrior who had just entered the celestial realm. What harm could he do to him? Hearing that the butterfly lady had been poisoned, Ling Xiao's expression changed drastically. Due to anger, he even lost some of his rationality. He, who had been unwilling to transform into the ancient golden dragon form, instantly transformed into the ancient golden dragon form. Chapter 855. Even though it was only the first form of the primordial golden dragon, the crazy energy seemed to suddenly erupt and leak out. The power of the primordial hell dragon and primordial natural dragon merged into this huge body. What is that? Everyone was stunned, including the three Yin-Yang realm experts who were fighting and Xikong Xian, who was chasing Ling Xiao. In the sky, a golden divine dragon that was dozens of feet long was circling in the air. In front of its huge mouth, a five-colored divine sword was aimed at Sun Shang. Ling Xiao was also a little surprised. He originally thought that after entering the primordial golden dragon form, he would not be able to use this sword technique. Now, it seemed that something was wrong. The five-colored divine sword had merged with the dragon's roar and could attack at the same time. At this moment, Sun Shang was completely dumbfounded. The terrifying energy infused into the five-colored divine sword had completely exceeded his expectations. Sun Shang, go to hell. A thunderous roar came out of the golden dragon's mouth. A horrified expression appeared on Sun Shang's face. Even a Yin-Yang realm martial artist would not dare to be hit by such an attack without any defense. Moreover, he was only a Grotto Heaven realm martial artist. The defense he had set up previously was useless. Therefore, this time, he was just standing there and letting Ling Xiao beat him up. The dragon's roar and the divine retribution sword came crashing down with the force of a thunderbolt. It was really like a divine punishment descending from the heavens. Golden Dragon's fury. Before the attack arrived, the ground had already shattered. The terrifying impact caused Sun Shang's face to distort. It was not that Sun Shang did not want to dodge or defend. However, it was too late. Under countless shocked gazes, the terrifying dragon's extinction and the five-colored divine sword pierced through Sun Shang's body. At that moment, all sound seemed to suddenly disappear. Silence. Terrifying silence. Boom. After the silence, an explosion finally sounded. Sun Shang knelt on the ground and looked like he was on his last breath. On the Heavenly King Sek's side, Hai Myungkeo, who had already woken up, saw this scene and fainted again. She was furious. How could Ling Xiao be so strong? How could this be? This guy actually hid such a terrifying strength in his battle with her. Even a peak Grotto Heaven realm martial artist like Sun Shang could not withstand such a terrifying attack, let alone her. At the very least, Sun Shang was still alive. If it were her, she would definitely be dead by now. There might not even be a single trace of her left. What a terrifying fellow. The Qin Bishue licked her dry lips and lowered her proud head. To think that he had thought that he could be on par with Ling Xiao. In the face of such an attack, he was not even worth mentioning. He felt a little vexed, but there was nothing he could do. Ling Xiao is worthy of being called the Chosen One. But what's with this variant? Did he obtain another martial soul? Many people couldn't understand what was going on. Ling Xiao clearly possessed the ancient Hell Dragon and the ancient Nature Dragon martial soul. How could he transform into a golden divine dragon after transforming? He had never heard of an immemorial golden dragon martial soul. Wasn't the golden dragon king missing? Finally, the terrifying rumbling stopped. Countless cracks had already appeared on the ground. This was not a martial arts stage, but real ground. It was actually cracked by the pressure of this attack. When the light dissipated, Sun Shang kneeling on the ground appeared in front of everyone. The guy who was usually high and mighty and looked down on all martial artists in the world as playthings was now like a dead dog. His entire body was charred black, and there was a large hole from his chest to his abdomen. It seemed that all his internal organs had been destroyed. Even Ling Xiao himself felt that this attack was inconceivable. Logically speaking, even if he entered the immemorial golden dragon form, It was impossible to cause such great damage. However, he knew what was going on. When he entered this form, the human king's aura in his body had decreased by 1 cauldron. This meant that the human king had helped him. It seemed that being the chosen one had some benefits. He could borrow a portion of the human king's power from the 9 cauldrons. This time, he used 1 cauldron, leaving him with 8 cauldrons. However, Ling Xiao felt that it was worth it to be able to severely injure Sun Shang. Little guy, have mercy. Just as Ling Xiao was about to follow up with another attack and kill Sun Shang, one of the judges stepped forward. This old man once owed Heavenly Sovereign miraculous hands a favor. I definitely can't let you kill him. This person was a Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist. Ling Xiao hesitated for a moment before transforming back into his human form and charging towards the butterfly lady. He needed to check on the butterfly lady's condition. Furthermore, it was unwise to provoke this Grotto Heaven Realm judge who was clearly unwilling to make a move. Kill him, kill him. Sun Shang still had a breath of life left. After all, this old man was an alchemist. He probably expected that he would end up like this, so his body structure was a little special. At this moment, he grabbed the judge and shouted with all his might. However, his voice couldn't be too loud. The intense pain coming from his body made him want to die. In front of all the upper echelons and genius disciples of the 12 sects, he was actually nearly killed by a 15-year-old brat. In the end, he still needed someone to save him. This was simply too embarrassing. Brother Sun, it's better to heal your injuries first. Otherwise, you will really die. The judge clearly had no intention of making a move. Although he owed Sun Shang a favor, saving Sun Shang's life was already extremely benevolent. How could he find trouble with Ling Xiao? Offending the Moon Lady wasn't fun. Furthermore, the Butterfly Lady wasn't easy to deal with. Ling Xiao didn't have the time to pay attention to this matter. He was carefully examining the Butterfly Lady's injuries. Little girl, are you all right? Ever since he obtained the Butterfly Lady, he treated her as his family. This was probably the most normal reaction for someone who had lost his family at a young age. Today, the Butterfly Lady had saved his life and helped him greatly. If the Butterfly Lady died, he would really go crazy. Don't cry. The Butterfly Lady's body was trembling. It was obvious that Sun Shang's poison had a terrifying effect on the Butterfly Lady, causing her body to deteriorate even faster. The little girl wiped away the tears at the corner of Ling Xiao's eyes and smiled. I won't cry, but you can't die. It had been a long time since Ling Xiao cried so emotionally. At this moment, he looked like a real child. Sigh, although I don't know how he almost killed Sun Shang, the younger generation will surpass us in time. The Villa Master of the Spiritual Medicine Manor sighed. That's right. Where did this kid get so many good things? First, it was the ancient Hell Dragon martial soul. Then, it was a peak Grotto Heaven Realm pet. Now, it's the Golden Divine Dragon variant. I'm starting to wonder if there's a huge organization secretly supporting him. The Blood Blade sect master muttered to himself. Chapter 856. In fact, there were many people who believed that Ling Xiao had the support of a powerful organization. The sect master of the Hemostasis Blade sect was definitely not the only one. This was because even if the royal family of the Sacred Dynasty and the Heavenly King sect worked together, they could only obtain the ancient nature dragon martial soul for the Holy Sun, Hai Myung-ko. Compared to Ling Xiao, the difference was like heaven and earth. Could it be that Yuehua School has been pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger all this time? The sect master of the Snow Mountain sect frowned. That's impossible. Pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger is pure idiocy. Don't forget how the Heavenly King sect bullied Yuehua School in the past. How many Yuehua School disciples died in the hands of the Heavenly King sect's disciples? The sect master of the Profound Fire sect shook his head. Everyone looked at each other and shook their heads with bitter smiles. They really did not know what had allowed Ling Xiao to make such terrifying progress. Each of their sects had a powerful intelligence system. If Ling Xiao really had connections with a big organization, it was impossible for them not to know. Currently, The two organizations that Ling Xiao was closest to were the Yuehua School and the Divine Sword Sect. If the Yuehua School was not good enough, the Divine Sword Sect was not as good as the Yuehua School. Mother, help him. Look at how sad he is crying. Perhaps it was because of Dai Yuling, or because she admired Ling Xiao. Dai Yaoling actually begged her mother. What's wrong? Is the little girl's heart rippling? The villa master of the spiritual medicine villa, the asterisk, asked with a smile. What nonsense are you talking about, mother? I just feel that there are not many people who are as loyal as him in this day and age. Dai Yaoling shook her mother's arm and said, whether he is loyal or not, you will know soon. The asterisk stood up and said loudly to Ling Xiao, little guy, do you want to save that little butterfly? Yes. Ling Xiao raised his head abruptly, wiped away his tears and nodded. It's actually not difficult to save her. Our spiritual medicine villa has already figured out the antidote for the poison that Sunshang developed last year. It's just that you have to pay a price. Asterisk said, Senior, please tell me. As long as I can save her, I'm willing to pay any price. Ling Xiao nodded heavily. What if I ask you to give the natural dragon soul to the spiritual medicine villa? Asterisk sneered. She had seen a lot of people like this. When they talked about it, they were moved by it. But when it came to asking them to pay the price, they were completely evasive. She wanted to show her daughter that Ling Xiao was just one of those people. I'm willing. However, Ling Xiao did not hesitate at all and immediately agreed to her request. Asterisk was stunned. She asked in disbelief, Are you sure you didn't hear wrongly? I want the natural dragon soul, not other martial spirits. Of course you didn't hear wrong. It's a natural dragon soul. As long as Senior can save the butterfly girl, I'm willing to give it to you with both hands. I won't go back on my word. Ling Xiao said solemnly. Okay, I've underestimated you. However, this price is only the reward for our spiritual medicine villa. In addition, you may be greatly affected. If you want to detoxify the poison, you will have to consume a lot of source energy. This will cause your cultivation to drop significantly. Even if it drops to the transcendent realm, are you still willing? Senior, there's no need to say these words. What's a drop in cultivation? I, Ling Xiao, was able to cultivate to this level in such a short time. Even if I were to do it again, it wouldn't take long. Ling Xiao interrupted S words. He just wanted to save the butterfly girl now. Everything else didn't matter. Her cultivation could still be improved, but the butterfly girl only had one life. Okay, I'll help you. Finally stopped talking and jumped over to teach Ling Xiao how to detoxify the poison. After obtaining the detoxification method, Ling Xiao directly pulled out the natural dragon soul and gave it to You're too anxious. Don't give it to me. Give it to your senior sister, Dai Yuling. I owe Dai Yuling too much, but she doesn't want anything I give her. Just give it to her as her junior brother. Smiled with a touch of helplessness in her eyes. Don't worry about detoxifying. I'll protect you. As the Villa Lord of Spiritual Medicine Villa, this young and beautiful woman just wanted to make up for the mistakes she made when she was young. She knew that her daughter liked Ling Xiao, so protecting Ling Xiao from being ambushed was nothing to her. Ling Xiao could feel that his heavenly essence energy was constantly being consumed. This was something that had never happened before. However, the poison in the butterfly girl's body was constantly being expelled. This meant that the Villa Lord of Spiritual Medicine Villa wasn't lying to him. Thinking of this, he stopped letting his imagination run wild and started detoxifying the butterfly girl wholeheartedly. Sunshang was also brought for treatment. In his current state, if he wasn't treated, he wouldn't be far from death. Sikong Xian stood there, not daring to move. He might have been able to exchange a few blows with the Villa Lord of Spiritual Medicine Villa before, but now that his cultivation had been greatly reduced, he was no match for her. As a result, there was a very strange situation. The Heavenly King sect and the Sacred Dynasty's royal family clearly said that they wanted to capture Ling Xiao, but no one dared to make a move. Moreover, the Sacred Emperor and the Heavenly King sect master, Sikong Zun, We're being suppressed and we're on the verge of defeat. Should we make a move? In the crowd, the flame deity looked at the palace lord of Jade Water Sacred Palace and asked, I know you have a grudge with that kid, but now isn't the time to discuss personal grudges. Don't ruin the Storm Legion's plan. The palace lord of Jade Water Sacred Palace reminded. Although the flame deity was unhappy, there was nothing he could do. In terms of strength, he wasn't as strong as the Villa Lord of Spiritual Medicine Villa. Without the help of the Palace Lord of Jade Water Sacred Palace, he would be courting death. Boom. At this moment, a loud sound came from the sky. The two figures quickly crashed into the ground, and both of them were defeated. In the sky, the godlike Moon Lady looked down at the Sacred Emperor and Sikong Zun on the ground with indifference and disdain. Damn it! How is this woman so strong? The Sacred Emperor clutched his chest and spat out mouthfuls of blood. Sikong Zun's condition was much better than his, but there were many injuries on his body. She's an old monster from 100,000 years ago. We're no match for her. It's a pity that the Grand Holy Emperor isn't willing to help. Otherwise, it's possible to take her down. That old thing is really senile. The Sacred Emperor was so angry that he didn't choose his words carefully. Sister Moon Lady, let's go. As the battle ended, Ling Zhao's detoxification was also completed. The little butterfly returned to sleep in the Mountain River world. As the Villa Lord of Spiritual Medicine Villa had said, Ling Zhao's cultivation had dropped to the Transcendent Realm 9th layer. He wasn't even a Heaven Vein cultivator anymore. However, he was still a little special because once a Heaven Vein was formed, it wouldn't revert back to its original state. So, he still produced Heaven Origin energy in his body. A Transcendent Realm 9th layer, Transcendent Realm cultivator with Heaven Origin energy was something that had never happened before. Chapter 857. Let's go. The Moon Maiden smashed Sikong Xian's barrier to the Nine Cauldrons illusory realm with a punch before leaving the sacred city. Ling Xiao stepped into the Nine Cauldrons illusory realm. As long as he entered, the Heavenly King sect and the Sacred Dynasty's royal family would not be able to do anything to him. After Ling Xiao entered the Nine Cauldrons illusory realm, the black hole did not disappear. However, no one was able to enter as they stared blankly at it. Come, surround this place. Don't give Ling Xiao any chance to escape. He will stay here for the rest of his life. The Sacred Emperor was furious as he gave an order. Immediately, someone responded and carried out the order. Ling Xiao naturally did not know what was happening outside. At this moment, he had already entered the Nine Cauldrons illusory realm. The moment Ling Xiao entered the Nine Cauldrons illusory realm, he could clearly feel a very strange change. There seemed to be countless chaotic spaces around him, and these spaces were mixed together, forming countless chaotic mixed spaces. The creatures and plants inside seemed to be randomly pieced together, giving off a very disharmonious feeling. What exactly is going on? What is the Nine Cauldrons illusory realm trying to tell me? Ling Xiao was a little confused. After all, it was his first time here, and he was completely unfamiliar with the situation here. Don't just look at the outside world. You have to look at your own heart. A voice rang in Ling Zhao's ears. Human King, you don't have to look for me. This Nine Cauldrons illusory realm only has a remnant of my consciousness. Everyone who enters the Nine Cauldrons illusory realm sees different things. What you see is related to your own body. Don't be lost in this chaotic environment. You have to look at your own body. Perhaps you can find the answer. My own body? Ling Xiao frowned. The Nine Cauldrons illusory realm should be a place to increase one's cultivation. Seeing such a chaotic environment here, could it be that his cultivation was also extremely chaotic? Chaotic? Yes. It must be so. Ling Xiao had always felt that he had not grasped the true essence of the Mountain River martial soul and was walking on a path that deviated from the core. However, he was completely unclear as to what was going on. Senior, do you think that I have learned too many things? The only thing that I have not truly used the most powerful Mountain River martial soul? Ling Xiao asked. The Human King did not answer his question, but the chaotic scene had disappeared, and in its place was a vast and empty field. Nine cauldrons fate chi, floating above the nine cauldrons fate, was exactly the same as Ling's fate nine cauldrons. Deuces. It's if you be willing to give up. They exist to let's. Their purpose is exist goes. Them exists twos. S2. Exists bees they art is. Is. Exist. Two. Existence exists is. On. Existence. Is. Two. S. Ling Xiao asked, puzzled. It's true that the mountain river martial spirit can contain everything, but in the initial stage, if you use too many things, it will lead to the mountain river martial spirit not being able to make full use of it. My opinion is very simple. Temporarily give up on all martial arts other than the secret soul arts, including your Hell Dragon Soul and Sword Demon martial spirit. Do I have to give up the Eye of the World? That's not necessary. Your Eye of the World is the door to the Mountain River Martial Soul. It is the best means to release the power of the Mountain River Martial Soul. Its existence can hide the existence of the Mountain River Martial Soul, which is beneficial to you. Hearing this, Ling Xiao fell silent. Heavenly Pulse Sword Art, Shadow Sword Art, 12 Golden Lotus Arts, Hell Dragon Soul, Yigushin Martial Soul, and so on. It would not be easy for him to give up all of them. After all, those things were the means of attack that had accompanied him all the way, and even helped him advance to the celestial realm. Although his cultivation had now fallen to the transcendent realm 9th layer, it was really painful to give up these things. You can choose for yourself. You can get the method to use the 9 cauldrons of the mountain and river martial spirit, or you can improve your cultivation back to the celestial realm. I won't force you. After all, you are the real chosen one. What I can do is to make you stronger. Although the human king's words were very relaxed, Ling Xiao could not help but smile bitterly. Return to the heaven realm? Of course, he wanted to, but it was not difficult. There was no need to rely on the power of the 9 cauldrons illusion. Have the correct method to use the mountain river martial soul? That was possible, but to give up other things was really uncomfortable. Perhaps it will be easier for you to accept this. These things are only temporarily abandoned. When you master all the basic practical methods of using the mountain river martial soul and the 9 cauldrons, you can pick them up again. However, you may not be interested in these things in the future. I choose the correct method to use the mountain river martial soul. Ling Xiao thought for a while and made a decision. He also felt that in order to increase his strength, he had learned too many things over the past year, which had affected the practical use of the mountain river martial soul. He did not regret this, because these things had helped him cut through the thorns all the way to where he was now. Without them, he, Ling Xiao, would not have been able to achieve what he had today. As a young man without anyone to guide him, taking a few detours on the road of cultivation was not a shameful thing. It was not too late to mend the pen after the sheep were lost. He had decided. Good. Then, let me lend you a hand. After receiving an affirmative answer from Ling Xiao, the human king's phantom suddenly appeared and tapped on Ling Xiao's forehead. In that instant, Ling Xiao noticed that a huge vortex had appeared in his mountain river world. Like a black hole, it sucked in the heavenly pulse chi sword, shadow transformation sword art, hell dragon soul, 12 golden lotus arts, book of seals, and so on. Then, a huge seal word appeared above the black hole. At the same time, Ling Xiao's heavenly pulse also changed. The original lotus became 9 cauldrons. It was indeed still a heavenly pulse, but there were 9 of them, which made Ling Xiao feel very strange. These things can only be unsealed after you finish cultivating the practical method of the mountain river martial soul in the 9 cauldrons. I hope you don't regret it. Whether it's a blessing or a curse, it's my own choice. I will bear it myself. I will definitely not regret it. Ling Xiao nodded heavily. The development of the matter did not end there. The mountain river martial soul returned to a chaotic and desolate place, like a pitch-black universe, without anything. However, the eye of the world still existed, but it was dim. In addition, there were 9 huge bronze cauldrons floating in the empty universe. On each bronze cauldron, there was a number, clearly indicating the order. Then let's start with the first bronze cauldron. Ling Xiao took a deep breath and opened the first bronze cauldron. Chapter 858. A resplendent light instantly shone out, covering the entire world. The originally pitch-black world of mountains and rivers became bright. This is the first step to creating the mountain river world, to have sunlight. The human king's voice sounded again. Ling Xiao saw something that looked like a sun floating in the sky of this world. However, this sun was crescent-shaped and looked very strange. The first cauldron represents the inheritance of light. It is also a necessary step for the mountain river world to turn from chaos to light. Comprehend it well. When the scarlet sun becomes completely round, your inheritance of light will be fully mature. At that time, you can open the second cauldron. The human king was truly thoughtful, leaving all the information to Ling Xiao. This made Ling Xiao respect and admire this mysterious sage even more. The scarlet sun needs to go through 15 steps to become round. In each step, you will gain something. You can slowly comprehend it. I have also completed my mission. It is time for me to return to the side of the human king. When the voice rang out, he had already left. Ling Xiao realized that at this moment, he had really lost a lot, including the special abilities that he had obtained from the mountain river martial spirit. Only the analysis ability was fused with the eyes of the world and became even more powerful. This was an unexpected gain. It was a pity that his martial soul avatar was gone. Although the existence of this martial soul avatar didn't become his greatest fighting strength, it still helped him a lot. I really have to start everything from scratch. Fortunately, I haven't lost my ability to analyze and practice, so I'm not afraid. Ling Xiao took a deep breath and began to meditate on the cauldron of light. In the first stage of the cauldron of light, not only could he comprehend the power of light and shadow and apply it to any martial arts, he would also be given a free set of sword techniques that could be combined with the power of light and shadow. This was a brand new sword art, light-shadow sword art. Light and shadow were two inseparable existences. Only when there is light can there be a shadow, and only when there is a shadow can the existence of light be revealed. The light-shadow sword technique didn't have any sword moves, only sword intent. The sword moves could be changed according to one's needs, and could even be combined with other sword techniques. This sword technique is divided into 7 levels. The first level, basic level, allows one to comprehend the Scarlet Yang Force and Shadow Force. Level 1, Elementary Mastery. The sword technique had the power of the red sun, and it formed the Shadow Sword. The Shadow Sword was hidden under the sword chi and could harm people without being noticed. It was simply impossible to guard against. The first layer, Success. The sword art could draw upon the power of the red sun. Using both light and heat at the same time, the power would be greatly increased. Under the cultivation level of the heaven tier, there would be no opponent. Level 1, Great Mastery. When the sword chi is used, the power of light and shadow can be unleashed to an even higher degree. Within the range of its power, it can cause the opponent to convulse due to the blazing heat. It can even cause the opponent to show signs of melting. Furthermore, the power of the Shadow Sword will continue to increase. Level 1, Pinnacle. Using the sword to trigger the Scarlet Sun, Heavenly Retribution, Shadow Demon's Descent. The might of the sword would reach a new height, and its destructive power would be even more terrifying. The first level, Perfection, could condense the Great Yang and Great Yin swords of light. With the treasured sword as the foundation and the power of light and shadow as the support, not only was it powerful, but it could also improve the cultivator's various abilities. The first level, stage of the transformative stage, had different effects depending on the person. Although it's a free sword technique, its power is not bad. Since I don't have any other martial techniques, I can try to cultivate it. Thinking of this, Ling Xiao no longer hesitated. Sensing the energy within the 9 cauldrons illusion, he began to cultivate the light-shadow sword technique. With the passage of time, his light inheritance improved by leaps and bounds. The light-shadow sword technique improved by leaps and bounds. Now that he thought about it, this was all thanks to the mixed martial arts that he had cultivated in the past. It was precisely because he had come into contact with so many martial arts that he understood so many things. When he was cultivating the light shadow sword technique, a reference object would very quickly appear in his mind, allowing him to easily comprehend it. The first layer of the light shadow sword technique was successfully cultivated. The second layer was successfully cultivated. The shadow sword was something that could not be seen with the naked eye. Only Ling Xiao could sense it. He did not have any light attribute weapons, so he could only temporarily make do with the purple lightning sword. It was also fortunate that these weapons were not sealed. Otherwise, he really would not know what to do. He did not plan to throw away these swords. He always had a feeling that within the 9 cauldrons, there was definitely something related to the celestial phenomenon. If there was no celestial phenomenon in a world, how strange would that be? Therefore, these treasured swords were still useful. Moreover, they had been upgraded to the immortal grade, so they could not be thrown away casually. After leaving here, I have to think of a way to get a light attribute treasure sword. Although the attributes are not compatible, although I can still use the light shadow sword technique, it is still not the best. Ling Xiao took a deep breath and continued to cultivate. According to the rules, Ling Xiao could only stay in the 9 cauldrons illusory realm for a maximum of 18 hours. He definitely could not afford to waste any time. Now that an hour had passed, he had to make the best use of his time and try his best to cultivate the light shadow sword technique to a higher level. In terms of moves, he was not worried. There were many different kinds of sword techniques in the outside world. As long as he could find one that was compatible with the light shadow sword technique, it would be fine. At this time, outside the 9 cauldrons illusion, the Moon Maiden had already disappeared. The people of the 12 sects were still discussing some matters to clean up the mess after the battle. The Sage Emperor even planned to bestow the title of Heaven's chosen son to the Holy Son. Because of this matter, they were arguing with several judges. After an hour, the scene was almost cleaned up, but they still could not reach a satisfactory conclusion. However, at this time, a fiery dragon horse came from the horizon. This was a fiery dragon horse that only the royal family of the sacred dynasty was qualified to own. The rider of this fiery dragon horse was the eldest son of the Sage Emperor, who was now the general of the border. He was usually not in the sacred city and was basically fighting the blue-eyed race and the barbarian race outside. He could be considered a brave warrior. Mingfeng, why are you back? The Sage Emperor was surprised to see Ji Mingfeng. Your Majesty, something big has happened. For Ji Mingfeng to say this, it was definitely not a simple matter. What is it that made you violate the agreement between us father and son? The Sage Emperor was displeased. Although Ji Mingfeng was his eldest son, he was born of a concubine and did not even know who his mother was. Therefore, the Sage Emperor did not want him to stay in the sacred city and arranged for him to fight outside. In fact, Ji Mingfeng was very strong. He was only in his 40s and was already a Grotto Heaven Realm warrior. His talent was not inferior to the Holy Sun's. It was a pity that he did not have a good mother. A month ago, the blue-eyed race launched a brazen attack on the barbarian race. In just 3 days, they annexed all of the barbarian race's territory and captured the barbarian king alive. Ji Mingfeng did not explain anything. He just reported in detail what he had to report. What? Hearing this, not only was the Sage Emperor shocked, but also the upper echelons of the 12 sects. Of course, there were also people who secretly laughed, but did not laugh out loud. Obviously, someone must have known that the blue-eyed race had attacked the barbarian race. Chapter 859. How could the barbarian race lose so easily? The barbarian king is a yin-yang realm expert who is not inferior to the Holy Emperor. The leaders of his 9 tribes are also experts of the Tao Insight realm. All this time, the blue-eyed race has never taken advantage of them. What is going on now? The Holy Emperor asked loudly. Novel. Love, this was also a common problem for the others. It was impossible for the blue-eyed race to be so powerful. Of course, more importantly, the blue-eyed race had destroyed the barbarian race. On the Tianlong continent, the only opponent was the Sacred Dynasty. The next target to attack was naturally the Sacred Dynasty. How could the decadent sacred dynasty resist the attack of the blue-eyed race? Would the 12 sects face the same tragedy as when they faced the true demon empire in the past? Your Majesty, I am not very clear about the specific situation, but there is a theory that the blue-eyed race seems to respect the young demon king of the true demon empire. In this war, instead of the blue-eyed race attacking the barbarian race, it would be better for the true demon empire to rise from the ashes. Ji Mingfeng's words once again caused the crowd to be shocked. The shadow of the true demon empire had always been an indelible fear of the sacred dynasty. Who would have thought that after tens of thousands of years, the true demon empire would appear again? If this is the case, it will be troublesome. If the barbarian race is destroyed or subdued, it will be a great threat to our sacred dynasty. That's right, the true demon empire is ambitious. How could they let go of our sacred dynasty? But although our 12 sects are stronger than the 9 tribes of the barbarian race, we are not much stronger. Can we really resist the attack of the blue-eyed race? Why don't we just surrender? Anyway, there is nothing wrong with being ruled by the true demon empire. What a bunch of nonsense. Back then, the true demonic empire adopted a policy of extermination against the holy dynasty. Unless they were willing to be their slaves, they would all be killed. Could it be that you want humans to become the slaves of the true demonic empire? The Holy Emperor seemed to have forgotten the hatred between him and Ling Xiao at this time. After all, national enmity was greater than family hatred. What's more, one Ling Xiao could not destroy his rule. But the true demon empire could definitely destroy everything. He knew what was more important, and what was more important. Saint Emperor is right, but with our strength, how can we resist the invasion of the true devil empire? Could it be that we need to ask for help from the divine Phoenix continent? You don't need to go anywhere. Today, this is the place where you will decide your life and death. At this moment, the palace master of the Jade Water Divine Palace stood up. Her originally pretty face was now one yin and one yang, one male and one female. Not only that, the terrifying aura spread out, enveloping the entire battle arena. It was extremely terrifying. She was actually a yin-yang realm expert. Her aura was no weaker than the Moon Maiden's. You are not the palace master of the Jade Water Divine Palace. The Saint Emperor shouted. Who are you? Who am I? I'm the yin-yang demon king you're looking for. Ha ha ha. The woman sneered, a mocking smile on her face. Now, I'll give all of you a chance. Join the true devil empire, or die here. The cold voice was very strange. It was as if a man and a woman were speaking at the same time. It sounded very strange. Do you think you can destroy our sacred dynasty all by yourself? The Grand Holy Emperor snorted and stood up. Although the yin-yang demon king was a yin-yang realm expert, the sacred dynasty had a total of 4 yin-yang realm experts. Although the Moon Maiden wasn't here, the Grand Holy Emperor, the Saint Emperor, and the Sikong Zun could definitely compete with the yin-yang demon king if they worked together. I alone am enough. However, I have brought some helpers with me. I can't let you die in such a pitiful manner. The yin-yang demon king smiled, and a huge yin-yang diagram appeared behind him. The diagram opened, and martial artists rushed out from it. Most of them were Sky Realm martial artists, and a few of them were Grotto Heaven Realm martial artists. In the current Heavenly Dragon continent, yin-yang realm martial artists belonged to the extreme. There were only a few of them. There were also very few Grotto Heaven Realm martial artists, only about 20 or so. However, the yin-yang demon king had brought a total of 7 or 8 Grotto Heaven Realm martial artists with him, as well as dozens of Heaven Realm martial artists. This was a display of his powerful force. The martial artists who walked out of the yin-yang diagram were not only experts from the Blue Eyes clan, the Ninja clan, and the Barbarian clan, but also experts from the Sea clan. I didn't expect the rumors to be true. The true Devil Emperor is a member of the Sea clan that came from the deep sea. If that's the case, the Storm Legion's news is also true. Damn it! The sacred dynasty had fallen to such a state. This made people sigh. Even when the true Devil Empire was at its peak, they didn't dare to casually come to the sacred city. However, a mere yin-yang demon king had come to the sacred city and seemed to want to slaughter all the upper echelons and genius disciples of the 12 sects. What are you afraid of? With the strength of our sacred dynasty and the 12 sects, they are no match for us. The highest holy emperor shouted. Many people were scared out of their wits. When they heard the highest holy emperor's words, they calmed down and carefully analyzed the current situation. Although the opponent was very strong, the experts of the 12 sects were basically here. It was absolutely impossible to lose to the opponent. Ha 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 ha. The Yin-Yang Demon King let out a crazy laugh. What a bunch of idiots. Since this king has appeared here, I naturally have a reason to win. If you want to listen to this old man, then listen. But I will only give you one last chance to choose. Submit or die. Among the crowd, there were obviously people with weak willpower who had already decided to surrender. However, they were afraid of being executed as traitors, so they didn't dare to speak up for the time being. However, most people still had no intention of surrendering. Among the 12 sects, there were still many people with integrity, regardless of their character. The Blue Eyes clan is led by the Yin-Yang Demon King. As long as we join forces to destroy this guy today, defeating the Blue Eyes clan, the Barbarian clan, and the Ninja clan will be easy. This is a good opportunity to create a great cause. Yes, the opponent has fewer people than us, and their strength is also inferior to us. What are you afraid of? If they dare to come, then they won't be able to return. Kill. Fight. In just a moment, the higher-ups of the 12 sects reached a consensus. It was definitely better to be a tyrant than to be a dog. In fact, the difficulty of this multiple-choice question was too simple. At the Holy Emperor's command, the higher-ups of the 12 sects gathered together and prepared to attack the Yin-Yang Demon King and the others, completely trapping them here. A bunch of idiots. This king has given you a chance. Sikongzun, are you still not going to attack?
Attack.
Under everyone's stunned and puzzled gaze, Sikongzun punched through the Holy Emperor's chest. The Holy Emperor was seriously injured on the spot and almost died. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.